After Minnie had defeated the beast that had infiltrated the school, she was wondering just what the next best thing to do would be. She stayed there looking at the beast, and with her senses she could hear there were more around the school. What do I do? If I leave, I can join up with the others. Minnie thought. The teachers will try to protect us, but if there are stronger beasts, will they be able to? If I have to protect them, then everyone will know my secret. Without Dad here, if dangerous beasts come, then only Minnie can help the ones in the school. With this in her head, she thought it was best if she roamed around the school getting rid of the beasts, and that's exactly what she did. Out from the broken glass window, Minnie quickly climbed up onto the next few floors. From here, she hung from the side and could see that in the other hallways, there were beasts roaming around. Let's clear out the school first of all, Minnie thought, as she leapt right across from one hallway to another. The school was shaped in a rectangle, so she had leapt from one edge of the building to another and quickly pulled herself up through the broken glass. In the hallway, there were 3 of the same dog-like beasts that there were on the lower floor. If there are other students in the school, they will still be in trouble if they try to leave from their hiding place. Minnie ran forward. The strange vines that came out from the dogs' backs moved like whips. They were incredibly fast and would hit most vampires, but not Minnie. The claws on her entire hand were red, and swinging them, they sliced right through the beast's head, killing it in one go. She didn't stop there as she continued forward, seeing the next beast. Minnie leapt up to the side of the wall, and then pushed off with both her hands in front of her. Her fists had crushed the skull of the beast, and finally with the last one she swung her arm, releasing a large blood swipe that grazed the top of the ceiling as well as the floor. A large indent was left as the blood swipe tore the beast completely in half. I have to keep going, and maybe I can do the next floor a bit faster, Minnie thought to herself, enjoying the situation a little. After being restricted all the time, this was a situation she didn't think would occur often. Jared and Hebe had been given a list of the students that currently weren't present in the hall. They thought this would be useful because the most likely case was the students were still hovering around the classrooms or at least on the same floor. There were students who were always on a toilet break or had been taken out, maybe even late to class or lost on the way. In total, they numbered 5, including Minnie. Can you hear anything? Hebe asked, as they scouted the ground floor first. No. It's quiet. A lot quieter compared to before, Jared stated. Does that mean it's near the end of the beast wave? We should probably try and find the students as quickly as possible before the next wave of beasts come. The 2 of them had found one of the students crying, hiding out in their classroom locker. They escorted him back to the sports hall with lightning speed. Another student had been found, just wandering in the hallway of the 2nd floor, saying they had come out after they no longer heard any scary noises. Unfortunately, it wasn't all good news, as they had found one student, in the grade below there with his neck ripped out. For now, they had placed his body in a classroom and locked the door shut, hoping that the beasts wouldn't come for it and they could get it back later. Bringing a dead body back to the sports hall wouldn't be good for morale, nor was it something the students should see. Honestly, even Jared and Hebe were struggling with it, but they forced themselves to continue as there were still 2 students out there who needed to come back. The good news was, as they searched through the floors, they could see that on each one, all of the beasts had been taken care of, they were killed. Who did all of this? Hebe asked. All of our grade had already reached the sports hall before the attack, including the teachers. You're right. It's almost as if someone has been cleaning the floors of beasts, one by one, Jared commented. Jared, a male student called out from behind. The 2 were in the same grade, so they recognized each other immediately. I'm so glad you're here. I thought I was a goner. Let's head to the sports hall together. That's where everyone has gathered, right? Yeah. We were looking for you, actually, Jared replied. We can head to the sports hall now, but I have to ask, have you seen a little girl, a little darker skinned than usual with curly hair? I'm not sure, the student replied. There was a lot of noise and it sounded like fighting, so I took a peek to see. I was hiding in the toilets, and when I came out, I did see something run towards the training grounds in the back, but I thought it was another beast. Both Jared and Hebe had searched every single area of the school halls and classrooms, and they still hadn't found Minnie or her body. So this was their only clue. After helping their fellow student get back, it was time for them to head to the training grounds. This was an outside area where their practical training would take place. It was somewhat like a stadium because there was a stand that surrounded the whole area, and a large field with training dolls and equipment. Although the two could see no signs of Minnie, they could see dead beasts, multiple dead beasts. They were in the corridor, on the field, in the stands, everywhere. It was clear that someone was eliminating them all. Did one of the families come and help protect the school? Hebe thought as the two stood in the center of the training ground. They looked, but were unable to see anything, until they heard a slight growl coming from above. The two quickly jumped out of the way, diving to opposite sides, and a big object had landed right where they were standing, crashing down. It skidded across the floor, uprooting the grass and eventually coming to a halt. When the two looked at what it was, it appeared to be a winged beast, with white fur and looking somewhat like a giant owl. But there was something else that was on top of it, with two black bloody fists. Minnie, Jared said. Minnie was standing there on top of the beast. She wasn't next to it, by its side, or even underneath it. It was clear that she was standing on top of it, and there was a large hole through its chest. At the same time, there was black blood that covered the entirety of her hand, and a lot of it had gotten on her clothes as well. Just moments ago, before the dust had settled, Jared had seen it as well. He had seen her red-colored eyes, a trait that only occurs when one was using their aura, whether it was within or outer aura. It took Minnie a few seconds to look at her surroundings. Honestly, she was searching to see if there were any more beasts in the area that needed to be taken care of, and when glancing around she saw two figures. I see no beasts, but I see two vampires, Minnie thought, as she continued to move her head towards the right, but soon stopped right there. Wait a second, two vampires. Did I just see two vampires? She soon turned her head again, and now her eyes were locked with Jared's and soon locked with Hebe's as well. Minnie's eyes were moving back and forth between the two. She then eventually looked down at the dead beast under her, then at her hands as well. Both Jared and Hebe felt like they were witnessing a kid getting caught in the act of something. Usually it would be taking food or copying someone else's homework. It was a unique look. Is this for real? Jared thought. She had to have taken out that beast in the sky, but then that means also all the fighting the other student heard, all the beasts in school and all the beasts here. Looking around, the number of beasts around the school in total had to come close to around 30 or maybe even close to 40. It was hard for Jared to believe that such a small vampire was able to do all of that. He doubted the head teacher, Mr. Kripe, could do such a thing. He was so amazed that Jared had let his thoughts slip out from his mouth. Did you do all of this? Did you kill all of these beasts? He asked. All the cogwheels in Minnie's head were turning. She was trying to think of a way out of the situation. She hadn't used her powers in front of them, and they hadn't seen her kill all of the beasts, so surely she could come up with some kind of excuse. She wanted to speak, she really did, but she started to break down and panicking in the type of situation she was in. Minnie started to cry. Wah! Minnie cried, tears flowing out of her eyes. Wah! Minnie is a bad girl. Daddy and Mommy are going to hate Minnie? She started to sniffle, panicking and taking quick breaths. This vampire, Hebe said with a raised eyebrow. This vampire who can't even control her emotions, did all of this. In Hebe's mind, she was more worried about the other vampires. The scene in front of them proved that Minnie was just a kid, but with such extraordinary power. Didn't it mean she could easily be swayed and used, or even angered at a click of a finger? Minnie, Jared called out. Let's forget all of this happened. That's what you want, right? Minnie crying had started to slow down as she looked at Jared. Instead of coming up with a lie, it looked like Jared would keep her secret. You really mean it? Minnie asked. I can give you some juice boxes if you want? Jared smiled at the comment. It's okay. I have my own juice boxes, and don't worry, you must have been hiding your strength for a reason, right? And I can tell Minnie isn't a bad girl. Look, you did all this because you wanted to protect everyone. Come on, let's head back and see everyone. They're worried about you. Minnie nodded in response as she started to walk over to the other two, still wiping her tears away. She had a feeling that Jared was quite the good vampire. He even had the face of one, whatever that was. When walking over though, all three of their ears twitched, because they could hear the sound of beasts, and not just a few but many. "Is it the third wave?" Jared said, as he looked at the sky, and several flying beasts were seen in the sky. Two-headed creatures, long-necked monsters, large horned ones, and all sorts were flying over, while at the same time there were creatures on the ground that had climbed over the walls of the stadium and were now running down the seats. They already broke through the wall and are here. There are hundreds of them. How will the teachers be able to defend against this? Jared thought. The vampires in their castles, the stronger ones that lived there, could survive, but with the sheer amount of beasts, there were bound to be many casualties, and judging by the fact that no one had come to help them, it looked like the school was something the leaders thought was fine to sacrifice. Minnie turned around and looked toward all of the beasts, those in the air, and those stampeding towards them. If I transform into my other form, I can maybe defeat them quickly, but I already broke one promise using more of my power. If I transform and use my shadow power as well, Dad will hate me even more. Minnie thought as she was hesitating. Minnie, I know you're strong, but there's no way you can take on that many. Jared shouted. Let's head back and get help from the teachers. Minnie squinted hard, closing her eyes. What should she do? What was the right choice in the end? What is that? What are all those black balls in the air? Phoebe asked. When opening her eyes again, Minnie could see them. They were small black balls that looked like snowballs, but Minnie had seen this once before, and it meant that a particular person was here. As the beasts in the air touched the black balls, and the beasts on the ground ran into them, chains appeared all around the beasts, holding them in their place. I was too worried about you, but I'm happy to see you are doing fine, a voice said, a soft, gentle voice that made Minnie burst into tears instantly. One of the most important people to her in the world. The strange woman stood in front of them all, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, with a sword attached to her side, and in her hand was a bow. But it looked like there were no arrows, until something had formed onto the bow itself. 5 arrows seemingly made out of a strange yellow energy. Letting go of the string, the 5 arrows shot out in the air at a fast speed, and using her hand, she controlled them carefully. The arrows pierced the heads of beasts, and not just one, but an arrow would easily go through each of them easily as it killed them on the spot. These arrows were made out of chi, and they were incredibly strong. At the same time, using the ability of telekinesis, they could be controlled to go through every single one of the beasts while they were chained up like sitting ducks. Who is this woman? Hebe asked, with a mouth wide open, because with her it looked like the wave would be no trouble at all. The display that was being shown and the strange powers, it was something that wasn't even read about in history books, but there was no doubt if someone saw this it would have been recorded. Minnie ran up to her and grabbed the woman on the leg, holding tight. Mommy, I missed you, Minnie cried. Mommy. Both Jared and Hebe looked at each other and stated in unison. A vampire aura of unimaginable strength had just been summoned, and the next second a large spear had been thrown, destroying the blocked pathway of vines that were behind the vampires. Even if there were 100 vampires, all using their blood/skill on the wall of vines, Anton and the others felt like they would have never been able to break through such a thing, yet they had seen it happen with a single vampire in front of their very own eyes. What are you guys waiting for? Quinn said. You were complaining the whole time that you had no way of escaping this place. Now you can escape, so leave. The vampires were slightly confused and left in a daze. They were worried moments ago that if they moved their lives would be lost to the dangerous beasts, and now that the exit was open in front of them, they wondered if it was true or all an illusion. You are strong, but we demon tier beasts are on a level that you can't even understand. Just because you destroyed some vines, you think you can beat us? The green beast declared. The owl beast was the first to make a move. As it flapped its wings, it was a strong, powerful flap that moved the wind, creating a gust that blew towards them and rustled their hair. If they were a regular human, they were sure some would be taken off of their feet by this. Opening its wide mouth though, it looked like a large gust of wind was gathering in its mouth, and it was a strange dark grayish wind. The next moment a large tornado had shot out from the owl's mouth. I have to block this, so for now let's match power for power. Quinn lifted his hand and the red aura started to gather again. As he swung out his hand, a vortex of blood came out and crashed into the tornado. The two powers were colliding, but the blood wasn't done just yet. It seemed to have somewhat consumed the tornado, as red strikes were breaking it apart. Both attacks seemed to have joined together in size and creating an even larger attack. With blood control, Quinn swung his hands moving it, and aimed it right back at the owl. It was inches away from the owl beast. The two-headed antler beast stood in its way and its body started to glow with a slight blue energy around it. When the tornado hit the beast it started to disappear bit by bit, causing the attack to vanish. I can see why these beasts were confident. They are stronger than the typical demon tier. Quinn thought. The vampire aura I am using isn't just a regular aura. It was enhanced by the demons from the other world. That was how my blood was able to outmatch even the originals with the Dalki enhancement. With 3 of them, it would be easier if I took them all out at once. The vampires were amazed at what they had just seen. A large vortex of blood. Was this power something that the leaders could even perform? They were unsure, but they were certain now that Quinn wasn't just an ordinary guard. This is the last time I'm telling you to get out of here. Otherwise, I will no longer care about your life. Quinn said. There was something about the words that shook Anton because he felt like there was some truth to it. With this much power, why didn't Quinn just defeat the beast when it came to the tree trunk that time? Also, he could have volunteered to have been the guard and saved one of their vampires' lives. Yes, he was saving their lives now, but it didn't feel like he truly cared about what happened to them. If they overstayed to watch this battle, Anton had a feeling Quinn wouldn't protect them from an attack. Let's get out of here, this is our chance. We can't do anything to help him anyway, Anton shouted, and he was the first one to lead the way. When the other vampires saw this, it allowed them to move as well, and they were soon running down the side of the mountain at a fast speed. The only thing was, not all of them had run away. Quinn, we can't leave you alone. You should come with us and we should escape, Ronkin shouted. He's right, you are a strong guard, the strongest I have seen. But with the leaders we can win this fight with 100% certainty. Nell added as well. Quinn smiled. Of all things, he never thought after displaying some of his powers that he would still be referred to as a guard, and they stayed back because they were concerned about him as well. Although, through my journeys I have met very bad people in the world. I have also met many good ones as well. You don't have to worry about me. If I can't get rid of these beasts, then there is no chance that the leaders would be able to do anything. Quinn stated. Then, we're staying, Ronkin shouted. We can't just abandon you here. You said you were strong, right? You said we have nothing to worry about, right? Then it would be fine if we stayed here. Quinn took a quick glance at the two. They were quite far away from him, and there were only 2 of them. He tried to eye up the strength of the beasts in front of him as well. One thing was for sure, after taking one of their attacks, Quinn was sure he could deal with the 3 beasts. They were not at the level of the 2-headed dragon. If they were, and all 3 of them had that level of strength, it would be a large issue for him. I'm excited for this. Maybe we can absorb all 3 of the demon tier crystals and make some more bullets. Or I can start teaching you how to forge weapons and create a new set of demon tier weapons. Alex said excitedly in Quinn's mind. I'm sorry, Quinn replied, but I have another idea for them. You seem to be awfully relaxed about the situation, the green beast stated. You are that confident that you allow your friends to just watch? If we had known you were this foolish, we would have attacked the settlement a long time ago. And those vampires you saved, you have just delayed their fate. While you are here, your settlement, as you call it, is being attacked. I'm sure you have those you care about that live there, and now you are stuck here. The smile on Quinn's face continued as he looked up. You beasts have it all wrong, my daughter, her mother. They both could deal with you. It's just unfortunate that the one you have to deal with right now is me. The beasts seemed angered, and they hadn't just been talking for no reason. They were gathering their energy. The 2-headed antler beast charged up its mystic glowing blue light, and all the energy was stored in its antlers. Around the green beast's hand, a pink energy was swirling in his palm. and the owl was creating the same attack as before. 3 demon tier beasts were using a lot of their energy and were ready to combine their attack into one. I know Quinn told us not to worry, but I can't help but worry when I see that, Ronkin stated. Nell felt the same way, but Quinn stood there, still confident, and it was at that moment a strange shadow rose over his body. It covered him from head to toe, and when it vanished his armor had completely changed to a darkened red. Did you see that? Nell asked, his eyes almost popping out of his head. See what? Ronkin replied. I'm worried about the beasts right now. All 3 of their attacks left their bodies and combined with each other. They were aimed at one point and started to swirl around each other. Quinn lifted both of his hands that were by his side, and as he moved them, instead of red aura, the shadow was seen instead. The shadow grew in front of Quinn, creating a large wall, and as the attack hit it, it was unable to go through the shadow at all, and soon the shadow started to grow, as it slightly wrapped around the energy. Then the shadow had disappeared, and so had the attack. Shadow then appeared in both of Quinn's hands, and 2 guns had soon appeared. I'll say it again, you should have trusted your instincts. In the vampire settlement, the incoming wave after wave of beasts was still somewhat bearable. The leaders were doing an excellent job as they took care of the bulk of them at once. But the only problem was just a large number of enemies, so large that they couldn't even see the end of the beast wave. Hickle, the leader of the 4th family, was defending the front gate along with one of the other leaders, and had just shoved his hand right through the chest of a beast as humongous as a dinosaur. He had a small cut on his hand, and the next moment, the entire beast's body exploded on the spot, causing its blood and parts of it to scatter everywhere. Can't you find a cleaner way to kill the beast? The other leader asked out of frustration as the blood from the beast had covered half of his face. I am finishing them off the quickest way, you see? But even then, more and more beasts are getting into the settlement with each wave. Hickle let out a sigh while staring at the endless wave of beasts. Just when is this going to stop? I've been thinking about something for a while, and I believe we should change tactics. The other leader replied. Don't you see this is a different case from the waves that occurred on Earth? What if the beast waves this time around don't stop? Especially if there are several nest crystals in the area where the beasts are coming from. If that's really the problem, then no matter how many beasts we kill, it won't change anything. What do you suggest? Are you thinking of what I am thinking? Yes, if you're thinking the best thing to deal with them is to head out and find those nest crystals, or at least the beasts or whatever it is that is behind this attack. If we head out of this place, we can deal with the problem quickly. Hickle just then noticed a humanoid beast. It was at the king tier level, which meant it wasn't a drastically high-level beast, so he wasn't afraid, but he saw an opportunity to do something. Staring at the incoming beast, Hickle smiled. Maybe we won't have to head out all the way to the crystal. What do you mean? Wait and watch. Running through the other beasts and ignoring them, Hickle hit the arm of the beast away and shoved his fist through its chest once again. However, instead of exploding it straight away, Hickle looked into its eyes. Run back. Run back into your army of beasts, Hickle chanted as he used his influence skill. Taking his arm out, the beast started to head back to where the others were coming from. He could use the influence skill against intelligent beasts like humanoid ones, but it still was harder to use than a human or a vampire unless one's influence skill was great, and Hickle had just done that. A few moments later, when Hickle believed it was time, his eyes glowed red as he activated his ability, and off in the distance, a large explosion went off, killing multiple beasts. We will wait for now, Hickle replied to the leader, walking back. The waves are still increasing in strength. When they stop, we will decide what to do. We need to trust and believe in Edvard. However, if he doesn't report back in 2 hours, then we will make a move in the break of waves. Although Hickle said this, he didn't want to move out because it would mean the settlement would have to face the wave of beasts on their own. At the moment, he wasn't confident they could do so, and he was unaware of the situation from the inside. From the reports the leaders were getting once in a while, though, there had been minimal damage to certain areas. It seemed like the vampires were more capable than he thought. The only thing he could think of was the green blood. Perhaps the vampires inside were using it to power themselves and fight off the beast of intruders. Or maybe there were just some talented vampires in there that the leaders didn't know about. A group of vampires ran through the forest as fast as they could. Their legs kept moving and they weren't stopping. They felt like they had just got away with death. But, without a doubt, they were extremely lucky today. Once in a while, as they ran through, though, beasts would appear, and the group would have to stop and fight them off. It was difficult, as they could not judge the whole situation clearly, and some vampires had injuries here and there. Ultimately, they had to use the green liquid to power themselves and deal with the beasts, but that was it. The green blood would only give them a boost for so long, so if they ran into any more dangerous beast on the way, they felt like their life would be done for. Who was that guard? Why was he with us? One of the vampires asked. Who knows? All I know is that Edvard was the one that recommended the guards to come with us. Anton explained. Maybe he had a feeling something was coming up. The leader of the Fortuna has bestowed luck on us once again by sending him with us. Stin just grunted hearing this. He was thinking back to all the words he had said to the guards, all of the talks, and now because of the guard he was getting live. If he lives, if he manages to survive, I promise I will apologize for everything I said. Stin hated that he was saved in this way and by the person that he looked down upon. He had great pride but knew where respect was and when it should be given. Finally, one of the vampires shouted, "We are leaving this place." The vampires' excitement was due to the fact that they saw different scenery. They had arrived at the forest of trees that had torn trunks. It was clear that they were now in the same place as they were before. Finally, they had broken the chain. A beast that was so powerful that they could change the landscape of the forest. Will that person really be okay? Even if he is a powerful guard. Anton thought as he was starting to regret leaving the vampire alone. But he soon realized they could have done nothing to help. We must get back and inform the leaders of everything as soon as possible, Anton said, having calmed down a little as he was about to get out his communication device. While trapped in the loop, the devices had malfunctioned, but now he guessed it would work. As he pulled out a special communication device similar to a small square attached to his uniform, and after pressing it a few times, he was ready to make a call. There's no need for that. I'm already here myself, so you can report to me in person. A voice was heard. When Anton looked up along with the rest of the vampires, they saw a brightly dressed vampire in front of them. Ninth leader. All the vampires immediately went down on one knee, with a fist on the ground, as they greeted the ninth leader, Edvard. Report what you have seen to me so far, Edvard commanded as he noticed quite a few missing people. Being the group leader, Anton reported everything, including what the guard known as Quinn was currently doing or what they assumed he was doing. So, he decided to reveal his powers after all, but from the sound of it, he didn't use his shadow powers in front of them. But these people certainly will find him suspicious. Edvard thought. I can't say you didn't do the right thing, Edvard stated. But we are in a tricky situation than I originally thought. All of you are to lead me back to where the beasts currently are. I will support the guard to the best of my abilities. If it turns out that he and I are not enough to defeat the beast, then you will be in charge of reporting back the state of the beast to the others. Some of the vampires looked nervous as Edvard said this. To go back to the beasts was Edvard telling all of them to die. Surely, they would need more than just one of the vampire leaders to face these creatures. Yet none of them would ever be brave enough to tell a leader that he wasn't strong enough to their face. Since there were no objections, Anton took the lead, and the group headed back to where they had just come from. Truthfully, I only need one to lead the way, Edvard thought. But I will do my best to keep your secret. You did the unexpected and chose to save these men's lives. So I will do as you asked and keep your secret safe. While heading there, Edvard just hoped he would get there in time to provide support. The last thing he wanted to do was to be the cause of Arthur's pupil's death. If things were really true, as Quinn stated, it was best that he was left alive. I will look after him, wherever you are, Arthur, Edvard thought. Both Nell and Ronkin had heard about the shadow powers. Their history was known in two ways. One was more recent, coming from the red vampires, who a lot of the vampires in the settlement used to be a part of. The ones that knew how to control the shadow were one of the vampire leaders' lacksmiths, and the others were the guardians. This knowledge wasn't forgotten, but at the same time, many vampires had been told the history of the old vampires during their time, a time when the first settlement used to exist. A lot of vampires' parents would talk about this as a matter from the past, as if it was something that would never happen again. Due to certain circumstances, here they were again, and there was a settlement, but in the old times there were vampires that were known as the Punishers that also had the power of the shadow. "Who is Quinn?" Nell asked, staring off from the sidelines after seeing him block a powerful attack from the three beasts. "I'm really not sure anymore, but all I do know is, he's living in this settlement, and he's going to kick those beasts' arse," Ronkin stated, happy for his friend's power. With both guns in Quinn's hands, he was looking for a way to finish off the beasts that were coming toward him. He wanted to test out their power originally to see what abilities they had, but in the end, the comments made about attacking the settlement worried him a little, and it was time to end this fast. Which was why he had brought out the strongest weapons he had in his arsenal, and was wearing the armor at the same time. Flying toward Quinn, first was the large owl-like beast, but instead of using his vampire aura, or any of the swords to strike it down, from above Quinn had created a large shadow portal. With his new powers within a certain range, Quinn could create solid shadows, and they were easier to create in the shadows themselves. Not only that, but due to Quinn's unlimited amount of MC cells and his large amounts of chi, he could do things like so. A large shadow hand had come out from the portal above and grabbed the winged creature. The shadow hand was tight and strong as it contracted the owl's wings, and soon pushed it right onto the ground, holding it in place. "The chi amount I have is large since having absorbed that of the others. Combining it with the shadow, it allows me to use a solid form like this, and it's something that not even the demon beast can easily break out of." Seeing this, Quinn pointed his gun towards the owl, aiming right towards its head. He pulled the trigger, letting out a regular strong blood bullet, 2 shots, one from each weapon. At the same time, the green beast had appeared and was right by Quinn's side. Its arm, along with the vines, had turned into a type of spear, and was aiming right towards Quinn's head. As the bullets traveled, though, they didn't hit the owl, and instead they went through another shadow. There was a shadow surrounding Quinn's body that he would hover around himself, and from his body itself, not even from the guns, the red blood bullets had come out, hitting the beast twice. They ripped through its body with ease, and from the beast backing up, it was clear it never expected something like this. "Are you trying to run away now?" Quinn said, looking towards the green beast. The shadow from his back started to form another arm. It looked like weak at first, but it was heading straight toward the beast. With the gun again, Quinn shot out a few more bullets, one after the other, hitting the beast's leg, piercing through it. He continued to fire at the vine-like body until it looked like one of its legs had been separated from its body. At that point, the beast stumbled and the shadow hand was able to catch up with it. Seeing this, the beast opened up its mouth and a strange pink beam was ready to come out. It exited from its mouth, but as it hit the shadow hand it did nothing, and it eventually grabbed him as well. Pulling the green beast in the air, Quinn used the shadow to put one of the guns away, as he moved the beast right towards him. These guns are strong and useful, but nothing beats the feeling of giving someone a good pounding right to the face, Quinn said, as his entire arm glowed red and he punched the green beast, sending him off to the back of the mountain, causing him to crash into a hole. As Nell and Ronkin watched the beasts, demon-tier beasts being dealt with like they were next to nothing, they had to remind themselves that these weren't just any beasts that Quinn was fighting against, but demon-tier beasts. Quinn could feel part of his shadow disappearing a little, even with the chi. He turned around and could see the 2-headed antler beast glowing a light blue. For whatever reason, perhaps some power of light of some kind was affecting his shadow. Quinn tried to move it, but even with the chi it was unable to reach the 2-headed antler beast. "Ha ha ha!" The antler beast laughed with one of its heads while the other started to speak. "It looks like your shadow that you have trapped the others with won't work on me. No wonder you were so confident before. Now it's all starting to make sense." The antler beast then prepped its horns, and focused some of the light blue energy towards Quinn. It charged in, kicking large pieces of the mountain, sending rocks falling to the side. It was a bust of quick energy straight toward Quinn. "So my shadow doesn't work against you? Well, that's a shame," Quinn stated. Nitro accelerate activated. The beast looked up, and suddenly Quinn was no longer in his view, but soon after that, he appeared from behind and punched the beast right in the middle of its back with a red-filled energy aura fist. A crack was heard as the bones in the beast were shattered. Not letting up, Quinn quickly moved to the other side, using his strength, aura, and chi, all in one to deliver another devastating blow on the other leg. He had slowed down the beast's movement, but it didn't seem to be the end. The beast was pretty resilient. Leaping up in the air, Quinn started to gather the aura, and gather multiple swords in the air. He used his shadow to create wings that were moving, allowing him to float slightly. After that, he summoned the guns once again. That wasn't the end of what Quinn was doing, though. He knew that the other beasts would recover. They were demon-tier beasts after all, which was why his shadow was used to create portals everywhere, in every direction from where the beasts currently were. "It's time to do some damage," Quinn stated. The hundreds of blood swords were sent through the portals. Quinn started to fire his guns away, and as they went through the portals they exited out from different areas, hitting the beasts again and again. They did their best trying to avoid the attacks or use their powers to destroy the swords, but it looked like it was doing nothing. Quinn continued to fire at the antler beast with his two guns one after the other, creating large wounds on its back, and when it looked like everything was starting to settle down, he placed the guns away once again, and kicked off the ceiling of the cave and slammed his fist right on the antler beast's back. Dust kicked up in the whole area, and part of the mountain seemed to have tilted slightly to one side. When the dust finally settled, both Ronkin and Nell were now staring at the vampire standing right on top of one of the beasts. They looked around and saw the owl's wings were bloody full of holes. It was clear it wasn't going anywhere. As for the green beast, its whole body was practically missing, only having a head left. "You!" the green beast shouted. "You cruel person. You have so much power. And yet, you don't even kill us." Quinn jumped off from the antler beast, who could be seen that it was slowly breathing. He then placed his hand on one of its heads. "You are right, I am not killing you, and there is a reason for that. Perhaps what I am going to do is truly cruel, but I think it's the best way to solve the current situation and future situations," Quinn stated. Shadow Infect has been used. After Quinn used the Shadow Infect skill, a creepy light purple shadow appeared out of Quinn's very body. It was a different color from what it usually would have been when using his shadow skills, and at the same time, the way it came out of his body was also different. When Quinn used shadow skills before, it would rise up from his own shadow at the bottom of his feet and engulf his back. He would keep a light, almost invisible shadow surrounding his body and grow and lessen it whenever he needed it. This was what allowed Quinn to use his shadow powers the quickest and also helped him block attacks. Another thing to note was while using it this way, Quinn also felt that if he was in a fight and was to block an attack or such, he could use it this way as well. It was easy to do because it was almost the same as when he used the second stage of Chi. Combining this with the shadow allowed him to use its solid form in the first place. As for this lighter purple shadow that was almost brightening up the place slightly wherever it went, it felt like it had seeped through the pores of his skin like this was a shadow from inside him. That's when the shadow, as it touched the head of the beast, had gone inside it. The beast started to groan slightly in pain as it felt something changing in its body, but it was too beat up to groan properly. "So this is what you meant when you said you had something else in mind?" Alex asked. "Yes, I have had quite a few pieces of demon tier items before, but I doubt there will be anything that can compete against the Celestial Redfang set or the guns you created. It would have been nice to learn some crafting from you or absorb them as crystals, but with how things are, I think this is the best option." Quinn replied. "Best option?" Alex replied. "The Shadow Infect skill allows you to control beasts by infecting them with your shadow, making them slightly stronger and giving them the ability to infect other beasts as well. You can also take over those that are infected. What would you need these things for? You're plenty strong enough as it is, right?" Quinn shook his head. "Our opponent has been building up his strength for a long time. Most likely he has a new type of Dalki behind, some perhaps stronger or as strong as Graham was. But This time, I don't have my friends to help me either. They have all forgotten about me, so I have to build it myself. Build my army. The infection process was complete, and a slight shadowy mist was covering the beast in front of him. The wounds on its body were slightly healing, but in the area where they would heal, the fur would be slightly patchy, as if not healing fully or partially dead. Still, the important thing was now, with the beast in front of him, Quinn could feel a connection. He could feel the shadow flowing through its body. This one had an interesting ability. I will keep him on me, Quinn thought as a shadow covered its entire body and was soon placed in the shadow space. With the shadow space the way it is now, Quinn could easily store more things in it, and it made him wonder what would happen if he were to store someone strong in it. Technically, with him not running out of MC cells, if he were to store someone weak, no matter how many times they attacked the space boundaries, the MC cells would restore in time. In simple words, breaking out would be near impossible. Only those that were strong enough that could outmatch the output of the space could break out. In fact, the total output of the shadow space could have been stronger than the shadow Quinn could create. Of course, when he isn't in space, he won't be able to reinforce the shadow with chi, nor could he condense the shadow there as he did in battles. If he had trapped the demon tier beasts in there from the beginning, it was likely that they could break out as well. Still, it was one of the best storage spaces he had and a good place to keep prisoners who weren't at that level. Going to the next demon tier beast, Quinn had done the same by placing his hand on their heads. He believed that the skill would work on all three since he had beaten them close to death and had injured both of them beyond the point where they were unable to move. This was why, unsurprisingly, both of the demon tier breasts were now infected by the shadow. Just like the other beast, the wounds were now healing, looking different from before but still having the bulk of the same appearance they had before. Quinn observed both of them as they recovered, and their bodies were fully able and ready to stand again. He wanted to play around with the shadows built, and he did. He could use the infect skill to unlock his other skills and see through the eyes of the green beast. So this is what it looks like to look at myself? Quinn thought. It's a strange feeling. But the main problem is I don't really know how to use this body. I would be better off trying to control something like this myself, but maybe a few orders will work. Quinn's consciousness was transported back into his own body. It was a similar feeling to when Quinn had used the demon tier amulet to go into the body of the Dalki. But since the Dalki just used their arms and legs to fight and were human-shaped, it was easier to use them than the beasts. Infect around half of the beasts on this planet. Focus on infecting the stronger ones. Eliminate the weak beasts. Quinn ordered, hoping the infected beasts understood his words. Stay away from the vampires and the vampire settlement. If an infected beast is to see them, then it must run away from them. For both of you, you should not appear in front of the vampires. I will make them believe you're no more, Quinn added. The beasts didn't answer and stared back at him. It seemed like they could not speak like before. At least, that's what Quinn thought until the green beast opened its mouth. As you wish, the green beast said. Nell and Ronkin were still by the side and had witnessed everything. They witnessed the entirety of the fight, Quinn using his shadow powers, and then saw him ordering the beasts. They were already beyond impressed and were in a complete daze. This was sure to become a myth even if they did tell anyone. The guard who saved the vampire settlement in secret. But not only that, he now controlled the beasts of the forest. Turning his head, Quinn looked at the two of them and thought about the other 8 that had escaped as well. Was it inevitable? Could he really no longer live the life that Layla had wished for? Earlier, he thought he could at least make it until his child was born, or if possible, until it grew up to be as old as Minnie and strong enough to defend himself. All he could do now was to prepare for what was to take place because, without a doubt, Quinn would protect his family. How should I even begin to explain this to all of Layla? Well, if I leave now, maybe I can get to the settlement and catch the other vampires before they arrive and remove their memories with my influence skill. Quinn thought of damage control methods. He wanted to keep the peace in his life as long as possible, at least until there was no other way possible. Just as he was about to move, though, a vampire suddenly appeared and landed in the area in front of them. He was wearing sunglasses and a Hawaiian shirt, and only one man that Quinn knew would dress like so. Quinn, are you all right? Do you need any help with the— Edvard paused for a second as he could see the two beasts standing on the edge. He noticed the light shadow covering their bodies, and as soon as they made eye contact with him, the owl flew away, with the green beast following shortly after. They quickly flew into the distance and entered the forest, but Edvard didn't chase them because he could tell that the two that just left were demon-tier beasts looking around the area, most of which were destroyed as well, and there were traces of energy left. It was no doubt to him that a fight had occurred. But all this confused him. Why did these two demon-tier beasts run away? And what about the three demon-tier beasts that were attacking the area? With a frown, he turned his attention towards Quinn and the other. What is going on? I was informed that there were three demon-tier beasts here. What happened? He asked. Confused was an understatement for the ninth leader. He had tilted his sunglasses wondering if they were messing with his eyesight, but it was true. Right now in front of him was Quinn, the mysterious vampire he had met one day that had the power of the shadow. At the same time, there were two demon-tier beasts there before that had suddenly disappeared, but it didn't look like they were trying to attack Quinn or the other vampires at all. Edvard, you're here, Ronkin stated, as he ran out and slid across the ground on his knees. Does this mean we can go back? Nell didn't quite as dramatically introduce himself to the leader as the other, but also knelt down. I want to know what happened here? Edvard asked. Well, Quinn. He saved us. He used his strong powers to save us, Ronkin stated. He defeated the three demon-tier beasts and made them run away. Ronkin and Nell didn't quite understand what happened either, but from what they had seen it looked like Quinn somehow was able to control them, based on the instructions he had given them. This seemed like a dangerous power that could shake the entire settlement, and then there was the fact that he had shadow powers as well. The thing was, Quinn was their savior, and right now having their lives spared because of him, they weren't going to reveal his secrets out here and in the open. Don't worry too much, you two, Quinn said as he walked forward. This vampire already knows about my secret. He was the one that told me to come here in the first place. The ears of the guards were burning. They thought they had imagined it, but Quinn had called one of the leaders, one of the originals, this vampire, and was showing no sign of respect in his voice as he talked. Edvard was quite a relaxed leader, but even then, one wouldn't dare try to push the buttons of one of the originals. It looks like it was a good that I sent you here after all, Edvard said as he looked up. He could tell that it was the scouting teams. All of them had lost their lives, and it looks like only the one that went with Quinn had managed to survive. You might feel at fault, but I would say that not even you could have guessed that there would be three demon-tier beasts, Quinn stated. There was shock as Edvard heard this. He had heard from the others about there being three demon-tier beasts, but Quinn had said it himself, and when one looked at him right now, there wasn't a scratch that was left on his body. You won't have to worry anymore. The demon-tier beasts will no longer attack the vampires or the vampire settlement. The scouting and hunting teams that are sent out should have a much easier time from now on. I have done you a favor, so I hope you will keep my secret, Quinn said. It looked like Quinn was about to disappear off into the shadow like last time. Edvard could see this but wanted to stop him. For some reason he felt like if Quinn left now, there was a chance that the two of them wouldn't be able to see each other again. The settlement is fine, and your family is fine as well, Edvard stated. I got word from the settlement just now. I don't know if you know, but the settlement was under attack from a horde wave, but they have recently stopped and there have been only a few casualties. Your family is not on that list, Edvard explained. An attack? What about my family? Ronkin said, but soon realized that he might have been talking out of place. But he and Nell were both worried about their families. I don't know, but I doubt that they will have been harmed. The amount of beasts that managed to enter the settlement was minimal, and those that had lost members of their family have been informed already, Edvard explained. But Quinn, you showed your powers, helping the fellow vampires even though you knew that it would reveal yourself. Did you have a plan? Plan, Quinn replied. I am always prepping for the long term, for the bigger picture. But sometimes in the short term things don't quite go your way. I know that and have known that for a long time. From the way you are talking though, it seems like you have an idea. Edvard smiled. There was no secret ploy from Edvard, other than wanting to learn Quinn's character. But he had prepared something in advance, and it looked like there was a chance it could bring the two of them together. The second family practically no longer exists, but there are those that still have their power. Of course, I'm sure you are powerful enough to use your influence skill, but that can cause problems, and if another vampire notices this, you will be found out. I have someone that can make them forget that today ever happened. I will claim that this is due to the beast that they had met. I managed to defeat the demon tier beast and bring back the others alive. I think this will convince everyone and will make it so they all forget about you. The other vampires, they are currently waiting on the bottom of this mountain on my order. Listening to Edvard, it didn't sound like he was lying, and for some reason he had kept Quinn's secret so far. Did this mean that they could continue living the peaceful life just for a little while longer? Wait. Remove our memories, Ronkin said. But then, does that mean we will forget everything that Quinn did for us today? How he saved us from the beasts and beat those guys? If your secret is that big, I won't tell a soul, I promise. Quinn smiled as he heard these words. Ronkin was an idiot, but he was a kind fool. Ronkin, I like you, Quinn said. It's not that I don't trust you to keep this a secret, but it's the fact that knowing my secret will also put you in danger. Don't worry. Even after today, the two of us will still be close and we will still talk to each other as we did every day. Nell understood, which is why he hadn't said anything so far. But there was a lot on his mind and he eventually spoke. It's not fair. We will forget everything you did today. For what you did today, I would repay you for the rest of my life. But tomorrow I will treat you just as I did any other day. Nell stated. It was the best option in the end for all of them. Quinn had hurt too many people by involving them in a certain mess, and it was best for them all to forget him. I guess the decision has been made, Edvard said. I will make the preparations and make sure the other vampires don't head back to the settlement just yet. It will be a couple of hours, but you will be able to meet your family again, Edvard stated and disappeared. Now, it was just Quinn and the two guards up on the mountain. It was a bit awkward, the atmosphere between the three of them. Before they could chat without holding back. But now, after knowing how strong and powerful Quinn was, it just didn't seem right. Which ultimately made Ronkin let out a big sigh. I guess it is the right thing to do. I can't even talk to you properly, Ronkin said. But, if we're going to forget anyway, can I ask you a question? There was a raised eyebrow as Quinn walked over, wondering what the question could be. You're really strong and you took on 3 demon tier beasts. Even Edvard seems to be treating you with respect. Are you one of the vampire originals as well? Ronkin asked. Quinn started to chuckle. That would have been a normal assumption, but it was anything but that. I guess there is no harm in telling you guys now, Quinn explained. You see, I lived a strange life and I was actually human before. It will feel good to get this off my chest because it has been a while. I will tell you too the tale of how I was turned into a vampire, and eventually became the Vampire King, and why none of you remember me at all. It will be hard for the two of you to believe, but at least you will listen, Quinn said as he went on to tell them everything, before their memories would be returned to before the hunt had begun. In the settlement, the beast waves had finally come to a halt. The leaders stayed at their post for a little longer, just to ensure there were no unexpected surprises coming through their walls, and not long after, they received a slight update from Edvard, who informed them that things should be okay for them for the time being. Edvard didn't get into the major details of the event, but since the wave of beasts had ended and there wasn't any enemy movement, they were inclined to believe him. The leaders then began to focus on damage control, checking if everything was okay in the settlement and so on. The leaders knew the recovery might take some time, as it was the first attack the settlement had experienced in its new form. Inside the settlement, in the large outer fields where the combat lesson at the school would take place, the beasts had been dealt with, thanks to a certain young mother who had arrived in time. Mommy, you are so strong and cool with your powers, Minnie exclaimed in amazement. She hadn't seen Layla fight much before, but she believed that not just anyone would be her father's wife and the leader of the Red Vampires in the past, but she didn't imagine the latter would have this much strength. Layla turned around, and now in full view, the two students, Jared and Hebe, who were outside with them, could see that the woman had a rather large belly. It was clear she was pregnant, of all things. Everything was so strange what they had seen. But that's when it clicked in Hebe's head about the power she had seen. Could it be? Are you a Hanema subclass? Hebe asked. Layla was still wearing the hat that would cover her horns. But even though her subclass had been found out, she just smiled as she walked towards the student. Oh, we have quite a bright one. A lot of the subclasses were eliminated in past battles and wars. Subclasses in general are quite rare these days, and yet you know of an even rarer subclass? That's impressive. And since you are such a smart girl, I don't think I need to tell you that you never saw me here, right? Layla smiled. Hebe could feel a slight pressure on herself even though they were far away. She didn't know what it was, but simultaneously, a dreadful sense of emotions was circulating in her head. For a moment it was like she was staring at a predator, and she was the prey. Naturally, she didn't like this feeling at all. This woman, is she telling me to keep quiet about what we saw, right? I guess it makes sense for a rare subclass like her. I didn't know they were this strong either. We will keep quiet about everything we see. Jared stepped forward and slightly pulled back Hebe. We should head back to school with Minnie before the teachers start forming a search party. From the looks of things, the situation has cooled down quite a bit, so we should hurry as well. Layla smiled at the two kids and then walked forward. She knelt down next to Minnie and gave her a big hug before going toward her ear and whispering inside. We will keep this a secret from your father. Okay? In this case, I don't think Minnie did anything wrong. You just wanted to help the people around you. But keep an eye on these two if you can. Layla didn't know if her threat would work and if the two would keep the secret. But she had no choice. Just like Quinn. Just like Minnie. When she had the chance to help and the power to, she couldn't just let things go by. Bidding them farewell, Layla quickly left the area and allowed the two to take her back. But, little did Layla know, the two had no intention of saying anything about what they had seen because if anyone with the power to take out a beast wave like that, the two were intelligent enough not to want to get on their bad side. This little girl certainly is interesting. Jared inwardly smiled. With a father and a mother like that, no wonder she's so strong. But this also makes me wonder about who they are. Wouldn't I at least know them if they are so strong? Also, how come her father is just a guard? Such a powerful person is just a guard. Are they hiding? If yes, then from whom? Minnie and the three others had finally returned to the hall, which was a relief to Mr. Kripe and the rest of the teachers as they saw the small Minnie coming in safe and sound. Minnie! Toby and Abby shouted at the same time as they rushed toward her. Are you hurt? You were out there for so long and fought against that dog monster alone. Toby wiped the sweat on his forehead as he came running and searched her body from top to bottom to see if she was injured. It was Minnie felt strange being touched by someone who she hadn't asked not too long ago, which is why she quickly shook her body, realizing herself from Toby's grip, but she didn't push him away. I'm okay. Jared and Hebe protected me. Minnie lied with a big smile. The other two felt bad for taking credit when in truth, they had done nothing to help Minnie. But they knew when to keep their mouth shut, so they continued to play along. We hid, Jared clarified. We hid while the new wave of beasts came toward us, and when we heard there was no more fighting and concluded it was safe to walk out, we came back here. The explanation was simple and the teachers believed it. Once again, Mr. Kripe saw their star pupils, Jared and Hebe, in a good light. However, there still was a loss and the school would have to deal with that. Due to the situation, the school would have to wait for reports from the leaders for instructions on what they would do next. However, the school allowed parents who were worried about their kids to arrive in the sports hall. Soon, the parents were filling the sports hall bit by bit. The parents hugged their kids and checked from head to toe for any wounds. But not all parents had arrived. There would be those that were busy working or were busy due to what had occurred in the settlement. Knowing that their kids were saved, they felt like there was no reason for them to come and check for themselves. Eventually, Abby's father also arrived. He was a thin vampire who looked to be wearing a lab coat. However, he turned out to be one of the vampires that worked for the research department. Oh, Abby, I'm so happy you are safe. Her father gave her a big hug that almost squeezed her inside out. Stop it, Dad. "You're embarrassing me," Abby said. "And it was all thanks to Minnie. She thought about the beast that was in the hallway so we could all get away." When Abby said these words, quite a few other parents in the same class had heard them as well. "Is it true what she said?" one of the parents asked their kids. The kid nodded. "I didn't see her fight the beast, but she stayed behind, letting us all through." The kids in Minnie's class started to say this one after the other, and eventually, Abby's father was the first to act as he approached her. "Thank you, brave young one. You risked your life for the others in your class. I can't thank you enough." Abby's father wasn't sure how much Minnie helped, but either way, he wasn't so ashamed not to thank someone younger than him. After that, a few of the other parents came up and said their thanks one after the other as well. "Thank you. I wish I could also meet your parents to tell them what a strong girl they have raised." They were looking around, but it looked like Minnie's parents hadn't turned up. Regarding this, Minnie didn't mind since she knew it was most likely because her mother had already seen her and knew she was safe. A short while later, though, coming through the sports hall doors, there was a surprise to most of the parents as Toby's mother, Sophia, had stepped in. The people looked her way and soon turned their heads to avoid making eye contact. Ever since a certain incident, she hadn't been turning up, and the father had instead, but the Viscount was incredibly busy after the attack. As soon as she came in, she immediately scouted the room and could see Toby next to Minnie and her friends. She then ran towards him, hugged him in dramatic fashion, and said loudly for others to hear, "I'm so glad you're not hurt." Closing in, she then slowly whispered a few words in his ear. "Great job, my son. Great job. You two look incredibly close." Quinn recounted his life story to the two guards, and he remained uninterrupted as they listened to every detail. But, of course, it was impossible for him to say everything he went through in a short time, and some details weren't so important, so he chose to skip them. While telling the story, he also felt a bit sad about all the lives lost during his journey, those he was unable to save and those that had been forgotten the same way he had now. In some ways, he wished he could make it so their names would be remembered forever. Things such as him once being a celestial and a godslayer were left out as well, as it would only make the story more confusing without other details, but what he had done during that time, closing the gate to another world and such he did in that state, and that's when the two guards realized something, that the tales that Quinn told them, they had heard them before, not in so much detail but knew about them. Only the vampire wasn't Quinn, it was someone else. Eventually, Quinn had gotten to the last bit of his story, which explained why that was, stating that he was in a temporary slumber after closing the gate, and when he woke up, no one knew his name, apart from his family, and instead, his name behind the great deeds had been replaced by Jim Eno. The two were silent for a bit after hearing everything. They were processing what they had heard and trying to come to a conclusion of their own. "Everything you told us is so hard to believe." Nell couldn't help but let out a sigh in the end. "Yeah, and you must have lived some crazy life with everything that happened to you." Ronkin also agreed. "But I'll be honest here because I might not have believed you if you told me before what we saw today." "You believe me?" Quinn's expression uplifted. He felt like if he told the story to others with the altered memories they had currently, no one would believe him, and maybe that would certainly be the case for many, but with those he had spent quite a lot of time on and made an impression on, like these two, they had gained quite an impression of Quinn's character. "Why would you lie?" Ronkin asked. "We saw your strength and also noticed how much Edvard respected you. Honestly, if you had told us anything else, I think it would have been hard to believe, but when you told your story, I could feel it. The words were hard and detailed, and your emotions were shown as you went through life in your past." "I agree," Nell added. "While we still have this knowledge, I wish I could help you as much as we can, but I doubt we can do much, so I will perhaps try and help you in another way. I think you already have an idea of who changed the memories." "Really?" Ronkin asked. "Who?" Nell almost slapped his head. "Most people from hearing the story could guess." "Jim Eno," Nell answered. "In our memories right now, we have him as the one that did all these things, and now Quinn is just living as a peaceful guard. But does Jim Eno have the power to do that?" "Jim Eno," Quinn repeated. His powers in the past were equivalent to exchange, but Quinn was sure he had killed the former back then in the past. The most likely case was that Jim Eno was now a clone, but from his knowledge, clones couldn't have the same power. However, Jim Eno also knew the secrets of the equivalent exchange. Perhaps he taught someone or got the power himself. Another guess was that Jack Truedream, who he was working with, put the power in one of the clones or something like that, which would also be possible since Jack could transfer powers beyond races. Wait, Ron Kinn said. I know I'm just catching up now, but someone has the power to change memories, but not only that, could change it on such a wide scale that everyone on Earth and the vampire settlement forgot you? If Jim or Jack had these powers in the past, then why didn't they do it before? Why did they wait till now to do something like this? I doubt they knew you were going into a slumber, so there had to be a different reason. The only thing Quinn could think of was the large headache that everyone felt, but there certainly was a way he could do such a thing because he had done it twice with Layla as well. So there certainly was a way. Someone with such power, they didn't exist, but that makes no sense. This level of power is on the level of a god, or maybe even stronger. Quinn blurted out, but in the end, without all of the pieces, he was unable to figure it out. But now with Edvard owing him one, maybe he could get closer to the truth soon. A few moments later, Edvard had returned. With him was a female, but she was blindfolded. There was a saddened look on the other two faces, but they understood that it was something that needed to be done. You are free to head back ahead of time, Edvard said to the others. I know how much you miss your family. I would suggest running back though, rather than using your powers. There is always a chance someone can see you. With that said, before Edvard could really finish his sentence, Quinn was off running through the woods with no fear, hoping to head back to his family. At the settlement, the leaders had finally given the public the clear. The beasts were cleared up, and most of their bodies evaporated after the guards had taken out the crystals from their bodies for a while. There were some emergency repairs, but more permanent guards could be seen around the settlement to calm down the general public. And on top of that, the school kids were told that they could go home. The school was ending early for the day, and with most of the parents gathered anyway, the school had declared that the parents could take their children home. The only thing was Minnie's parents hadn't arrived. Minnie, would you like to come with us? Abby's father asked. We can walk together, and I can talk you home. After that, Abby and I will walk together. It's the least that we can do. Vampires didn't need their parents to walk them home, even at a young age. After all, they were superhuman, those with great straightness and speed. Even internal disputes would usually be solved easily, and if one was hurt, one would heal their wounds anyway. A lot of kids walked home on their own, but it was a special occasion, which was why Abby's father was offering. Sure, Minnie said as she walked over, a little shy as she didn't really know how to act in this situation. Abby's father wasn't a kid she could offer her juice box to. Oh! Sophia's voice was heard as she darted over with her hands over Toby. I'm sorry to be a bother, but I'm just overhead, the two of you speaking. I have an urgent matter to attend to at the castle. If you don't mind, could you take Toby home as well? There are servants inside, so he won't be on his own. If you do us this favor, a Viscount's family will owe you a favor. Abby's father was in an awkward situation, and hearing the word Viscount he felt like it was a request he couldn't really refuse. But when looking at his daughter, she didn't seem to be too bothered, even if it was a boy, and he had seen the three close together before. Sure. I hope the business that you need to take care of goes well. Abby's father replied with a polite bow. After that, Sophia left, and so did the rest of their children, going their certain ways. As for Toby, he didn't say much and was silent. The three continued to walk, heading to his home in his direction. We take a left here, Toby said. Here? Are you sure? Abby's father asked. The direction Toby gave was in an alleyway between the back of a couple of houses. There were many of these. One could use them to take a shortcut through the streets to head to the next. Yeah, it's a shortcut. I don't want to waste your time, sir, Toby answered. It was then when Toby spoke. Minnie, who had better hearing than most vampires, could hear it. His heartbeat started to flutter as he talked and led them into the alleyway. While they continued to walk, sweat was running down his face, and he thought of his mother's words before she approached Abby's father. Change of plans, let's move it to today, Sophia whispered in his ears. As they got to the midway point, Toby finally turned around to the others, and there were tears in his eyes. "I'm so sorry. Please, run," Toby said. The vampire settlement contained many alleyways and routes between houses that were all shapes and sizes, and the one that Minnie along with the others were in at the moment was smaller than most. At most, only two could fit through the alleyway at one time together. Abby was walking with her father and Minnie was close behind Toby, following him. All of them could see Toby turning around, his eyes filled with tears, as he told them all to get out of here. "Toby, what is going on?" Abby's father asked, thinking that a child was just having a breakdown, but Minnie knew it was no breakdown as she could sense it. Immediately, she jumped to the side of the wall and was ready to push off with her strength. "Minnie, you can't show all of your powers. You like your life right now, right?" These words were repeated in her head, the ones that were told by her father and mother, now of all times. She had already disobeyed them once today, and she was lucky enough not to get caught, but would she be as lucky as she was before? Thinking of this, she pushed off the wall with 10% of her strength and reached out her arms. Abby's father had been pushed out of the way, and while falling down he grabbed his daughter, covering her. In the dark alleyway, a glowing red dagger could be seen in the air swinging at Minnie. She lifted her hands up, covering them with red aura, but she was a little too slow to act. Her mind was still filled and conflicted with what to do, and at the moment she just wanted to protect the others. The red aura that covered the blade was sharp. It was a beast weapon, and it managed to cause a deep cut on Minnie's forearm. With her other hand free though, she let out a blood slash that distracted the vampire and caused him to take a few steps back as he held the red glowing dagger in his hand. Soon though, when Abby's father lifted his head, they could see that there were 3 red daggers in the alleyway behind them. Each figure was covered head to toe with their eyes glowing. When turning to look for a way out in the other direction near Toby, there were 3 more vampires that seemed to have appeared, dressed in the same way. Why are you attacking us?" Abby's father asked. "We haven't done anything." It was at that moment he saw that there were a few people that were walking by in the streets. He knew what he was about to do might make his attackers angrier, but it was clear with their weapons pointed towards them that they weren't just here for a talk. "Help! We're being attacked! Someone help!" Abby's father shouted, but the vampires strangely ignored their cries and continued walking. With their advanced hearing, even at a normal voice they should have heard. From the very top of one of the buildings that were on either side of the alleyway, a certain woman was watching the whole thing. Her heart was racing and the smile on her face was only growing larger. Sonia's plan was going perfectly well so far, and it was all thanks to her son leading them here. "I can't believe Toby broke like that, but at least he did it after leading them to the alleyway," Sonia thought. "Oh well, things will still all be fine after this. Not only did I manage to trap that brat in there, but also her friend that was involved in this mess." In Sonia's hand, she was holding onto an orb. It was a beast weapon. Vampires had been using beast weapons and items a lot more these days in the settlement, and this one had quite the nice effect for a situation like this. In a certain area, sound was unable to escape to the outside. It was the reason why none of the vampires were answering or reporting their call for help. While at the same time, a few more vampires had been hired to make sure no one else entered the alleyway and blocked the sight of what was happening from others. Not that this was going to be a long job anyway, it was going to be quick and easy. Today is the perfect day. Most of the vampires are busy recovering from the attack that happened, minding their own business. At the same time, this can be the perfect cover-up. We can just say that a beast managed to get through and was still alive in the city, and an unfortunate situation had occurred. Back on the ground, Minnie was trying to look at the situation. 6 vampires and ones that were quite skilled as well. With her strength, would she be able to help? No, she had to help. It was the only thing she could do. The vampires charged in from both sides, and on Toby's side they seemed to have ignored him as they came straight for her. It was clear now who the target was, until she could see that they were going for Abby as well. Abby's father lifted his hand and swung out, throwing a slash of red aura. The vampire swung his dagger, breaking it. Abby's father wasn't much of a fighter in the first place, but it still helped. Minnie was right underneath the man who had blocked the attack, and swung her arm right at the vampire's leg. The vampire was knocked off his feet, his body spinning on its side. Then as she threw her fist through the air, it hit the vampire right in the stomach, sending him back into the two others. What kind of strength is this for a vampire of her age? Abby's father thought. Now I understand how she had protected the others. Turning her head, Minnie could see that the others had their blades up and raised. She pushed off from where she was at again. I'll keep my promise this time. I will, and I'll still protect them, Minnie thought. Moving her hand, she shoved it right into the blade. It sliced right through the palm of her small hand, almost ripping her fingers apart. The pain was great, but it allowed her to grab the vampire's fist. Pulling the larger vampire forward, she then kicked him right in the side of the head. The vampire's whole body slammed against the side of the wall. Minnie! Abby shouted, as the two attackers had gathered more aura in the daggers and were looking to attack from further back. It appeared they now understood what type of threat she was. Just as the vampire was about to do an attack though, he felt something grab onto one of his legs. Minnie, Abby, everyone, just get out of here. This is my fault. Just get out of here. Toby shouted, as he held onto the vampire's leg. The covered vampire wanted to hit the kid, but remembered there were specific orders. When he looked back up, there was a large red slash coming right towards him, and it had hit him right in the chest, sending him in the air and on his back. When Toby looked at Minnie, he could see her standing there with her glowing eyes. Her hand was bleeding, badly damaged, and there was a cut on her forearm as well. She had been hurt, and his heart was aching seeing her like this, and for him to be the cause of this only hurt it more. Come on, we're getting out of here, Abby's father said, as he picked up Minnie, and was holding his daughter under his other arm. He ran right past Toby. It seemed he had already figured out why the child had apologized from before, and in his head his priority was his family and the little girl who had saved their life. They soon got out of the alleyway, but not before Minnie swung her arm a few times at the remaining vampires who had gotten up, forcing them to get left behind. They were unable to catch up as they left the alleyway. These idiots! Sonia bit her lip. 6 fully grown vampires, and they were unable to do such a task. That damned brat has made a fool of me again. After running for a short while, Abby, her father, and Minnie had managed to catch their breath and now were in a more open and public area, near the marketplace. Minnie, thank you so much for what you did back there. I don't know why they attacked us, but I'll be sure to report it straight away, Abby's father said. Abby, now somewhat out of the panic situation, looked at Minnie. Even now blood was slightly dripping from the wound. It was taking a little while to heal up. Minnie, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you're so hurt. Abby started to cry out loud. We should get you some blood, Abby's father said. It should help with the wounds, and after that, I'll take you back home and report this. Once again, Minnie, thank you for protecting us. As Abby's father finished those words, a shadow was cast over him, and a shiver was sent running through his whole body. He couldn't feel any aura, nor could he actually feel himself getting hurt. But his body was reacting in a certain way for some reason, and it took all his willpower just to look up at who had come to them. Who did this to you? A male voice asked. Tell me, Minnie, who did this to you? The voice was one that Minnie recognized well. In most situations she was always happy to see this person the most. Yet when hearing the voice she recognized something. It oddly sounded calm, but that wasn't the case at all. Dad, Minnie carefully said as she looked up. The person who had arrived was none other than her father, Quinn. Running back from the forest after dealing with the beasts, he wanted to look for his family, wondering how they were and what had happened during his short time away. When going through the settlement though, Quinn could hear the name of his daughter being shouted out a few times. Naturally finding it strange, it had brought him to where he was. Now his eyes were locked onto the wounds on Minnie. He wasn't even looking at her face. The calm eyes were causing Minnie to shake a little, because she could tell that under that calm voice asking a question, he was furious. I'm so sorry. Abby's father stood up and bowed down as he realized the situation. He had never seen Quinn before, as usually the mother would pick up Abby or she would walk home herself. Right now, Abby's father felt extremely guilty. The feeling he felt from before, he could tell that the father was angry, because who wouldn't be if they saw their daughter like so? Even though I was with the two girls, I could do nothing to protect them, and in the end, the one that protected us was your daughter who was hurt in the process. I'm so sorry again, Abby's father said, bowing down. Next to him his daughter held his hand, and when she looked at Quinn, her whole body was shaking. I'm sorry for scaring you, Quinn said, as he lifted Minnie up by her arms and placed her on top of his shoulders. He wanted to hold her hand, but the state it was in, it wasn't the right thing to do. I will make sure Minnie is okay, Quinn said, turning to them. And don't worry, I will take care of this so both of our kids will stay safe. Abby's father didn't know what to say after that, and for some reason he felt like Quinn really would make sure this would never happen again. Was he really just a guard? How can he exert such a feeling? Abby's father thought. With that, the two groups split off, and as Quinn walked with Minnie on his shoulders, he started to head home. Is Daddy angry at Minnie again? She asked. There is no need for Daddy to be angry. Minnie only used 10% of her power like you asked. That's why Minnie got hurt. A slight lump was felt down Quinn's throat when he heard these words. Minnie was such a good girl and always worried about what her parents would think of her. Were they being too strict with her? Were they asking too much of a young vampire? Soon, though, that sadness was turning into anger, because Minnie was such a kind-hearted vampire. Who would even dare to do such a thing to her? People who did such things, attacking young children like that, they didn't deserve to exist in the settlement. Daddy is not angry at Minnie. So just tell me everything that happened, Quinn asked. Now that Minnie knew that her father wasn't angry, she was happy to tell him everything that happened. After hearing all of the details, Quinn was silent once more, and they had finally arrived home. When opening the door, Layla was already standing in the front room, and she had a concerned look on her face. What's wrong? Layla asked. You have a dark fog all around you. It's filling the entire settlement. Did something happen while you were away? With the strange beast attacks happening in the settlement, Layla imagined that whatever was happening on the outside, it could be worse, but she was never worried about Quinn because of his strength. However, due to her vampire form, Layla was able to see negative emotions as a type of purple fog, and right now, there was a dense and heavy fog over Quinn. Look at what happened, Quinn said as he took Minnie off from his shoulders. Layla could immediately see what he was talking about, because the wound on her hand was still slowly healing. 6 fully grown adult vampires went and attacked her and her friends. Minnie used only 10% of her strength to fight them off and ended up like this. And even now, she won't allow her body to heal because it would seem unordinary to those outside. Quinn explained, his voice hurt. Quinn, Layla said, stopping there not knowing what to say next, because even she was conflicted with what they should do. After hearing this, Layla wanted to go out there and hang these vampires up by their necks, but they had a child on the way. Look at what they did to our family, Quinn exclaimed as he went toward the door. Quinn, where are you going? What are you planning on doing? Layla asked. Her heart was racing slightly. I am going to protect this family, like you asked me to do, Quinn almost shouted with his fangs baring slightly. After that he was gone, and there was no chance for Layla to catch up to him. What's going to happen now? Layla thought. In the settlement, Quinn was walking around sharpening his senses. Minnie's powers were slightly unique even if others were unable to tell they were. Even though she restricted her power and didn't use celestial energy to transform, there was still a part of it in each of her attacks. Only one at Quinn's level and one that experienced this energy would be able to tell. Since the others had been attacked not too long ago, he was now searching for this energy as there should have been trace amounts of it left on their bodies. Going through the settlement, searching among the injured vampires. It didn't take long for Quinn to find what he was looking for. The whole settlement was only just recovering from the attack of the beasts. The people were calm once more, and most of the damage that had occurred had been rebuilt fairly quickly. Seeing the settlement in its former form calmed many of the vampires down. The leaders were finally able to relax back in their castles. But there was one more thing that needed to be discussed before that. They were all waiting on a personal report from Edvard about what had occurred, how the matter was resolved, and if this would continue to be a problem in the future for them. The thing was, Edvard had claimed he was still busy sorting out a few last bits, and that was true, because he was clearing up the details with the rest of the vampires. After clearing their memories, Edvard had to make it look like he was the one that had saved them, and filled them all in with a probable story, and only now was he finally able to return to his castle. What a tiring ordeal, Edvard thought as he sat at his desk. Quintalin, you are an interesting person, and it seems you have more power than I imagined. I guess I was right to be in his good books, but I wonder what he will ask from me in terms of the trade we did, he thought. A few seconds after finally sitting down, the doors to the top floor of his throne room were slammed open wide. They were swung so strongly that they had hit the walls of the room, breaking them. It had even shook the entire room for a second. What was that? Edvard thought, because he could see no aura at all. It was almost an invisible force. But seconds later several vampires could be seen being chucked into the room one by one. Soon after, walking into the room, was the one person he was recently thinking about. Edvard! Quinn shouted, as he walked into the room. Sort out this mess? And quickly, because I'm a second away from destroying this entire settlement. This time, when Quinn had entered the room, he hadn't done so using his shadow powers, but what was perhaps even worse, was the fact that he had brought some guests with him. Looking at the doors, Edvard could only imagine what Quinn had perhaps done to get up here, and from the intimidating stare alone, he could tell that he was beyond mad. There was bloodlust that could be seen in his eyes, which was similar to that of a crazed bloodsucker. Quinn, just hold on a second, Edvard said, standing up and trying to tread lightly. I managed to get rid of the matter from before. Everything is okay. The settlement is in one piece. Think carefully about what you're doing. Looking at the vampires, Edvard didn't recognize any of them. The good news was that at least they weren't any high-ranking vampires, and no one would go looking for them anytime soon. I am treading carefully, which is why I brought them here. Quinn moved from the front of the door to one of the vampires in an instant and lifted him up by the scruff of his neck. It was the same fast movement Edvard had seen before, perhaps even faster than before. It made him realize that perhaps Quinn's threat about taking out the whole settlement, if it was him, it could be possible. Answer the questions I asked earlier, and say them out loud, Quinn ordered with his eyes glowing red. The influence skill was being used, and there wasn't even a fight put up by the vampire as it worked without a hint of resistance. The vampire's eyes went hollow as he spoke. We received orders from one of the viscounts from the third family. There was a set of instructions with orders to take care of Abby Winturf and Minnie Balin. The vampire had more to say, but immediately Edvard knew now why Quinn was angry. This whole time, his request had been that he wished to live a normal life for his family, and for some reason an attack had been ordered on one of his family members. Edvard knew Quinn's real name was Talon, but Balin had been used as a slight cover-up for him and his family. Not that anyone knew his real name anyway. We had attacked and managed to injure the one named Minnie, but failed to achieve our task. After the vampire finished talking, Quinn let go of the vampire's neck and he fell to the floor. The vampires had recovered from Minnie's attacks from before, and Quinn hadn't done much to them other than grab them and throw them into the room for now, so they were all in good condition, which was why they had all stood up on their feet and were ready to dart for the exit. They knew that their lives would be lost if they stayed in this room. None of you in this room are to move, Quinn shouted. He only looked at one of the vampires when saying these words, but the mass influence skill made it so it affected them all. Not even an inch, none of the vampires could move from their spot. A mass influence skill to this level. You keep on surprising me, but now's not the time to be surprised, otherwise I would end up on his bad side, Edvard thought. The letter was sent by a viscount from the third family. They don't know who it's from. I want you to find out who ordered the attack and bring them in front of me, Quinn said. This was the expected request, which was why Edvard now felt like he was in a difficult position. He knew that this day might come, but just not this soon. Quinn, I will talk to the third family and try to find out who did this. I can make it so they receive an appropriate punishment. But what you are asking of me right now is extremely difficult. This person is a viscount of the third family. They don't belong to my family, and requesting for me to punish them would be a hard thing even for me. There was a pause for a few moments, as Edvard hoped his sweet talking had got him out of the situation, or at least had bought him some time. I wasn't asking, Quinn said. These people in front of me, vampires in the settlement that I fought for and protected my whole life, have tried to ruin mine. I did everything for everyone, and in return I only ask for so little, and yet they have done this. I'm telling you this now, I wasn't asking. I'm telling you. If the person responsible isn't found and brought to me, I will charge in myself and ask the leader to bring them out. When fighting against Quinn the last time, Edvard wasn't afraid as they battled. Even though he had lost the fight overwhelmingly and knew that Quinn could beat him at any point in time. But this time it was different. Edvard gulped as he thought about what he would do. The person in front of him right now made him afraid, very, very afraid. I have a meeting with the other leaders soon. I will do what I can for you. All that I ask is that you wait until that meeting is over, and I will try my best. If I fail, then you can do what you wish, Edvard said with a polite bow. Even though Edvard hadn't confirmed the identity of this person, even though he didn't know if his story was true or not, in front of this person right now, it felt like the right thing to do. For a vampire, what did it matter if they were officially declared king or not? What did it matter the memories in his head? Because to vampires power was the most important thing, and without a doubt this was the strongest vampire in existence. Understand that I am not doing this for my sake, but for yours, Edvard thought, but he wouldn't say those words out loud, it wasn't the right time. I understand, Quinn said. Hearing these words, Edvard lifted his head with relief. So that your secret doesn't get out, I will remove the memories of these vampires and anyone that saw you in the castle. You don't have to worry about those in the castle, Quinn said. No one saw me in here. Moving his hand, Quinn had summoned the shadow around one of his arms. As for these, although they were only following orders, they were the ones that attacked my daughter. They had attempted to kill my family. Those that have done this once will do the same again, so I can't let them live. Moving his hand, out from it Quinn's shadow started to form, turning into what looked like a large dragon. Edvard had never seen the shadow being used in a way like this. When the dragon moved, it opened its mouth wide, going through each of the vampires. They could do nothing but shake as it passed through each of them. For a few seconds, the vampires were confused, because their lives weren't lost. They were still there and the dragon had disappeared. This is their punishment, Quinn stated as he turned around. I hope you can take care of this, and make some type of excuse for them. A few moments later, each of the vampires felt a tingling sensation on their skin. It started to gradually grow more and more until the pain was unbearable. It felt like they were on fire. Arg! All of the vampires in the room started to scream at the top of their lungs. With their nails, they were ripping the skin from their face and arms, but the pain still wasn't stopping there. It was then that Edvard knew exactly what this was. It was the skill that the head punisher used on those that had been sentenced with the worst of crimes. As soon as Quinn left the room, Edvard swung his hands, creating a blood slash that sliced all of their heads off, ending their punishment. But with this it was clear. If Edvard couldn't solve this somehow, then the Punisher of vampires would return. After the settlement was up and running like it was before, the leaders had called for a meeting in their usual spot. There was a large round table that was placed in the garden behind the castles. The reason for the meeting was to find out what exactly happened and why the wave attacks had recently taken place. Everyone was already seated, talking about what had occurred, but there was one person still missing, and it was the main person of focus, Edvard. Eventually, though, he did turn up, and he was slowly making his way to the table as he stared off into space. Look who finally decided to turn up, Hickel joked. I know you are usually late to these things, but we were all here waiting for your report, so I thought you would at least get here a little earlier. Edvard took his seat, sitting down, and replied with a single word. Yeah. This caused a few strange looks from around the table, especially from Hickel, who was one of the leaders that was closer to Edvard. Edvard was an energetic leader, one that managed to see the bright side in most things. His ability somewhat suited his personality, so for him to reply with just a simple answer, it was out of character for him. "Is everything okay?" Hickel asked. Edvard's eyes wandered to the third leader at the table. His large belly was pushing against the edge of the table, and there was a big smile on his face. Whatever happened, he was in a good mood, so maybe the two of them could work something out. "Just thinking about the scouts' lives that we lost," Edvard replied. "I wish we would have acted sooner. After all, this is what the meeting is about, right? To make the settlement a great place for all the vampires and a safe one." The others hadn't heard Edvard talk like this before, and they were wondering what had gotten into him. Losing lives of vampires in the past had happened often, and before the Punishers were introduced, a lot of the originals were loose cannonballs doing as they wished out on Earth. "I will start with the report," Edvard stated. The beasts were being controlled by a demon-tier beast that was deep in the forest. It had several abilities to change the landscape of the area near its home, to keep a track of everything that was close to it, and to make one go into a deep slumber, forgetting what they were doing for the current day. Because of this, all scouting teams had been defeated apart from the one sent by the 9th family. I managed to reach them just in time, as they were being attacked by the demon tier. Some of its abilities didn't work against me, and using the green liquid I was able to defeat it. Based on the reports, after the demon tier beast was defeated, the horde waves of beasts had stopped here as well. A lot of the vampires around the table were nodding, but there were some that felt like Edvard's story didn't quite add up, and one of them was Hickel, who was by his side. Edvard is strong, but defeating a demon-tier beast on his own without a single scratch on his body? It doesn't help that none of the vampires that were there can remember what happened. Hickel thought. It does make sense if he used the green liquid like he stated, but something is still bothering me. The horde waves were large in number. According to those on Earth, it was far larger than anything they had seen on other planets. Was this really all the work of a single demon-tier beast? In the end, Hickel thought that it was best not to look too much into it. At the end of the day, no matter what happened, the horde waves had stopped, and only time would tell if the beasts in the forest would no longer cause trouble for the vampires. It's quite lucky that only the 9th scouting team managed to come back in one piece, don't you think? Grenlet commented with a chuckle. Well, you know my ability, perhaps it just extended to my own people, Edvard replied. With that done, the meeting had come to an end, but before everyone walked their separate ways to their castles, Hickel saw Edvard approach Grenlet, and the two of them walked away toward his castle. I wonder what that's about? Hickel thought. A short while later, and Grenlet and Edvard had entered one of the many reception rooms on the ground floor. The area had been cleared of vampires, and there was a silence orb in the center that would make it so only the two of them could hear each other's conversations. All right, tell me then, why did you want to speak to me privately? I believe during our time we have said everything that we need to say to each other, Grenlet stated. You are right about that, Edvard replied. This matter involves someone from my family and someone from yours, you see. I have information that someone from the 3rd family ordered a hit on someone from the 9th family, and it was on a child no less. Grenlet clicked his tongue as he heard this. He was ashamed that someone in his family would do such a thing, but what he was even more surprised about was that Edvard would get personally involved. From what I know so far, a viscount was the one that gave the order. I understand, Grenlet said as he stood up. I will investigate and punish the one responsible. You have changed quite a bit. I never knew you were one that cared for those from your family like that. This was where the hard part for Edvard was going to start. If it was a simple matter of punishing them, then it would be fine. No, Edvard said. Once you find the person responsible, could you send them to me, and I will be the one to decide their punishment. Grenlet turned his head slowly, and there was a look of shock on his face. Are you mad? Grenlet said. You punish a member of my family. Do you think I'm not capable enough to do something myself? Do you think that your methods are better than mine? No, Edvard said. This matter has become a... Edvard stopped there, It was hard for him to keep Quinn's secret at the same time. He couldn't say anything that would allow a link or for him to be involved. It is a request. This Viscount ordered an attack on a vampire child. They don't deserve to be in the settlement. Edvard said. You are doing all of this for a mere child. That makes no sense. Leave my castle and leave all my own family matters to me. Grenlet said again as he turned around, but soon saw that Edvard was standing in front of him. Now you're standing in my way. Are you that arrogant? Grenlet's temper had already reached its maximum, and he threw out a fist filled with blood aura towards Edvard. Seeing this, Edvard went to lift with his arm to block the attack, but that's when he noticed he was unable to move his arm, because there was a thin needle that had been inserted. The punch hit Edvard right across his face. It was a strong hit, but he stood firm with his feet. However, his sunglasses were shattered on the left side and his glowing red eye could be seen. You certainly are an arrogant one, Grenlet said. Without your armor you are nothing. You are not the same person as you were before, so don't think you can order us around like you had done back then. It looks like your luck has run out. Grenlet walked toward the door and opened it, planning his leave, but Edvard still had a few last words for him. Grenlet, Edvard said as he turned around and the movement returned in his left arm. I promise you, if you don't heed my request you will regret what happened today. Ignoring the final words of Edvard, Grenlet left the room. The anger that Grenlet felt was building up as he walked through his castle. He wanted to do a lot more to Edvard than what he had done, but knew that it would cause problems with the others. Who does he think he is? Coming into my castle and ordering me around. Does he not think of us at the same level? Huffing and panting, Grenlet was about to head up his stairs and to his throne room but soon stopped as he couldn't get something off his mind. Why would he be so pushy about punishing a single vampire? He is not a fool to anger me for no reason. With this thought in mind, he soon turned around and decided to gather all the earls. From what he knew so far, the attack had been ordered from one of the viscounts. So the easiest thing to do was to get all of the earls to investigate the viscounts. An order was sent down from the original leader, and the 5 earls were quickly working away. They had been informed about what had happened, and since the leader was investigating this, they believed it was a serious matter. Carlson, one of the earls, was huffing away as he looked through the paperwork. Any official letters or orders that had been sent out would need to be signed. There was no need to go through the earls, but they had access to all this information. The leader doesn't look too pleased about all of this. One of the viscounts must have truly messed up, Carlson thought, shaking his head. When reading one of the files, Carlson's mouth was left hanging wide open, as he had found the order that had been sent. One that was signed by his very own family member. What have you done? An angry voice shouted. Inside one of the large manors, the Viscount Tynet had leapt down from the 2nd floor of his home and was now standing in front of his wife. I don't know what you're talking about, Sonia said, as she was shaking her head. I told you not to get involved with that family. When did you do it? When did you steal my seal? Tynet was beyond angry, as he used his hand to grab his wife's throat. He quickly pushed her across the room and slammed her, holding her up against the wall. Please, Sonia struggled to say, as she was finding it hard to breathe. The doors to one of the reception rooms at the side was pushed open and a boy was seen running through, with tears down his face. Please, Dad, stop it. Don't hurt Mom, Toby continued to shout. He soon darted for his dad's leg, grabbing hold of it. Seeing his son like so, Tynet let go of Sonia, dropping her onto the floor. You have no idea what type of trouble we could be in. The leader has summoned us. Carlson said it was regarding a letter that had been sent and an assassination attempt. Looking at his son, he wanted to apologize, but that's when he could see that Toby was full of markings over his face. There were faint scratch marks that were in the middle of healing. What were you doing to him? Tynet asked. Was it you, again? Did you do this to him? You damned woman, how dare you? Tynet lifted his hand again, ready to hit Sonia, but once again Toby stood in front of the two, bracing himself to take the hit, but his father had stopped just before and turned away. Get yourself ready, We leave as soon as we can. A short while later, Sonia and Tynet both left to head to the castle, unsure of what was about to occur. Toby was left with a few maids in the manor on his own. Is this because of me? Is Mum and Dad going to get punished because I didn't do what she asked? Toby thought. I don't know what to do. Someone help me, Toby said, dragging his fingers over his face as he covered his tears. Eventually he wiped them away. He wasn't sure if this person was willing to see him or not, but there was one person that had helped him before. They weren't the closest and he wasn't sure what he could do to convince her, but it was the only person he felt he could ask. Toby soon left the house in search of a particular person. Inside the throne room, Earl Carlson, Viscount Tynet, and Sonia were all in the throne room together. The leader Grenlet was tapping his finger after finding out what had happened. Even the Earl felt like he was unable to cover for his family member. Otherwise, there was a high chance that he and his family could go down as traitors and they would attempt to, not just eliminate him but his entire generation. I am already aware of what has occurred, Grenlet said. What I wish to know, though, is why did you give an order to eliminate a simple vampire child? Surely there has to be a reason. It was then that Viscount Tynet stood forward. It was a simple petty grudge of my wife's, sir. The Viscount went to honestly explain everything that had occurred. After seeing what Sonia had done to their son, he honestly couldn't care less if she was to perish. At the same time, Sonia felt like it was impossible for her to lie as well as she admitted to everything. After hearing the full story, they all waited for the verdict from the leader, but he had said nothing. The truth was he didn't really care for this matter. Grenlet didn't live all these years to stop or uphold pettiness between vampires. Who was in the right or wrong, who cared about things like that when eventually they would all die of old age? For the originals this wasn't true though, they would live on. So Edvard is either trying to help out this little vampire, or he's trying to help out the father, the guard. All of this for this Balin family though, it makes no sense. Perhaps it would make more sense if I paid them a visit. Grenlet thought. Whatever was enough to intrigue another original, was enough for him as well. Inside the 9th castle, Edvard was replacing his broken sunglasses with a new pair. When he closed his wardrobe and turned around, he nearly jumped back into the wardrobe because a certain someone was right behind him. Well, at least this entrance is better for the castle than your last, Edvard said. Your meeting is over. Do you know who tried to hurt my family? Quinn asked. Going to his desk, away from Quinn, Edvard decided to pull out some whiskey, pouring himself a glass and taking a drink. He felt like it could very well be his last glass. I asked the third leader. He said he would deal with them. As I suspected, he refused to hand over someone else to another family. I'm sorry, Edvard said, taking another large swig. If you want to kill me for failing, then I understand. But at least let me finish my drink. Quinn soon turned around, ready to leave the room. Why would I kill you? Quinn said. You have done nothing wrong. It surprised Edvard, based on past leaders, even the last set of kings who had been woke up and were causing trouble like those from the Muscat family. Quinn was different from them. Tell me then, what do you plan to do? Edvard asked. The third leader, Quinn answered. If he refuses to send you the guilty one, then I will just need to go to him. Looking at the ground, Edvard was hiding his face from Quinn because right now there was a large smile on it. We will now see which one has run out of luck, Grenlet. While at home, Minnie was easily able to heal her wounds, and her mother were busy relaxing, or at least one of them was. Despite being close to her due date, Layla was up on her feet pacing back and forth, biting her fingernails. It's been about an hour and he still hasn't come back. I can't hear screaming, or sense large amounts of aura in the settlement. Just what is he doing, and being away for this long? I wish I had the shadow power right now and could get to him and pull his ear, Layla thought. Mommy, relax, Minnie said, as she pulled Layla's hand down to a seat in the kitchen. Dad has always gotten us out of trouble before. Even if he makes a mess, I'm sure he can clean it up. Layla gave a nervous smile back to her daughter, because in some ways that was what she was worried about. While it was a bit stressful in the Talon household, a certain knock was heard at the door. I'll get it, you just stay here, Minnie said. Wait, what if it's someone dangerous? Layla panicked. Then they will just have to try to catch me, Minnie teased, as she sped off right to the door. Inside the house was one of the places where she could use close to the full extent of her power. When opening the door, Minnie had done so with a big smile on her face, but after seeing who was there, her smile had dropped. What are you doing here, Toby? Minnie asked. Just like Abby's father. After the attack, Minnie was able to guess the facts of what had occurred. Toby suddenly saying sorry just before the attack, it was most likely that he was involved. However, due to how her father was, for one reason or another Minnie hadn't told her father about Toby, only that he was there during the day. Please, Minnie, I need help. I don't know who to go to. You were the only person I could think of. I think my family is in trouble, Toby stated. Minnie gritted her teeth, but eventually spoke. Your family is in trouble? Your family tried to hurt me and you hurt Abby. Abby and her family nearly got hurt as well. I hate you, Minnie shouted and went to slam the door on Toby. However, mid-swing it was stopped. She looked in front of her, but Toby hadn't done anything, and with his little amount of strength, he would have never been able to stop Minnie from closing the door. Why don't we hear what he has to say? After all, he came here for his family, right? And it seems like he trusts you enough that he thinks you can help his family in some way, Layla said, with her hand on the door and a big smile on her face. I heard what Minnie said. Maybe we can get to the bottom of this before Quinn does, Layla thought. Sitting down in the living room, that felt that at most it could host 5 people inside, was Toby, Layla, and Minnie, who didn't look too pleased by her mother's decision. Okay. So Toby, can you explain why you went to see Minnie? Layla asked. No, Minnie shouted. Before that, why don't you tell Mom why you suddenly started crying and apologizing before those people attacked us? Toby was silent for a few moments, but for some reason with Layla there he felt a bit more confident. She was giving off this peaceful feeling every time he looked at her. Unknown to him, each time he had negative feelings of some sort, Layla was consuming them for him, making him feel more at ease. My mum was the one that told me to take you down that alleyway. She told me to become friends with you. Long enough so you would eventually trust me, Toby answered. At first I was only listening to my mother, but after a little while I really felt like we were friends. I didn't want to do it, but I have to listen to my mother. She is the one that looks after me. But at the same time you were my friend, which is why I told you to run. Minnie was biting her lip as a heavy feeling was felt in her chest. Before she thought that Toby had just helped out his mother, but now she had also learnt that he was faking being friends with her. Right now, she wanted to explode with energy, but it was a good thing her mother was here, as she could calm the explosive emotions of hers with her powers. I understand, Layla said. I understand more than anything wanting to please those in your family while trying to keep your own morals as well. It is a difficult place to be in. Toby, you might be too young for this. But I want to tell you something that someone should have told me a while ago. You don't owe your parents anything. They were the ones that chose to have you in this world. You weren't the one that asked them to be born. In turn, they have a responsibility to look after you. As a child, you have an unconditional love for your mother. But you have your own life. You are not your family. Layla wasn't sure how much Toby would take from her words, since Toby was so young, but based on his actions so far, he had already started to rebel slightly against her. It was a little surprising for her, and based on her experience, usually another feeling would allow one to do this. A feeling that would be stronger than that of just friendship. Perhaps although young, Toby was already experiencing some feelings of love for Minnie. The real problem won't be Toby, but maybe how do I get Minnie to forgive this child? I thought I wouldn't have this problem at least until they were in their teenage years. Why is everything so much faster with vampires? Layla thought. Let's put that to the side for now. Toby, do you mind explaining what you meant when you said your family was in trouble? Layla asked. Toby went on to explain that his parents were having an argument. He didn't quite understand what they said, but repeated what they were talking about anyway. He came to trust Layla quite quickly. So they were called to the third castle? Layla repeated. Maybe Quinn has something to do with this. I guess he didn't go as far as I imagined, but based on what Toby has said, his mother isn't the type of person to let this go. For one, there is a good chance the leader now knows about this and will punish the whole family. As for his mother, she won't be the type to take the punishment and will just be pushed to try something even more drastic than the last time. Quinn will no doubt know this as well. It was a tough one, and in some ways she felt like there was nothing she could do. Now it was all in the hands of the third leader. She would just have to let things play out. At that moment, she started to rub her belly as she felt a sudden hard kick. I know you're restless about all this as well. If this gets safely resolved somehow, maybe it's time for you to come out. Then I can be a little less stressed these days. Letting out a big breath. Once again there was a knock at the door. Is that Daddy? Minnie jumped from her seat excitedly, and she just wanted to get away from Toby at the moment. Shortly following her though was Layla. That won't be Quinn, he would just come in, not knock, Layla thought. When Minnie opened the door, all three of them, including Toby, were standing by the entrance, and they were greeted by about 5 permanent guards from the castle. We are here by the order of the third family leader, Grenlet Toppy. The Balin family are to be escorted to the third castle. It had been a busy day for Grenlet and the entire vampire settlement, but for vampires who were hardly ever tired, it was usual for them to experience longer days compared to that of others. In his office, Grenlet was holding onto a flask. It wasn't just any flask, but one with Dalki blood in it, with a 6 symbol written on the side. He had tried the green liquid before, so he knew the extra strength that it gave, and it was beyond what he had expected. Some of the originals even claimed to get almost a double boost in power. I wonder, is there a need for me to take this with me? Grenlet thought. Soon, a meeting was to be called, one with a particular guest, and he had some questions he wanted to ask. Usually, he would never take such a thing with him unless he was sure he was going into battle. Here though, even if there was a fight, it would be just against the other regular vampire no less. But the words of a certain leader kept ringing in his head. For now, he had decided to take the liquid with him, as he headed for the throne room from his bedroom chambers. I've done a little of my own research into this Quinn Balin, and have found he was also part of the group that managed to survive the beast attack. Grenlet thought. At the time, I found it a little strange that Edvard would volunteer of all people. So my guess is, for some reason, he is helping out this Quinn person. Regardless whether it's him, his daughter, or the mother, I will find out the secret between the two. A short while after Quinn had left the room, Edvard was looking out, sensing the settlement or seeing if there was any news that would come his way. But surprisingly, there wasn't anything immediately. However, there was soon an update that had been given to him from Mukka. Sir, I have done my best to look out for Quinn Balin like you asked, but I am afraid I can't do anything with my power right now, which is why I decided it was best to report to you. Mukka said, running in. What happened? Has the third castle been destroyed? But how? Edvard quickly rushed to his window, but could see that the third castle was standing just fine. Mukka didn't know the reason for Edvard's crazy actions, but decided it was best if she continued with the report anyway. It's not that. The third leader has summoned Quinn Balin, requesting for a meeting. It appears he has already entered the castle. Mukka reported. There was a raised eyebrow from Edvard as he started to think how this would come to be. Besides the fact that Grenlet had annoyed him, he had just summoned a member of his family without going through him. This would give Edvard the excuse he needed to complain, but in the end, it would only make the relationship between the two suspicious. Quinn was, after all, just a guard, not even a viscount. That was when it clicked. Edvard figured he must have still run his own investigation into things, and now the real target was being dragged out. Oh, Grenlet, have you never heard the saying before? Curiosity killed the cat, Edvard thought. The truth was, after Quinn had left Edvard's castle, he had walked over to the third castle. Often at times like this, Layla said it was best for him to cool his head down by a small walk. Regardless of the walk though, it seemed it wasn't working, and he had finally arrived at the third castle. Here he stood just by the border that split the territories of the pooling area. That was when he was deciding what the best way to enter was. A disguise, use of his shadow powers, a mysterious vampire, what was the best option for him? or to use brute force and threaten the other. It seemed to work on Edvard, so there was a chance it could work again. "Hey, you Quinn Balin?" a voice shouted out. When looking ahead, Quinn could see a group of around 5 vampires that worked in the castle as guards together. It was strange for them to know his name. He wasn't well known at all. Not even the regular guards he worked with all knew his name, other than Ronkin. The vampires looked down at a tablet-like display and looked up. The image that they had been given clearly matched. "The third leader has summoned you. Please come with us." It was an interesting turn of events, and now Quinn had the chance to be led right up to the person he was planning on seeing. After being led to the main throne room, the ones that escorted him had left through the door they had entered, and in front of him, sitting down, was one of the vampire leaders, an original. Quinn had more or less seen all of them now. If not in person, he had done so through pictures. They had lived in the settlement for a while, and also he wanted information on all of them just in case anything was to happen. Although Quinn wouldn't usually bother with formalities, while he was still playing his role as a guard, he decided to kneel down and bow his head. "It's nice to meet you, Guard Quinn Balin. You must be surprised as to why I have called you here," Grenlet stated. It was true, and that was the cue that Quinn could lift his head. But he stayed down on one knee as he talked to the one in front of him. "I am Sir. Is there anything you need from me that you cannot get from someone else?" Quinn asked. Perhaps Edvard had already told him partially the truth. That was the only thing Quinn could think of. At that moment, Grenlet didn't even say anything, and the door behind Quinn was opened. Being escorted into the room, with 2 guards by their side, was a man that he hadn't seen before, but the female, it was someone he recognized. It was the woman who had called his daughter a monster. "I have heard that your family has run into a bit of trouble these days," Grenlet said. "You see, I ran an investigation and I found out that these 2 were the ones that were responsible for the attack on your daughter. Although, it seemed to have failed due to your daughter's talents." Turning his head, immediately Quinn glared at the 2, and his eyes were glowing red. The people he had been looking for were now right in front of him, but whether or not he should act right here, he was partially conflicted. "For their wrongdoings, I plan to give them quite a severe punishment. Their entire family will be banished from the settlement. If they step foot in the settlement again, then they are to be thrown into jail." For a second, Quinn's anger left him slightly. He was still mad that these people had attempted to kill his family and had come close to ruining his life, but with them gone out of the picture, wouldn't that work as well? Sonia was biting her lips so hard that blood had been drawn. And as for Tynet, he was just staring off, wondering how had his life become this way? "I see you are quite pleased," Grenlet said, judging by the reaction. "In return for this rather harsh punishment, I was wondering if you could tell me, what is the relationship between you and Edvard?" Grenlet asked. Of all the questions, this was the one. It seemed that Grenlet was already suspicious of Quinn due to the request that he made, so he couldn't really blame Edvard. "I am a guard for the 9th family, and we have run into each other a few times. There is nothing more and nothing less. If there is anything you need to ask, Edvard will be able to answer you," Quinn replied, in a polite manner, hoping it would be the end of it. "I thought that was going to be your answer," Grenlet sighed. Once again, the doors behind were opened, and a few more people were being escorted in. This time there were 6 guards that entered with the others. A familiar smell entered Quinn's nose, and turning his head he could see them. "Now, are you more inclined to answer my question?" Grenlet asked again. Looking at those that had been brought in, Quinn slowly stood up onto his feet. "Layla, Minnie, are you trying to use my family?" Quinn stopped there as his teeth were grinding back and forth and starting to grow slightly. "Are you trying to use my family to threaten me?" Quinn asked, in a low, quiet voice. From Layla's point of view, smog filled the entire room. She had never, ever seen emotions as rampant as this. Quinn's back was still turned away from the original leader, and even though there was an immense amount of negative emotions, Quinn was keeping his power in. He remembered well what the beasts from the forest had told him, that his aura could be sensed by even them, and if he spent even a second not suppressing it, he was sure that every vampire would be able to feel that he was currently in the settlement. "What a spiteful whisper," Grenlet smiled. Threaten you? There is no need for me to do such things. Let's just say that bringing your family here is more of a method to convince you. A way to get those that are reluctant to say anything to speak up a little. Both Tynet and Sonia, standing by the side, could see the profile of Quinn's face, and at a glance one could tell that he was angry. To them it made sense to be put in a situation like this. I am ashamed, Tynet thought. It is because of someone that I chose to be part of my family and look after my future, that your future has been affected. Right now though, your anger will do nothing. Bite your tongue and hold back, for the sake of your family. Meanwhile Sonia thought, finally she would see justice. Leaving the settlement, that was fine, as long as she was able to witness a worse end for the one in her mind had caused all of this mess. Fight back! Fight back! Sonia thought in her head. You idiots! Layla said loud and clear so everyone in the room was able to hear. I was trying to hold him back. Nitro Accelerate activated. Suddenly, behind Minnie, Toby, and Layla herself, all of the guards fell to the floor. They had collapsed with a pool of blood growing beneath them, and there was now someone else standing behind them, but they were wearing different clothing compared to before. Grenlet stood up from his seat, as he had only just blinked, and the guard, Quinn Talon, who was in the center of the room, was suddenly behind the others. He didn't see it, but based on the position of where Quinn was now, he could only assume he was the one. You fool! You are attacking my vampires in my own castle! Grenlet shouted. However, looking at Quinn, he could see the look in his eyes from a distance. All the cells in his body were shaking. It felt like they were trying to move out of his body when looking at this man. This fear, Grenlet had only felt it when looking at a few people in his lifetime, Laxmus and Arthur. Immediately, he went to grab the green liquid by his side. It was by instinct, as he felt he needed every inch of strength he could get to survive out of the situation. Picking up the bottle, ready to pour it in his mouth, Quinn was already right in front of him and had slapped the bottle out of his hand. From the onlookers at the side, it looked like he had teleported from one location to the other, but he had simply just ran. With the bottle out of his hand, the only thing Grenlet could do was rely on his ability and blood aura. It was rising in him, as it normally would, and now with a simple flick of his fingers, if he could hit Quinn in a certain spot with his blood needles, it would stop his movement. A few flicks of his finger, and the blood needles went towards Quinn, but something strange happened. Grenlet couldn't sense his blood needles inside of Quinn, even though he had thrown them and even though the two of them were so close. You threatened my family, Quinn shouted, and blood aura erupted out from his body like a tornado. It was destroying parts of the ground, and was going off in all sorts of different directions like a tornado in the room. Dad! Toby shouted, as it looked like him and his mother were struggling to just stand. Picking up Toby and Minnie, Layla quickly rushed to both Sonia's and Tynet's side. Sword, protect us, Layla ordered, as she stabbed it into the ground, and it looked like a barrier had been created by the sword. All of the blood aura that was in the room was diminishing as it got close to the sword and the group of people. It was hard to tell for Layla at the moment whether Quinn was in control or out of control. Was only the room filled with this deadly aura, or was it the entire settlement? The red aura was mostly concentrated around Quinn, and without him lifting a finger or touching Grenlet, the aura was starting to gather around him. He tried to fight back with his own aura, but it was doing nothing. As the two powers clashed, one was vastly superior than the other. A tornado of the aura started to lift Grenlet in the air, and soon pushed him against the wall, causing a large crack. He was being smothered by the aura, and his entire body was hurting. This is crazy, I'm doing everything in my power just to not get smothered by this aura. And that's all this is, blood aura. It's not shaped into an attack, it's not solidified at all. Who is this man? For a second, the words of Edvard ran through his head, about how he would regret this. There was no doubt in his mind now that Edvard knew this about this vampire. You threatened my family, brought them here just for a simple question, Quinn asked. So now it's time for me to ask you a simple question. To all of you in this room. When saying these words, a lot of the aura in the room was directed towards the group off to the side, towards Sonia of all people. But the sword continued to protect her well. When did I ever bother myself with your lives? When did I ever stop any of you from doing what you wished? Quinn shouted, and the aura ran even more rampant, destroying more of the room they were in. Seeing this, using her telekinesis powers, Layla made sure the door was slammed shut. As long as there were only a few people that saw this, then maybe they could get out of this. But all of that was hopeful thoughts right now. Grenlet tried to reply, but the aura was suffocating. Am I really seeing this? Tynet thought. This is not just any vampire leader, but one of the originals, and they are unable to do a single thing against this person. I don't know who you are. I'm sorry. Grenlet finally managed to get out. What does it matter? Quinn shouted, pushing him further into the wall, and inching his aura into the leader's body a little more. I never got involved in your life. So why did you get involved in mine? Quinn shouted, and instead of an aura appearing from his body, this time out from behind him, a purple shadow started to appear. It grew in size, and everyone in the room gazed upon it as its form started to change. The shadow was turning into a creature of its own, growing large wings, several shadow-like scales on its body, and two deadly claw-like limbs for its arms. Without a doubt, this looked like a dragon made from Quinn's shadow power. The power of the shadow, Grenlet said, as he stared right into its eyes. But we were told Arthur was dead, that the Punishers are no more. Are you a Punisher? It was natural for them to think this. It was natural for Tynet and Sonia to think this as well. To them, the power of the Punishers was more of a mere legend since they hadn't seen it firsthand. But Grenlet knew this power was beyond anything the Punishers of his time were capable of. I never asked for that title, but I guess I can't run away from it. When vampires used blood aura, and when people in general used certain abilities, they could make it form certain shapes, appearances, and images. Through the many years Grenlet had lived, he had seen a number of different things, and the shadow power was something he had also seen used many times on others. What he was looking at right now, though, wasn't the same as anything he had seen before. The shadow dragon that was hovering over the back of Quinn, it didn't just seem like an image formed out of his power. It looked more alive. There were different shades of the shadow, lighter in some places and darker in other areas, almost giving it eyes that were staring down at Grenlet. Please, Grenlet shouted. I'll never hurt your family again. I can do anything you want. Standing by the side, still being protected by the sword's strange power, was Layla and the others. At the moment they were all thankful that they were here and not where the leader was. What do I do? Layla thought. If the leader is dealt with and the memories removed of the others, the whole settlement will be up in chaos. It would be impossible to make everyone forget about the original leader. We don't have that power. Even worse, it could make it so Jim Eno starts to investigate and becomes hands-on in the settlement, which he hasn't done so far. At the same time, can the original really keep this a secret? The originals have stronger resistance and powers, so not even the influence skill tends to work on them. The other original leader had kept it a secret so far, but no two people are the same. Layla at this point was truly conflicted. At the end of the day, she just didn't want others finding out, and she needed to decide which one was the better option. Right now, she was better off flipping a coin to make a decision. At that moment, still with movement from Quinn, the shadow had started to move. The shadow dragon above started to fly, heading straight toward Grenlet. It opened its wide mouth, and with its strange teeth, it had grabbed Grenlet at the side of his ribs with the top and bottom of its jaw. Grenlet started to scream in pain, but it seemed to be a more physical type of pain as blood was dripping down his sides. Just then, Layla felt a strong force hit the door. It was a sudden burst of power, and with her concentration in two places, her telekinesis powers weren't enough to keep them shut. One of the large double doors had been slammed open, and in a position of just having thrown a punch, a Hawaiian shirt-wearing vampire could be seen. Edvard had arrived, and the whole scene was far more intense than he imagined as he was hit with a wave of aura, cutting parts of his clothes. Damn it. I'm going to have to get some more clothes after this, Edvard stated. Moving forward, Edvard lifted his hands to cover his face and had no choice but to activate his aura to get closer to where Quinn was. The door once again was shut behind him due to Layla's powers. Quinn, listen to me, Edvard shouted. I know Grenlet can be an arse at times, but he is a useful person to have. We can use the originals to our advantage for your goal. It was hard to know whether or not Edvard was getting through to Quinn or not, especially since the red aura was still bursting everywhere. The shadow dragon was still moving, attempting to crush and devour Grenlet. The Shadow Eater skill was a skill that only really worked on either those that were weak or weakened. Although compared to Quinn, Grenlet was weak, he was still one of the strongest vampires, so he would have to be weakened a bit before the Shadow Eater skill could work. Alright, it's decided then. Layla had made her decision as she picked up the blade in her hand. I will protect these people. Use my sword to stop Quinn's shadow, Layla shouted. She then threw the sword over at Edvard and he could see it in the air. It's Quinn's wife, but is she mad? She wants me to try to get in front of that. If Grenlet can't do anything, what makes her think that I can? Edvard thought. When looking at the sword in the air though, he noticed that the red aura, when touching it, wasn't affecting it at all. It wasn't knocking it back or anything like that. She is his wife, so she should know him best. Edvard jumped and grabbed the weapon, and as soon as he did, he realized that the red aura covering his arm had disappeared. It was as he had expected. Layla, still needing to protect the others, summoned her chi, pushing back the aura. Luckily, it was only Quinn's aura and it wasn't direct attacks coming towards them, so she was able to deal with it. She wasn't worried about herself or Minnie. Quinn would never forget about them or do any harm to them, but Layla felt like she needed to protect the other people. Running forward, Edvard leapt in the air and started to cut the aura, and he could see the dragon attached to Grenlet. Me and your wife are trying to talk to you, so can you listen? Edvard shouted as he swung the sword down, cutting the shadow dragon right by the neck. The sword had gone through and the head started to disappear. Quinn, seeing who was in front of him, started to put the shadow away. Daddy, stop. Please listen to Mommy, Minnie shouted. Instantly, after hearing his daughter's voice, the rest of the aura that was filling the room and surrounding Quinn had gone back inside. Edvard, I don't want to hurt you, Quinn said. But it's too late now. He knows my power and about my family. The only thing I can do is get rid of them and try to run away from here. But I will come back when my family is safe to find out the truth and deal with Jim. Run away, Minnie shouted, almost crying. But I don't want to run away, Daddy. I like it here and I was just starting to make friends as well. Why do we have to run away? It was painful hearing these words. The reason why Quinn held back, didn't cause a scene, even though there were so many questions and answers he needed, was because of Layla and Minnie. Because he knew this was the life the two wanted. You don't have to do that, Edvard said. Those in the room, we can make them forget that this happened like the others. And you kept your aura to this room so we can make something up. As for Grenlet, he can help us. Your ultimate goal is taking down Jim Eno. Trust me, if you wish to take him down, then you will need the help of the originals. You will need them on your side when the time comes. I know you're strong, stronger than I can imagine. But Jim Eno is a man that has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Even you should know that. Quinn stopped for a second to think. Grenlet had threatened to use his family to find out the truth. However, why did he care who Quinn was? It didn't make sense unless it was just out of boredom. It's because of me, Edvard stated. Grenlet was just curious about me. He wanted to know any secrets I had. It was the same back then. The originals were always trying to one-up each other. It was how the creation of the large vampire families even came to be in the first place. It's a stupid old habit, but I assure you he would never have done anything to hurt your family. Edvard wanted to see the look on Grenlet's face when Quinn revealed his powers, but he never expected it to go this far. Nor did he expect it to be this hard to stop him. Still, he managed to get his revenge for being hit in the face, it seemed. How can I trust he won't tell Jim Eno or any of the vampires about this? Quinn asked. Edvard then hit Grenlet on the back, for him to answer himself. His sides were still bleeding, but he got on the floor, kneeling and begging in front of the other. Grenlet Toppy, is a member of the Punisher's convent. I would never go against Arthur or those he trusted. Punisher's convent? Quinn repeated, confused. There was a reason why Edvard was never really worried about Quinn, and that was because he believed he had a trump card. The trump card he had was the very thing that Grenlet had spoken of now. It was the Punisher's convent. However, it was clear by the confused look on Quinn's face that he had no clue about the words that Grenlet had just spoken. It seems I was the only one that thought this was a trump card. Either way, Quinn seems to have calmed down for now. Edvard thought. I thought with you having his powers, and at an even stronger level, you would have known? Edvard said. Searching through his many memories, Quinn couldn't think of anything, but could only guess it had something to do with the Punishers due to their name. The Punishers was only something I came to learn about because of Arthur and a few vampires of the past. Quinn wouldn't go into great detail. It was still a sore memory in his head. I was never officially a Punisher. After saying those words, the title leader of the Punishers he had in his system came to mind, which made him correct himself. At least I wasn't one during the time the Punishers existed. Quinn explained. Both Edvard and Grenlet looked at each other, wondering what their next move was to be, and that's when they all turned their heads in the room, because footsteps just outside the door could be heard. Don't enter, Grenlet shouted at the top of his voice. This is an order from your leader. Don't worry, I am fine. I was just practicing with a few things. I will let you know when you can enter. Conversation could be heard by those outside the door, and it sounded as if nearly every fighting vampire in the castle was being utilized and was ready to burst through the door. But that hadn't happened due to Grenlet's orders. What is the Punisher's convent? Why would I need to know this? And how do I know that means he's on my side? Quinn asked, a little frustrated. The vampires, after the first king, Richard Eno, went into slumber and the Punishers had come into power. A new king was selected, the sixth family leader, Magnus Muscat. I don't know how much you know of our history, but considering your past I had imagined you would have known a lot. Edvard explained. I do know, Quinn replied. He remembered that the vampires had gotten into a civil war after Richard Eno had gone into a slumber, due to the second official king who wished to rule over the humans. You are talking about the second vampire civil war? Quinn guessed. Correct, as you know a big war took place, and it was the Punishers against the king at the time. The vampires had chosen sides, and after the war the Punishers had decided to leave the planet. I don't know if you know this about us originals, but even if we were in eternal slumber, there were many times where we would be woken up. When an enemy was too strong for the settlement to face, or the Civil War, Quinn answered. It made sense for the originals to be woken up, and naturally they would support their own families. Correct? But you see, not all of us agreed with our family's decisions, but things were extremely heated. There were those that took the side of the Punishers, and those that were for the current king. Edvard was one of those that sided with Arthur and became quite close with him. However, due to members of our own family being split as to who to side with at the time, there was a group that was created. The Punishers' Convent, who supported Arthur and the Punishers, in secret. On the surface, the third family supported the king. Grenlet went to explain. But I myself was part of the Punishers' Convent. It isn't an exaggeration to say that thanks to Grenlet's help that the war had ended as peacefully as it did. Edvard added. When the war ended and before Arthur left we had made a pact to always help the Punishers, but of course what happened to the Punishers and Arthur's people, due to us being asleep we had no way of helping them. I have to admit part of the reason why I helped you was because of the shadow power. Quinn didn't know the finer details of the vampire's past. Only bits here and there from Vincent, Richard and Arthur himself, but it didn't seem like any of them were lying, and now Quinn understood why they were more likely to believe his truth, compared to what Jim Eno had told them. I don't know about the Punisher's Convent since I wasn't around during that time, but I do know a lot about Arthur. I guess if he trusted you, you can't be all that bad. Quinn said, wondering if he was making a mistake, but trusting Edvard so far had worked out for him. Sir, Grenlet said as he bowed down. Thank you for sparing me. I promise, on my own life, and as a member of the Punisher's Convent I will serve you however you see fit. What would you like me to do? Quinn looked over to the others in the room. Tynet and the others had seen everything that Quinn had done, but just like the others, the memories of what had occurred could be rewound so it wasn't so much of a problem, but Sonia would still have a deep grudge over what had happened. Please, Toby shouted, as he spread his arms wide, blocking him and protecting his family. Tears were running down his face as his whole body was shaking after seeing what Quinn could do. "Please don't kill my family." With a little child like that, so determined to protect his family, how could Quinn do such a thing? "The most important thing is protecting my family and giving them a normal life. What do you think is the best decision?" Quinn asked, looking at Grenlet. The leader thought about it for a few seconds before finally coming up with an answer. "From the report and what I know, the only one that was involved in ordering the attack was Sonia herself. The family members had nothing to do with it, and the son seemed to be told what to do. I think the safest option is still what I had offered before. After their memories are removed, they will have two options. Either to all be banished and leave the settlement, or for only the mother to be banished from the settlement. It was her choice and her decision alone, so she should at least receive some form of punishment." No words were spoken by the onlookers there, because they were all happy to just get off with their lives. When the leader asked them to make a decision again, they would have to decide, and at least Toby would know his mother was still alive. "I trust that you will clean up and come up with an excuse for what happened?" Quinn asked, but was also somewhat ordering Edvard when looking at him. "Don't worry, you can enjoy your days at the settlement. Any news about Jim Eno, or the days when he will return, I will inform you immediately. Enjoy your time with your family," Edvard said with a smile, but there was one more thing he had to say. "Quinn, be careful about showing that shadow power to anyone. Right now, I have been able to cover it up. I also let you get involved with Grenlet because I knew about him, but not everyone will be happy to know that there is still a member of the Punishers. Remember Magnus Muscat, the second official king. He too is an original one of us, and is the current leader of the sixth family. No matter what the truth is, whether you truly are a hero or the past king, he would side with the other side. When the time comes, there are many vampires that will go against you regardless, due to your powers. Which is why it is important to build up allies, but remember this. Even if our memories were removed of you one day and replaced with something else, whatever is removing our memories can't remove memories that they don't know about. As long as we see the shadow power that you hold, and the words, the Punisher's Convent, we will always help you." A few days had passed since the settlement had its large attack. There had only been few losses, but still there was a day of mourning for those that were lost the next day. The leaders had even come out and made a speech to try and calm down the worries of the vampires. They claimed that the matter was resolved and it was the doing of a demon-tier beast. At the same time, the survivors of the scouting team were all brought onto the stage along with Edvard to be congratulated, even though they had no memories of what occurred. To them, they could only remember right up to the moment where they were about to set off for their journey. After that, the vampires had got on with their lives as normal. The few scout teams that were sent out as tests managed to come back all well. A lot of it, of course, was due to Quinn, and once in a while he would communicate with the two beasts that were still out there in the forest infected by his shadow infect skill. Right now, Quinn was doing his duty as a guard, and was walking around the place with Ronkin. "Man, I just can't stop thinking about that day," Ronkin said. "I mean, we must have been really close to death, right? The beast must have been right up in our faces to use its ability and let us survive. Well, I guess we have Edvard to thank for saving us. We really are in debt to him now." If possible, Quinn would have liked memories of him even having joined the expedition to be removed, but there were details and records of Quinn having gone out on that mission, so it was the best thing he could do. "I mean, because of him, I get to see my family every day. If I see him, I should really get him a gift," Ronkin declared. "Maybe your gift should be doing a good job," Quinn joked. "Yeah, I guess it's crazy for us guards to meet with him again. We would need to climb the ranks if we really want to meet him. I just have to train harder. You're still okay with training me, right?" Quinn didn't mind that Ronkin thought that Edvard was the one that helped them out. In his own way, seeing him so happy was very rewarding for Quinn. In the past, with a lot of what he did, it was hard to see how much good it did, or how much it was helping the lives of others, but here he could see it directly. "Of course," Quinn replied. "But why do you need to fight? Isn't your son okay now? You don't need the money anymore, right?" "Don't need money?" Ronkin waved his hand right in front of Quinn's face like he was talking crazy. "What if one of us gets sick again? What if whatever it was that had affected my son starts to affect my wife and even me? On top of that, my little P is going to school soon. I'll have to get him a private instructor if he does well. P was the name that Ronkin had given to his son. Quinn had heard it before and couldn't believe someone would be so cruel to name their child such a thing. But it did make Quinn think. What would he call his? He still hadn't even thought of a name yet. My son starts school today, but he's not in the same grade as your daughter. He will be joining the older kids and will be a bit behind. Still, wouldn't it be great if we could all go out sometime? You know, our two families? It was strange, Quinn never remembered being so close to Ronkin. In his mind, he should have just recently started training him. Other than that, and the talking they did with each other on a day-to-day basis, it was hard to say they were close. So why was it that after the events of what happened with the beasts, did it feel like Quinn was closer with Ronkin than he was before? That sounds nice, Quinn said. You know, I don't know why, but for some reason, it feels a lot easier to talk to you than before. You don't have this barrier up against you like you did before. It's nice, I like this Quinn, Ronkin said. It seemed like Quinn wasn't the only one who felt this way. Perhaps one can remove the memories from one's mind, but the connection is still there. What the hell am I talking about? Getting all sentimental, Quinn thought. Maybe this short, peaceful life has made me go mad. Hey, speaking of families, you should consider going for that promotion. Don't you need more money as well? Ronkin asked. Quinn actually had plenty of money, and he could always just hunt for beasts if he needed more. If it was something drastic in the first place, he was sure either of the leaders would help him out. Why would I need more money? Quinn asked. Don't you have another kid on the way? Kids are expensive, you know. I only have one. But soon you will have two of the little devils running around all over the place. Running around? Can vampire babies run from birth? Quinn asked. Ronkin couldn't help but laugh at the stupid question. You already raised your girl, so surely you should know the answer to that? Quinn didn't tell people that Minnie was adopted. He thought it would lead to all sorts of questions, and in the first place he had spent so much time with Minnie and he cared for her so much, he truly treated her like his own. The only problem was, the appearance of the two weren't so alike, but since most would either see just him or Layla and not both at the same time with Minnie, the vampires just assumed that she mostly looked like the other parent. Yeah. Quinn rubbed the back of his head. But he was still really curious. Could vampire babies walk from birth? They were stronger than humans, even from a young age, so it wouldn't be too far-fetched. At home, Layla was sitting down and had the sword hung up on the wall in her house. If she left the house, she would always take it out with her, but worried that it might affect the baby that was growing inside her. So she tended to leave the sword up on the wall when she could. Edvard had happily returned the weapon after what had occurred, and thankfully there weren't too many questions asked about it. That was a really close call back there, Layla thought as she stroked her belly. But I can't help but think I'm being a little foolish. Is it inevitable that Quinn will one day have to get involved in the troubles of the vampire settlement? Or that of Earth? Russ hasn't contacted us back in a while, but from Earth and the vampire settlement's points of view there has been no movement. I just can't help getting this feeling that things won't be like this forever, and soon something big will happen, a big change. Not only were the matters on Earth worrying, but since hearing Edvard's warning, she was now worried about the vampire settlement, because Quinn wasn't the only one with the shadow power. Minnie had already used some of her powers in front of others, but she still hadn't used her shadow powers. If eventually Minnie was going to get caught anyway, she would prefer if it was Quinn, since she felt like he would know how to deal with the situation. But Minnie, on the other hand, getting up from the seat, Layla noticed the time. It was time for her to pick up Minnie from school. She stood up and soon felt a sharp pain coming from around her stomach area, and then realized that it wasn't her stomach, but it was coming from her womb. The pains were sharp and sudden, and that's when, looking at the floor, she could see droplets of water. Her water had broken, and the baby was coming. The school had resumed shortly after the vampires had paid their respects to those that had lost their lives, and on the first day they had decided to go through some drills, at least for the first half of the school day. After what had happened last time, they realized that at any moment the settlement could be under attack again, so they had the students go through several different routines. On top of that, there were permanent guards placed outside of school, not just the roaming type that dealt with small disputes like Quinn and Ronkin. The head teacher, Mr. Kripe, thought for once the leaders were thinking about the future of the vampires, and it was a nice change. Unknown to him, this was a push that had been asked from only two of the leaders, Grenlet and Edvard. The other leaders were confident that, just like the time before, that they could help protect the settlement if need be. There were minimal deaths, and putting guards to protect a few here or there wasn't as important as protecting other places. Due to them not caring more or less, Edvard and Grenlet got their way, as they insisted it was important. The others found this a little strange for them to be caring about the young vampires so suddenly. And of course, unbeknownst to the others, there was an ulterior motive to it all, to protect Quinn's family at all costs. School had soon enough returned to normal for Minnie, and she was doing her usual swinging her legs on the wooden log, with her friend Abby arm in arm with her and drinking her juice. Soon she had gotten to the bottom of the cartoon and started to slurp away. Here you go. Another carton was shoved right in front of her face. Minnie's face had lit up for a second, but seeing the detail of the hand, she knew who was the one offering it. Why is there a disgusting thing on my juice box carton? Minnie asked. You can leave the carton, but you go away, Toby. Toby looked defeated and placed the carton on the wooden log next to her. I'm sorry, Minnie. I'm sorry for what I did, but I'm going through a hard time myself as well. Still, I will carry on doing everything I can to look after you. I will deliver all my juice boxes every day to you until I starve, Toby shouted. His voice was so loud that those around them started to turn their heads for a few seconds, which was embarrassing Minnie. Minnie, rightly so, was still annoyed at what Toby had done. It was because of him and his family that her father had gotten so mad. Although everything had worked out in the end, there was a good chance that it wouldn't have. Another thing that she had to remind herself was that Toby's memories had been returned to when they had just arrived at the castle. To Toby, everything that Quinn did hadn't occurred, and he and his family just had a special meeting with the leader on their own after arriving there. In the meeting, Toby's family were given 3 choices, and they had chosen for Sonia to be banished. She was no longer living in the settlement. It was hard on Toby, and his father tried to make it as easy as possible for him, but for a child his age it was hard to understand. In a way, Toby wanted forgiveness from Minnie, because he felt like he had already lost an important person in his life, and he was going to lose Minnie as well. Let's not be so hard on him, Abby whispered into her ear. You know what happened, right? And you remember that he told us to run. Think, if you were in his shoes, if your parents asked you to do something for them, what would you have done? Thinking about it, when Minnie did try to put herself in Toby's shoes, she couldn't imagine it. Would she have gone against her parents' orders if she felt it was the right thing to do? Folding her arms, she hated the fact that Abby actually made it, so she could see some sense into Toby's action, and was now finding it hard to be angry at him. She then picked up the juice box, taking a big slurp and placed it back down. Half, Minnie said. You only have to give me half of your juice boxes. I don't want you to starve. The biggest smile appeared on Toby's face as he grabbed the juice box and started to drink away. Ha. Minnie also put her lips on this drink, and now so did I, so technically the two of us are kissing. The stupid smile on Toby's face had caused Minnie to raise a fist, but Abby quickly held it back down. Those 3 seem awfully relaxed today, Hebe said, watching far off in the distance up against a wall. The area was tense for most of the students. They don't have to worry as much like us older students do, Jared replied. The younger ones can worry about this stuff when they get older. But didn't you say Minnie was a big competition for you? Hebe asked. I mean, is there even a contest after we saw her do what she did? Jared just smiled as he looked at his fist. You're right, but you heard what her mother said, right? They're probably hiding her powers for a reason, so I don't think she's in the contest. Besides all of that, most vampires at her age still won't have an ability. Even if we were to go up against each other, I'm sure I could find some way to beat her. Just like in the past, the abilities of the original families were highly sought after. So many of the children had yet to learn one, even if their family had a good ability, because today was a big day for them all. When the break had ended, all of the students returned to their classrooms, but they would quickly be leaving them all as well. It's a big day today, so I hope you are all ready? Miss Bedford asked. Tilting her head to the side and placing a finger on her lips, Minnie was confused as she wondered what could be happening today that she had forgotten about. Several large carriages were heading towards the school. The pathway had been blocked by guards as they made their way, because those that were inside were important figures. They were the leaders and the originals of the families. A crowd had already started to gather outside of the school, and more guards than usual had been placed there, because they knew there would be vampires wanting to witness what was going on today. In a carriage, for could fit inside, and in one of them there was Grenlet, Edvard, Hickel, and also another leader. It was a big day for the school, because today was the day where the leaders would watch sparring matches between the students. They did this with the aim to select talented students to train under them. Whether it was for show or not, or just a tradition they wanted to set up for a bit of fun, it was hard to say. But one thing it did do was motivate the students into training and becoming the best they could. Any parent would be over the moon to have their student picked and placed under the wing of one of the originals. At least most of them would. Grenlet and Edvard shared a look at each other. Today was an incredibly important day for them, because they knew no matter what, they had to either get Quinn's family under their wing, or make sure no other leader was interested in her. The daughter of the Punisher, Edvard thought. Maybe she won't stand out, that would be easy for us, but for some reason I don't think this will be easy at all. Nodding at Grenlet, they both knew what they needed to do as the carriage had stopped just outside of the school. Meanwhile, as the normal school day was coming to an end. What? Ronkin, I have to leave now. It's an emergency. It's my wife. She's having our baby. The students had been told about the big day, the day where all the leaders would arrive and see if there were any talented students a while ago. The thing was, it was before the attack, and while many of the students were counting down the days to the big event, Minnie was more worried about a number of things. For one, she was busy wondering if her new sibling would be a boy or a girl. She was hoping maybe a girl, as she thought the two of them could then go and talk about interesting things together. She then wanted to be the big older sister who would show her how to do things and protect her. Excitement wasn't the only feeling she was feeling, though. At times she was worried, concerned that her parents might start to forget about her more when the new baby arrived. In the first place, this would be a real child of Quinn and Layla. Not like her, who was adopted, so it only made sense for them to treat the new child better. It was because of all of these thoughts that she had completely forgotten, nor was she interested in the big day. Regardless, as a member of the school, she needed to take part. Once again, the students of the entire school were all gathered in a single place. It was the school field where the practical lessons would take place, but it looked different compared to before. There were 3 large platforms, square-shaped on the ground around a meter high off the floor. Each of the platforms also had stairs leading to them. On top of that, the stadium had been pushed slightly forward so the students could get a good look at what was going on. Not that it mattered too much, as a vampire's eyesight was great anyway, and even from far away they would be able to see plenty of details. There had been another adjustment to the outside seating area, and that was the fact that no one was allowed in the first 3 rows, and there appeared to be amended seats. They were larger than the others, spread apart, and had side tables for drinks and more to be put out. It was clear who the seats were designed for. "All right, everyone, here are our seats," Miss Bedford explained, as she sat at the end of the row and the rest of the students sat down as well. Of course, Minnie was sitting next to Abby, who had also allowed Toby to sit next to her as well. Originally, Toby had attempted to sit next to Minnie, but she had forced Abby to get in between the two of them. "When everyone has arrived, they will soon explain the rules to you all," Miss Bedford said. All the classes from different grades had gathered, and Minnie had even caught eyes with Hebe and Jared. Hebe gave a nice little wave and smile, whereas Jared seemed to more or less give Minnie a stare. What's his problem? Minnie thought, but she politely waved back to Hebe. Mr. Cripe stood on the center stage, and looked to be a little nervous, but now that he could see everyone was sitting down, it was his cue to start. "Ladies and gentlemen of Roland V. I welcome you to our first grand event," Mr. Cripe said, whose voice was being projected through some strange crystal-powered speakers that were placed everywhere in the stands. "Today is your day to shine. It is your day to show off your talents and be selected to be taught under the wing of our great leaders. It's a path straight to the top. Mr. Kripe excitedly said. Today I want you to show off your talents, your skills, your perseverance, and your smart minds. There is more than just physical strength in a battle, and I hope many of you today will be able to see that. So before I go ahead and explain the rules, let's give a loud welcome to our leaders. The whole crowd started to clap, but there were no cheers. These weren't celebrities, although at times they were treated like so by the public, but respected people, which was why the vampires only clapped and didn't say a word to each other as they came out. Hickel, the fourth family leader, Grenlet the third, Edvard the ninth, and Magnus Muscat, the sixth family leader as well. Of course, there were the others, but they didn't seem to have as much of a presence surrounding them. On top of that, it looked like these leaders were the only ones that had acknowledged the students as they waved to the crowd, whereas the others had ignored them, sitting down in their seats. It felt like this was more of a chore for them than anything else. I'm sure there is no need for an introduction of our wonderful leaders, Mr. Kripe said. Everyone should know them well, and it is your job today to impress them. Now to go on to the rules. There are 3 stages set up, allowing for 3 consecutive fights to occur at the same time. Anyone can volunteer to step onto one of the platforms. After that they are to select someone in the crowd to fight with, and they are free to choose anyone they wish. If they have a name in mind, they may call that name and they are to come to the stage. If they have no one in mind, they may select someone from the crowd that has their hand up. Please be aware though, that if you are to select an opponent that you believe will be easy for you, that will also be a judge of your character. It is encouraged to select opponents that you believe are around the same level as you. If you are brave, maybe someone stronger than you. At the end of the day, the leaders are looking for potential. Now do we have any volunteers? Mr. Kripe asked. A lot of vampires had put their hands up, which wasn't a surprise at all. Nearly all of the vampires still only cared about who was strongest. It was almost as if it was in their DNA to compete with each other in this way. Where the leaders were seated, both Edvard and Grenlet had an inward smile. This is good. If Quinn's daughter, who is called Minnie if I remember correctly, was to take part, there is a high chance that all of the leaders would be interested in her. But then either myself or Grenlet would have to try and take her under our wing before the others. There would be a battle amongst the leaders as to who would teach Quinn's daughter, but the best outcome would be for no one to find out about her. I'm sure she is smart enough to know not to take part in this. Edvard thought. Will you be taking part, Minnie? Abby asked. As I said before, there is no point. Minnie crossed her arms. There is no better teacher than my father, so why would I want to be taught by any of these? Although Abby had seen her father's strength a little when stopping Sonia, Abby still couldn't help but giggle, because it seemed so crazy. A vampire that was not too far from Minnie had overheard what Abby said, and it saddened him a little. Minnie doesn't want to take part? Toby thought. But she's so strong. She's probably one of the strongest vampires in the whole school. If she doesn't take part, then the leaders and others will never know her true skill. I know Minnie is saying that she doesn't care, but she has to care. Every vampire cares, and if she does get selected, her father and mother that she really cares about will be so proud of her. That's it. If Minnie takes part and gets scouted, her parents will praise her, which will make her happy. And then I'm the one that's made Minnie happy, so she will be happy with me again. No matter what, I need to get Minnie to take part in this event. Toby thought. The teachers that were in the stand selected those that they thought were not the best choices. This was done on purpose, as they felt like if they showed some of the worst, it would then make the more talented vampires look better. After all, this event was as much for them as it was everyone else. They wanted to show that they had talented students, and were doing well in guiding them as well. Maybe even they would get noticed for their talents. What also seemed to be done on purpose was students near a similar grade, if not the same grade, were selected for the first fights. This allowed for a nice spread of students on the 3 platforms to be shown. It also gave the children a good chance to see where they were at, compared to others that were the same age as them. In the first stage, there were children who were incredibly young, younger than Minnie and Abby, but not by much. They used next to no blood powers as they chased each other. They showed impressive speed and strength, but the first match was practically over as soon as one caught the other. There was no sign of technique or fighting skills between the children of this age, and it was more like watching a game of tag. In the center stage, this was where the older children were fighting. Those that were closer to Jared and Hebe's age. Teenage vampires who knew how to use blood aura. The thing was, as vampires got older at this age, this was where there was an increasing difference in terms of level and skill that could be seen. One of the fights had ended as one person threw out a blood slash. The other tried to gather blood aura to throw out a slash of his own. But when he did, it vanished after traveling less than half a meter. The blood slash from the other participant had ended up hitting the vampire. Blood was spilt, and it was clear who would win the match. Finally, there was the third stage, which was a mix of students, those who were around Minnie's age and weaker older students. These vampires didn't know how to utilize blood aura, however. They were quite skilled when it came to combat. While watching, there was something that the students noticed, and that was the fact that the winner of the fights had to remain on. There were less volunteers as they noticed this, and felt like it was better to raise their hand when an opponent was near the end of their strength. At least, if they felt like they were unable to beat them. "Oh, well, this is certainly a waste of time," Bianca Kent said with a yawn. She was the original of the fifth family, and had a strange creature around her neck that looked almost like that of a snake. Although its scales were constantly changing color, and the next second it had vanished as if it wasn't even there. "They do say that the vampires do get weaker every generation," Magnus commented. When he spoke, his words lingered on towards the end. Out of all the originals that were there, Magnus was the most pale. Some guessed because he must have already been as white as a ghost before being turned. Another trait that made him stick out was his hair. His hairline was receding quite a bit on the side of his head, making his long black hair in more of a V-like shape. Lastly, there was the clothes he would wear. While it was normal for vampires to have an attraction to the color black as they were creatures who traveled in the night, in this case Magnus preferred a dark green. "This is expected. Peaceful times. No enemies to push them further." "Peaceful times," Hickel repeated. "From what we have heard, the vampires have had anything but peaceful times." Mr. Kripe, who was close to the teachers, could hear the leaders talking, and because of this he gave a signal to the others. The next opponent was quickly selected for the center stage, and it was none other than Jared. When the teacher called his name, some of the students that were close by gave him a little cheer, including Hebe. "Don't get too big-headed and trip before you reach the stage," she shouted. Jared didn't reply, but just smiled as he made his way down. It was time for the teachers to show some of the more talented students, and what a way to do so than by showing their very top student. When Jared entered the stage, his opponent looked to be slightly tired, and it looked like his opponent also knew who he was. "Don't worry, I need to impress the others, so I will fight this match without using any blood aura," Jared stated. "You cocky bastard, I never did like you," the student said, as he rushed forward and swung his arm out, releasing a blood swipe across the ground. It was an aggressive and strong swipe, but calmly Jared went off to the side. He then stared straight toward Jared, and the aura in his hand looked to be preparing another blood swipe, but before the vampire could release it, Jared quickly knocked it to the side. He then kicked the back leg of the vampire, causing him to fall off balance, and at the same time with an elbow and a knee, Jared swung his elbow down and lifted his knee, hitting the vampire in the stomach and back at the same time. "It looks like there is an interesting one that is here after all." Magnus smiled, and so did the other students as well. "It's a little too early to say, but he is the most impressive so far. We will need to see his blood aura skills and if he has an ability," Hickel commented. All eyes were naturally now glued to Jared, and they couldn't wait to see his next fight, which made them fail to realize something. "Ah, Toby, you want to take part? Sure. Head over to the third stage," Miss Bedford said with a smile. Hearing the name, Minnie, Abby, and some of Toby's old friends had turned their heads. "Toby, you're taking part?" Abby asked. "Of course. I am a strong vampire," Toby said, pounding his chest as he made his way. Toby wasn't completely wrong. Due to his position, he had access to private teachers and so on who had taught him how to fight. Toby perhaps was one of the better ones in his grade. With someone they knew now down on the stage though, Minnie didn't know whether she should cheer for Toby or not. A few moments later, Toby gave a respectful bow to his opponent before the fight was to begin. But Toby was confident for a few reasons. For one, his opponent had already fought twice. Even if he hadn't, from what he saw he was confident he could win. On top of that, he had something that was driving him to win. He had to win this match. When his opponent charged in with a punch, Toby almost screamed at the top of his lungs as he threw out a punch of his own. When the two hit, the other child fell to the ground. Before he could get up, Toby had his foot placed right above his throat. "Hey! Toby is actually really strong," Abby said, surprised. "Strong? You call that strong? If I was fighting him, then he would be shaking in his boots," Minnie claimed. Now that Toby had won his fight, it was his turn to pick someone. He could select one from the crowd, or state the name of anyone he wished. "This is for you. I choose Minnie Ballin as my next opponent," Toby called out. Hearing that name, the students from their class turned in their seats. They knew of the history between the two, so thought this was crazy, and at the same time Grenlet and Edvard almost jumped out of theirs. For a while now, Toby had been cooking up his plan. A way for Minnie to show off her skills. In his mind she was just a little shy and needed a little push to get out there, and thanks to him he had done just that. "I am the best friend in the whole world," Toby thought, smiling to himself. Meanwhile, Minnie was tensing her fist, imagining the things she would do to him when the two of them were alone. What she had in mind and what Toby probably had in mind were very different things. According to the rules, what Toby had done was absolutely fine. Even if Minnie hadn't volunteered herself, Toby could select her as an opponent and she was able to participate. "What do I do? I'm not even sure if you're allowed to just forfeit these matches," Minnie thought as she sat there. Even though her name was being called out by Miss Bedford, she had yet to leave her seat. "I could lose the fight on purpose, but then won't people find it strange? Everyone in the class, no, everyone in the school knows about that incident. If I lost to Toby, they would know it was on purpose. Why did he have to put me in such a tricky situation?" The children from Minnie's class were all whispering to each other as they heard Minnie's name, and soon something unexpected had occurred. "Minnie, go on, show them your skills. Show them how strong you are." More and more people, those that she hadn't even talked to before, were cheering her on to take part in the event. "You look surprised," Abby said with a smile. "I guess you really didn't know. After you sacrificed yourself for everyone in the class back then, you are kinda everyone's idol. Including mine." "Idol?" Minnie's face went red. Someone her age, of course she would enjoy the praise, but the thing was, due to the kids shouting out her name quite loudly in her class, more attention from other classes and grades was appearing. "Minnie, that's the girl who broke that kid's legs in the playground that time, right?" "Yeah. And the one with the really handsome dad. I guess she's quite strong and her classmates seem to think so as well." The gossip about this particular vampire had traveled so far that the leaders had even heard of all of the rumors. "It looks like there is quite a popular vampire among them," Pickle commented. "It seems like they just can't stay away from the limelight," Edvard mumbled. Quiet enough so the other vampires wouldn't understand what was being said. "It's quite nice to have a female taking the lead, and quite the young one at that. I will be excited to see her talents. Even if she is unskilled, it seems she is a hit with the vampires, which could have its own uses," Bianca said. These words from the fifth family leader were worrying Edvard quite a bit. Even if Minnie didn't display a strong set of skills, one was already interested in her regardless. In the end, Minnie had to stand up, and as she did there was an even louder rumble and cheer from her classmates. As she walked down the stairs towards the stage, she was conflicted and flip-flopping all over the place as to what she should do. "Forfeit? How could I forfeit when everyone is watching me and expecting big things from me? And besides, if I show a bit of my strength, it won't be a big deal, right?" Minnie thought. "No, we can't take any more risks. The best thing to do is to win the match against Toby. But make it look a little hard. After that I'll lose the next fight, bringing all the attention to the next student. I can't let this get to my head." When the two entered the stage, they both looked at each other fiercely. One looking at one with anger, while another set of eyes had another emotion altogether. Even though there were other matches going on, all eyes were on Minnie. "I guess you're letting me have the first move," Toby shouted as he ran forward. He was running at top speed, and for his age it was impressive for a vampire, but he had seen the speed Minnie was capable of. No matter what, he knew he had lost this fight, so the only way he could make her look impressive was by showing everything he could do. When Toby was within striking range, unlike the other students who would have attacked straight away, he had suddenly stopped and changed direction, coming in from the side and leaping off the ground, cracking the floor slightly. He came up in the air and went to strike Minnie, who managed to dodge to blow by sweeping her 2 feet. "The boy is fast and agile," Pickle said with excitement. "He is talented for his age." "Yes. And did you see? That girl still managed to avoid it," Bianca commented. Toby continued to throw punches and Minnie was avoiding each blow as if it was on instinct. She moved out of the way of them all. But then when a hit was coming straight for her face, she thought it was best not to avoid this one. She gritted her teeth and bared the hit, moving her head to the side. It was a move that looked like Toby's perseverance had won out to those in the crowd, but to the leaders they found the movement odd and none of them had commented on it because it was clear to them all that she got hit on purpose. "No! Why are you getting hit on purpose?" Edvard was screaming in his head. "That only makes you look more suspicious and even stronger. Just win the fight. Just win the fight." "I guess my little practicing has worked out," Toby said to Minnie. "But I still haven't shown you something that you taught me." From around 3 meters apart, Toby's hand was glowing red, and when he swung it next, a blood swipe came out aiming straight toward Minnie. A blood swipe at that age and so early on in the year. Magnus was clearly pleased. He is one that has good control over his emotions or a large amount of blood aura. Avoiding the blood swipe was easily done, but in this sense Minnie thought of what the best thing to do was and decided to use blood aura as well. The teachers already knew what she could do. If both of their attacks hit and she lost out but she won through her fighting, then she would look equal or less than in potential, so she threw out a blood swipe of her own, but when it left her hand it had done so at an incredible speed. They both collided, canceling each other out and bursting into particles. Once again, Minnie's plan had worked on the general people in the crowd. They assumed these were just 2 talented students using blood swipe at a young age controlling their blood aura. But the leaders saw something else. "I'm afraid it might be too late now to hide your talent. You not only produced a blood swipe but did so effortlessly, in a time so quick that it allowed you to counter your opponents. Without knowing it, you just showed how much control you have over your aura and at such a young age as well. Quinn, I know you don't want to hear this, but your daughter is extremely talented," Edvard thought. The match had come to a conclusion. After the blood swipe, Minnie had rushed in, grabbing Toby by the head. She then threw him onto the ground before stepping on his back. It seemed cruel, but compared to the last time the 2 fought, coming out with no broken bones, the outcome was a much greater one. "I would say this generation isn't as weak as you first thought," Grenlet stated, looking over at Magnus. So far, there were 3 extremely talented students they all had their eyes on, but a leader could only select one, and the day was quite short. Over at the other stage, Jared had just finished his match as well with relative ease, and he was looking at the leaders to see if they were watching him, but instead their eyes were on another. "I thought this might happen. I guess I have no choice." Jared raised his hand at that moment, as he had a request to make. "I would like to fight Minnie Balin next," Jared declared. The fight between Minnie and Toby was over, and as the boy got up off the ground and could see all the eyes on her, he had the largest smile on his face. When looking at Minnie, though, her eyebrows and facial expression were telling a completely different story. "I didn't do anything wrong, did I?" Toby thought, as he walked past her, limping and holding his arm. He wasn't that hurt, but felt like faking an injury would do him well in this situation if he didn't want to be hit again. "Yeah, I'm sure of it. I'm sure when her parents find out she's one of the students scouted by the leaders, that she will thank me for it." Toby continued to smile. Making his way back to his seat, that's when he heard that Jared had asked for a match, but not with just anybody, but a match with Minnie. The crowd's reaction to this was interesting, as there wasn't cheers or excitement, and instead a little bit of confusion as they talked amongst each other. Why would Jared ask to fight someone who's like 4 grades below him? Yeah, isn't Jared like the most talented student? Is he just jealous that someone else is getting all of the attention? Hebe, hearing these words, wanted to correct them all, but it was hard to do in this situation because if no one knew the truth, then it would certainly seem like it was a petty action. With the challenge set up, the match was underway. But before it began, Hickel had suggested something. "Let's have them on one stage," he said. Jared was already fighting on one stage and Minnie on the other. With two talented students, he honestly doubted if anyone would be paying attention to the others. So the two had walked over to the center stage. "I wonder, that was the strong kid from before. Do we know more about him?" Magnus asked. "Jared, I do know a bit about him," Edvard stated. "He was on the list provided to us by Xander. Although a teenager, he is already a vampire noble, and on top of that he was a core member of the Red Vampires. According to his file, he took part in missions and more since he was so skilled, so this Jared has a lot of experience." It explained a lot to the other vampires why he seemed different to the others, and there were only a few classmates that were aware of this fact. In the first place, most of the Red Vampires would wear masks when taking on assignments, so even between other members they didn't know what he looked like. "That is interesting, but I'm still more interested in the little girl," Bianca claimed. "The good thing is, now that she is fighting a good opponent, maybe she will show her full potential rather than hiding it." Edvard wasn't so sure about that. He had guessed that the reason why Minnie was faking the hits she had taken from before was due to an order from her father and mother. Most likely she would do the same in the fight. Although the leaders had already seen enough to take an interest in her, it was best to stop here before they saw too much. On the stage, the two were now standing opposite each other, and Edvard's guess was right. Minnie was planning to do just that, to be slightly slower than Jared, to take all of his hits, then be defeated completely. She could even slow down slightly, saying she was a little tired from the fight before. She felt like her plan was perfect until she looked directly at Jared, who looked as if he wanted to speak. "You plan to hold back, don't you?" Jared smiled. "Or do you plan to lose the fight on purpose? But I'm afraid I can't let you do that. For the first time, someone younger than me, who shows true talent, is in front of me. People have always asked, what makes me different from them? And this time I want to know, what is so different between me and you?" Minnie really didn't care about Jared's reason for wanting to fight her. She had already made her decision regardless. "I hate to use this, but I think it's the only way." Jared sighed. "The school attack a couple of days ago in this very place. There were a lot of things I saw that day. When I am disappointed by my expectations of someone, my mouth tends to get a little loose. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Immediately, Minnie's eyes glowed red, and the aura around her body nearly exploded, but she had kept it down at the last second, before anyone had noticed. "Mother trusted you, Minnie trusted you. I thought you were a good person, and now you do this. You are a bad person." Minnie thought she wanted to say the words out loud, but didn't. Her chest was hurting, as she felt like she had been betrayed again. Too many times had she felt like she had been hurt by those she was starting to trust. "I won't let you," Minnie said, as she rushed from her position, and unlike in the fight before, Minnie was the first to attack. She was incredibly fast, and seeing this, Bianca stood up from her seat in excitement. Still, Minnie was doing as her father said and kept her power at 10%. "You're fast," Jared said with a smile. "But I've stopped your hit before." His hands, both were covered in red aura, and in that moment, Jared had stopped Minnie's punch with one hand, and went to throw the other. When he did though, it had hit nothing but the air. Soon, he could see that Minnie had jumped off from the floor below, and now was directly in his face, her eyes glowing. Throwing punch after punch, Jared was blocking them one after another. And as he blocked them all, he noticed his arms were starting to get numb. "I can't just keep blocking. I have to do something." Jared threw a fist back, and once again he had hit nothing but the air. Minnie had also completely disappeared from his sight. A pain on the back of his leg caused him to jolt slightly, and he soon realized that she was behind him. Lifting his arm, he could sense that another kick was going toward his head. And he was right, but it was stronger than the punches and sent his body skidding across the floor. "This little vampire. She really was holding back," Bianca said. "Why is she showing us her strength now?" Edvard wasn't so sure either. Did the two in front of them have a history that they didn't know about? Certainly looked that way. At the same time, Minnie wanted to end the fight as soon as possible, in order to shut up the other so he never said anything. She dashed from her position after Jared, but several blood swipes were seen coming out towards her. They were coming out in sets of 5 rather than a single long line, because Jared was using his aura and splitting it with every single one of his fingers. It made it almost impossible to avoid. So Minnie had no choice as she covered her hand in red aura, and slashed right through them, breaking all of Jared's blood aura attacks. Seems like she was hiding her blood aura strength as well, Hickel commented. This was just making Edvard scream in his head, who was sitting by his side. This isn't what I saw back then, Jared said. Does this mean you still are holding back even after what I said? Minnie threw out her fist, this time covered in a red aura strike. She knew Jared could block a normal hit for her, which was why she was adding extra power. Something was strange though. Jared stood confident, his eyes glowing red, and when Minnie looked at her fist as it got close, she could see her red aura was being sliced apart, but it was by a force she couldn't see. When her red aura broke down, it was then her skin that was being ripped apart, hurt as if being attacked by hundreds of slashed by a very sharp blade. For the first time, Minnie pulled back, and when she did, her hand was a bloody mess. What was that? Minnie thought. For the vampires watching, they were thinking the same thing, but for the leaders they knew this well. That boy, Magnus commented. He has the ability of the first family, does he not? Seeing Jared use the first family's ability, a lot of the leaders were conflicted. The first family vampire original was one of the strongest originals that the group had, but a long time ago, he had been executed by Arthur himself. The originals still did not know the truth about how the whole thing had originally been a trap set up by Richard Eno. Although it was true that the Kane family opposed the idea of the Punishers, they never went as far as to attack Arthur's people in return to oppose the idea. As for why the leaders were conflicted seeing Jared, it was for a different reason altogether. It is a bit of a shame, Magnus stated, as he leant on one arm pressing his hand against his face. I know what you mean, Hickel added. The boy has another power. It would be great if he was, what is the right word, fresh. That way we could teach them our own powers. He has a lot of talent. Yeah, and it would be strange, don't you think? Teaching someone that has another family's power. Bianca added. The originals were proud of their family powers. It was why they had originally set up the vampire settlement like they had done in the first place, where only those they closely trusted, that were talented, or shared the more of a pure bloodline close to theirs to learn their ability. It was safe to say that the leaders were also all quite arrogant in thinking that their powers were better compared to the other leaders. It was the first time the school was holding such an event since the settlement had been rebuilt, and the leaders were expecting to find someone they could bring in from the ground up. This isn't good. This isn't good at all, Edvard thought. Now that Jared has revealed his ability, their interest in Minnie will rise even more. With one so young, I doubt they would think she would have an ability, right? If you do, girl, it would be best if you use it now so they can also be disinterested. While looking at Minnie in the fighting arena, after getting hurt she hadn't approached Jared, and he too was just standing there, as if he was waiting for her to attack. She looked at her hand for a second in a certain way, and that was when a thought had crossed Edvard's mind. Wait a second. Her father's ability is the shadow. Don't tell me that he taught that to his daughter as well. If that's the case, and she shows her power here, don't you think you are all being too rash? Edvard said out loud, as he started to chuckle. This is great. The first ability is a strong ability, and due to the loss of the first family there are not many that practice it anymore, even though it is incredibly powerful. You leaders are living in the past. The families are not like they were. Our families that we have now are a mixture of vampires with all sorts of different abilities. What matters most is having someone who shows a lot of talent, and without a doubt this person does that. Grenlet had quickly caught on to what the other was doing and decided to join in. You are right, Grenlet enthusiastically said. Think about it as well. If one had that child, one would cultivate the power of the first family. It would be like combining two families' greatness into one. Without a doubt, I will be thinking of taking him on. The other leaders couldn't deny these facts and they had made good points, but in the end, they could only pick one student, and perhaps the outcome of the match would dictate who they would pick. Is that an ability? Minnie thought. I can see why he wasn't worried when I hit him. He has a strong body as well since he got up after I kicked him. I want to use my powers, I want to use everything I have, but judging from the look on Jared's face and from what he said earlier, he still wasn't happy at all. If Minnie didn't start upping the tempo and such in her fight, then he would reveal her secret. Both of Minnie's hands were glowing red, and just like Jared had done, Minnie used her blood aura in the same way, producing blood swipes, but with each individual finger making it look more like a red claw mark going through the air. When it got close to Jared, the red slashes started to get cut, and before they could even reach Jared they had become nothing. There has to be somewhere I can attack. Minnie started to move around Jared while throwing her hands, and each time she would produce a blood slash heading straight for Jared. Due to her speed, the entire stage was filled with blood slashes that were all heading toward Jared in different directions. The vampires in the stadium couldn't believe what they were seeing. Toby, I think Minnie was going easy on you. Abby couldn't help but say. Yeah, I think, even when she broke my legs that time she was going easy on me. Toby replied. Even for the students that were in the higher grades, they had never seen anything like this. They weren't even sure if Jared could do something like this. If it wasn't for his ability, then they were sure this match would have already been over. There is no crack in his ability. Wherever I attack, he keeps destroying my blood slashes. Minnie thought angrily. What are you doing? Are you just going to stand there? Minnie shouted angrily as she stopped her attacks. There was one way to get through his ability, and that would be to use a stronger attack. She was also sure that if she covered her body in a strong enough blood aura she could get through it as well, but that would be going against her father's orders, so the best way was to get Jared to do something. If you just stand there and use your ability, eventually you're going to run out of MC cells. Minnie shouted. You're right, but won't you soon run out of blood aura? You have already used a lot. Jared replied, although he was sure she could go on for a long time. He thought it was best to change things up a bit. The red aura covered his hand once again. There was a reason why Jared focused so much on using red aura, and why his control was quite good. As his entire arm was covered from his shoulder down to his fingers, it started to condense and form something in his hand. Finally, it had finished forming and now they could see it. It was a sword made out of blood aura. Now it's my time to attack, Jared said as he ran forward. Minnie could see his movements clearly. She would be able to avoid him easily, and that's what she did as she dodged to the right, and was ready to attack his side. But even though the sword had missed, a cut had appeared directly on her cheek. If you don't use your full strength, this match isn't going to be easy for you at all, Jared commented. The first ability was always something that was best used with a sword, and it was why Bryce Kane always had one on hand, and was one of the most skilled users of the ability. Minnie avoided the strike once again, but another cut had appeared on her face. She tried to jump back to figure out why she kept getting hurt, but the sword slashes continued and small cuts were still appearing on her body all over the place. I know you can move much faster than this, Jared said. Do you really not care? A large strike downward that produced a blood strike along with the sword had hit the ground, breaking it and chucking pieces of rock up in the air. Once again Minnie had managed to make distance between the two. This is okay. I'm getting hurt, but it's not a lot, Minnie thought. I just have to stay calm. If the fight continues, then I can win this when he runs out of blood aura, stamina, or MC cells. I will definitely win this fight and keep the secret. Looking towards Minnie, Jared felt like he could almost read her mind. He could tell what she was thinking and feeling, which made him let out a big sigh once and for all. Fine, listen up, everybody. Jared let out a big sigh. There is something you all need to know about Minnie. What? What are you doing? Minnie thought. Her heart was beating. Both her hands were shaking as her entire body was being overcome with adrenaline. The truth is, Jared continued. No, I can't let him say those words. Pushing off from her legs, Minnie had powered herself with chi, a power that was hard to detect by vampires. She had been practicing it ever since that day, and with her current 10% power it made her move faster than before. Naturally, Minnie, wanting to stop Jared from speaking those words, had made a fist powered with chi and blood aura. Something that Quinn had to learn over time in this tense situation. Minnie was doing it naturally. Even though she could feel Jared's ability cutting her body all over, with the chi running through her body, it was hardly doing any damage. Throwing out her fist, Jared turned and raised his sword, but it had smashed through the pure blood sword, breaking it into nothing but energy particles. Then her fist had hit his face. The punch had shattered his teeth, and Jared was sent flying through the air at such a speed that the other vampires found it hard to keep track of him. But soon he had crashed into the bottom of the stadium and smoke and dust was seen everywhere. Only Minnie could be seen on the stage, standing in a punching position. Did I break the rules? Minnie only used 10% of her vampire powers still. This should be okay, right? Soon though, a great pain was felt in Minnie's body. Chi was in some ways the natural enemy of vampires, and there was a particular way one had to use it, and it had to be focused at all times, otherwise there was a large payback. All of her muscles were starting to twitch. A shooting pain all over was felt, and it was so painful that Minnie had passed out, falling onto the floor. What just happened? Grenlet asked, surprised himself. The power at the end. There was no rise in blood aura energy, and yet, suddenly she had moved faster, and delivered a powerful punch that had broken through Jared's attack. The other leaders also were amazed about this, and for sure they without a doubt felt like Minnie was a 1-in-a-million talent. Your family is going to cause me more headaches than ever. Edvard shook his head. Both Jared and Minnie were taken to the nurse's office, which was a tent set up on the field not too far away from the rest of the vampires. At the same time, the event continued on. Eventually, Minnie had woken up and it was the same for Jared. After they had been given some blood, most of their wounds were healing well, although Jared's were healing a little slower than usual. The two of them were in hospital beds next to each other, and it was safe to say that Minnie wasn't pleased with Jared. When the two made eye contact, she immediately looked away. You are really strong. You sure showed me, Jared said, still finding it hard to speak as his jaw was still a little messed up. I know why you're upset, and I'm sorry. I would never tell anyone about your secret. I already promised you and your mom. Minnie quickly turned her head. Liar, why would you say that now? I just wanted to fight you properly if I could. But now I know my place. You can believe me or not, but I promise I won't say a thing. Minnie, you are a special person. One that is even more special than me, and I hope you continue to grow, in strength and as a great person. Maybe one day, I'll be serving you, and if that's the case, I really don't think it will be all bad. Jared smiled. From his words, Jared seemed to be sincere, but she still wasn't happy. What was with all these boys that were making it hard for Minnie to live normally? Eventually, the event had ended, and the teachers were in charge of taking the students back to the class. Meanwhile, the leaders would decide who they would want as their pupils, and an announcement would soon be made in an hour or so. The field was now empty, and the leaders were all standing on the main center stage where Minnie and the other had fought. Well, let's make things clear, Bianca said, with her hands on her hips. I want the little girl, and I'm sure you know which one I'm talking about. Since I was the first to say this, I think I should get her. I don't think that's fair, Hickel commented. I'm sure every single one of us has claimed interest in her when we were watching the fight. Is there anyone else interested? Immediately, all of the leaders there raised their hands, including Grenlet and Edvard. This is going to be difficult if we all want her, Edvard said. I agree, Hickel replied. There should be a fair way for us to decide between us all. I have a suggestion, Grenlet spoke up. In this case, if we all wish to train her, wouldn't it be right to ask her guardians, to ask their parents who they think is best to train their daughter? Edvard was inwardly smiling. He thought this was a great suggestion. If they agreed to this, of course Quinn would pick him or Grenlet. I don't think that's too bad. I can be quite convincing. Does anyone know who her parents are? Or which family they are in? Bianca asked. They belong to my family, Edvard answered, and the other leaders noticed that he had answered a tad bit fast. I can check now to see where they are so we can get this matter resolved. Edvard walked off, as he went to communicate with his family, while the rest of the leaders were thinking of ways they could convince the girl's father to pick them. Depending on the position and type of person they were, there were many important factors. Eventually, though, Edvard had returned. There might be a slight problem. The girl's parents are currently at the hospital, and they might be there a while. Hospital? Hickel replied. When thinking about it, the leaders thought there weren't many reasons for a vampire to be at the hospital, or both parents for a long time. In their mind, it was quite obvious the reason: they had to be having another child. This only spurred them to get on the family's good side even sooner. If they had created one miracle child, perhaps there was a chance another one was on the way. The situation was one of the most tense that Quinn had ever suffered in his entire lifetime, and that was a lot when someone of his caliber was saying this. Saving the world, fighting an 8-spike Dalki. For some reason, none of those were giving him the same feelings as he had now. Currently, Quinn was in the hospital waiting just outside of the delivery suite. Here he could see that he wasn't the only one that was nervous. There were a lot of soon-to-be fathers that were restless, biting their nails, shaking their knees up and down. Some even looked to be asleep, which for a vampire meant they had to be completely exhausted, and Quinn was one of the many nervous fathers. For him, he was pacing back and forth. He was doing so at such a fast speed that some of the vampires watching him were thinking he was running. It wouldn't have seemed so odd as they had seen others do this, but for Quinn, he was doing it at such a speed they would believe he would tire sooner or later, but he still was going at the same pace as before. What if something goes wrong? That happens to humans, right? So it means it can happen to vampires. Just because vampires are stronger doesn't mean they can give birth easier. Quinn was panicking in his mind. This is the first time for Layla as well. I bet she's worried sick that I'm not with her. Why can't I be in the delivery room as well? I mean, I have absolute blood control. Maybe I could use my powers to help deliver the baby or something? It was a strange thought with a strange imagery appearing in his head. But right now his mind was a mess. I shouldn't think like this. If I think bad things, then bad things will happen. Everything will be okay. Everything will be okay. So why is it taking so long? Quinn thought. Just then, the sound of the double doors were heard opening. Many of them expected a midwife, a nurse, or maybe a doctor to come walking in. But when they saw that it was neither, they quickly continued doing whatever it was that calmed them down. This was the same for Quinn, until he did a second take and raised his head again. Minnie, Quinn said. Daddy. Minnie came running over and jumped up into Quinn's arms. Is it Mummy? Is she having a baby? Is she finally having the baby? Does this mean I have a new brother and sister? Where are they? Where's she? Mummy is currently in the hospital. We just have to wait here for now. Quinn answered. Soon we can see her. And our new family member. Looking up, Quinn was looking at the person who had entered with her, because Minnie hadn't entered on her own. Honestly, he hated to admit it, but he had somewhat forgotten about Minnie. Originally, the plan was that Layla was going to pick her up, but he had rushed to the hospital as soon as he heard the news. He didn't even know what the time was. But now she was here and she had come along with Edvard. It was a good guess, Edvard said. Ronkin reported you were out, so I assumed you were here for this reason. Edvard didn't go further into explaining. The truth was they were trying to get in contact with Quinn, which was why they had contacted Ronkin in the first place. There was a lot to tell him about Minnie, but on a big day like this, and already with a lot of worry on one's mind, Edvard didn't want to upset him. I'll let you be a family man for the day, Edvard said. This is not my place to be here. With that, Edvard left. Minnie and Quinn stayed together, and with her now with him, he decided to sit down. It was good for his legs and everyone else in the room who were sick of looking at him. When one was really nervous, it just made the rest even more nervous. Because Quinn's sweating was something that Minnie hardly ever saw. She saw it as a sign she should be quiet. Her wounds were already healed up, and just like Edvard, she didn't want to worry her father, especially since there was nothing for him to worry about. Yet, the doors had opened a few times, with midwives coming out and calling out family names, but Quinn hadn't heard his. This was making him more anxious than ever, until finally. Layla Balin? A midwife called out, looking at her tablet. When she looked up, she jumped back as there was someone right in front of her. I'm here, Quinn answered. Your wife, And your new child are ready to see you now. Everything went well. Those words were relief to his ears, and looking at Minnie as he held her hand, he smiled. The three walked down the hallway until they reached the right room. The midwife pushed the door open, allowing Quinn to walk in first, and there they could see it. Layla was lying there on a hospital bed. She looked tired, and slightly paler than usual. Her horns weren't covered up this time. It looked like her hat had been ripped to shreds for some reason. "Quinn, Minnie, come here. Come quick," Layla said as she saw them. Rushing over, Quinn hopped Minnie onto the corner of the bed, while they both looked at the baby that had been cleaned and was wrapped up in a blanket. "Say hello to your brother, Minnie," Layla said. Minnie went close to the baby, and she held out her hand. Before she knew it, the baby started to reach out and grab onto it. "He's so cute," Minnie almost squealed. She felt like she was about to faint from cuteness overload. "And he's so small. Why is he so small?" "He is really small. I never knew babies were this small," Quinn commented. "Is he okay? There's nothing wrong with him, right? Like more toes, wings, or anything like that?" When looking at him, he had small amounts of curly black hair. His eyes, as they opened, were a red color. "Your boy is a special one," the midwife said. "From what we can tell, he's just a vampire. I know Mrs. Ballin was a subclass, but none of the traits seem to have passed on. However, when a newborn baby vampire is born, usually their eyes don't glow red like that straight away. They are faint, and only get their color after a week or so." Looking closer, Quinn could see it. The baby, no, his own son, was looking directly at him with such beautiful glowing red eyes. Not only that, rather than an odd blank look, they were quite clear, almost as if the baby really could see him. "I guess even vampire babies can't walk." Quinn smiled and chuckled, and for the first time in a long time, Quinn felt a well of emotions come out, and tears were rolling down his face. "Dad, why are you sad?" Minnie asked. "Did you want a girl instead of a boy?" "No, it's not that," Quinn replied. "I'm just so happy. With the war going on, the troubles that we have had as a family, I just never thought a normal life was possible. Until I met you two beautiful girls. Thank you so much for giving me this life. I now really understand why you didn't want to mess it up." For a while, all three of them just continued to stare at the baby, as they attempted to talk and make hand gestures. It was the most peaceful the family ever felt. At the same time, in the celestial space, Mundus had been given word of something. "That's certainly strange, but didn't we have a promise?" "I understand, but if we break our word with one, then it will mean our words will mean nothing with the others. It could very well destroy the relations between us and all of the other Celestials," Mundus stated. "Thank you," Mundus replied. "But I will look into the matter." "Have you thought about it?" Layla asked, as the baby was finally peacefully sleeping away. "You mean a name?" Quinn replied. "Yeah, I have." For a long time, Quinn had been thinking of a name. It was important. It was what he would call his own flesh and blood that he and Layla had come together to create, and would be an addition to the Talon family. When thinking of names, he didn't want something too common, he didn't want something too old either. He wanted something that wasn't commonly used a lot, but that also had some type of meaning. "Quinn, it's okay," Layla said. "If it was a girl, I honestly wanted to name her after my mother. I never got to connect with her, and I thought maybe it would be a way for me to connect with her, but since it's a boy, I will give all the power to you." "Really?" Minnie shouted out. "Even if he picks something stupid like Bin?" Layla didn't say anything, but she was praying to anyone out there that he wouldn't be as ridiculous as Bin. Due to the worry that was placed in her mind by Minnie, she decided to make a few suggestions of her own. "What if you pick someone who meant a lot to you? Someone that's no longer around?" Layla suggested. "There was Arthur. I know there was a strange period between you two, but in the end, he gave you everything that he could to help you, that helped you in all of this." "Arthur," Quinn repeated. It was a name that was strong and had been given to many great people in the past. On top of that, it wasn't a name that was used too often, but something just didn't sit right with Quinn. "I did think about that, Arthur, Leo, or Nate. To honor them and not forget them, I thought about naming our child like that, but in some way I feel like giving their names to our child is slightly wrong. They were great people, all of them did great things and are names that I will remember forever. I don't want their names to be lessened or remembered differently in any way. And how could I pick one person over the other? I promise to all those that did help me that one day I will do something to honor them all. The struggle continued in Quinn's mind, as for some reason his head kept going to names beginning with the letter B. I have a suggestion, Minnie said with a smile. Since Quinn couldn't really think of anything, he was happy to hear it. Okay, well, it was a word that we learned today in school. Galen, Minnie suggested. It's meant to mean calm, peaceful, or healer, and I think Galen matches our family name as well. Galen Talon? Layla repeated. It certainly has a ring to it. I think it's a good suggestion. What do you think? When thinking of the name, Quinn started to think of the system. There was a quest on there, one that had been on there for a while now that still hadn't been completed. Find out the truth about the Talon family? After discovering his great ancestor Ray, he thought it would be over, yet it still continued. I remember what that woman, Bliss, said as well. There is something special about the Talon family. Maybe there is a reason why strange things happen around us. I think it's a good name, Galen, Quinn said, rubbing his son's cheek. I hope this name means that during your time it will be peaceful, and I wish that you live a peaceful life, and bring peace to us as well. Well, now that you've gone and said that, it means you've just jinxed us all, Layla said, and the whole family began to laugh together. After a few hours and a few final checks were made on both Layla as well as the newborn, at the same time the official name was registered into the settlements database. Seeing Balin instead of Talon did upset Quinn a little, but it would have to do for now. What had come to a surprise for Quinn was the fact that the hospital stated that they were free to go. According to them, the vampire baby was fine, and it would continue to do fine. There was no need for the hospital to take care of the baby for a while longer. I guess vampire babies are stronger than human babies, Quinn said, as he was holding on to Galen at the moment. He lifted him in the air slightly to take another look at him. And you're definitely just a normal vampire, right? Quinn asked, as if the baby could reply, but it said nothing. In the end, after the school event had been completed, the students were originally meant to hear the results of who had been scouted, and by what family. However, due to them not being able to get in touch with a certain someone, they had decided to leave it for now until all matters were resolved. Which was why Edvard had ended up taking Minnie to the hospital, which also meant that all of the leaders were on their way home. In the sixth family castle, Magnus had finally arrived back. The door closed behind him as he stood on a piece of the ground that lit up, slamming the door shut. Now alone to himself, he couldn't help but smile. That small vampire was certainly an impressive one. It would be nice if she was to join my side, but it matters not if she doesn't. The other two boys were equally as good for what I need them for anyway, Magnus thought. His staff, as usual, greeted him as he was on his way, but he wasn't heading to the throne, or to the top floor where his sleeping chamber resided. Instead he was heading to another location. An area that he had built himself, something that he had finished just recently. Eventually, Magnus came to a large double-arched door. It was around 4 meters in height and had a circular lock. He spun the combination until it clicked and the door began to open on its own. As he walked through the door, several circles lit up, but they did nothing because they were made by his own ability. They were traps that he had set up for anyone that would attempt to come into the place. His ability was strong, and when a trap was set up, it was placed there permanently. It was one of the things that made Magnus so dangerous when it came to war. With plenty of preparation, he was a hard person to get a hold of. After going through the special door and his traps, Magnus started to head down a staircase. In the past, the tombs of the old vampire leaders were placed under each castle, but now they were all kept with Jim Eno. Still, Magnus wanted to use the space for something else anyway. Who would have thought? After being put into eternal slumber, I thought I would never get woken up. Yet here I am once again. Magnus smiled. Eventually reaching the bottom, the place was pitch black until Magnus snapped his fingers and crystals started to light up. It lit up the dark, large, empty space which was a carefully crafted walkway, which eventually led to what could only be described as a statue. Magnus stood right in front of the statue as he looked up. "You have guided me in the past, so I will ask you to guide me once more." The large statue that Magnus was talking to, it was made out of completely black substance. It was large in size. In the center was a carefully crafted eye that had red centered around the iris. Then on top of it there were two large wings. "Immortality. Tell me what you need me to do." Magnus knelt down on his knees and continued to pray, and soon, the statue started to light up slightly, and a connection was made with the other plane. It was still their first day with Galen, and many things had been set up at home already. For a while now, they had been preparing a space in their room for him to sleep in. Minnie actually also slept in the same room as well, but was promised that she would soon get her own room. However, it didn't even seem like she was actually bothered about her own room, and preferred being in the same place as everyone else, to the point where she had even requested that the whole family would sleep together. "I wonder if Minnie is worried that we will start forgetting about her, now that we have Galen. Either way, me and Layla need to make sure that we don't neglect and forget about her. I'm sure looking after a child is hard, but when you're a superhuman who can do things 10 times faster, then it shouldn't be a problem. Besides, I'm a quick learner." In some ways, Quinn was excited to experience life as a father. He couldn't remember much of what his own father and mother had done for him growing up. At the age where he could remember few memories, he just remembered them leaving to go and join the war. In some ways, Quinn just wanted his father or mother to be there. He had done all of this for those around him, including his friends. Yet, there was no one quite there to say he had done a good job, to guide him, or to tell him what he was doing was right or wrong. With Galen, Quinn wanted to be the one there for him and stay by his side. "Yay, we're finally home." Minnie had paused midway through her sentence and slowed down. When Quinn and Layla caught up, they soon understood why, and the wrinkles on Quinn's forehead soon appeared, as he was ready to go into fight mode. "What is this? Why are the family leaders? Why are the original leaders waiting right outside my doorstep?" Quinn thought. It wasn't just Edvard and Grenlit, who were also present, but it was every family leader that existed, including Magnus, who Quinn had recently learned to look out for. Did they find out my secret? Did they find out about Layla or Minnie? Are they all here to try and take me out, right when our child is born? Seeing the look on Quinn's face, Edvard was quickly shaking his head, making it clear that it wasn't the case here at all. "Congratulations on a new child," Grenlit said. "Today certainly is a joyous occasion, don't you think? Today we discovered the talents of Minnie Balin, and I'm sure that this new child will grow up to be just as talented as her." Grenlit was trying his best to give hints about the situation, but the problem was Quinn, nor Layla had any context of what was going on, and the first one to figure this out wasn't Edvard or Greenlit but Hickel. "It appears that Minnie has yet to tell you the good news?" Hickel asked. "Good news," Layla repeated as she looked down, but instead of being happy or proud, Minnie was grabbing onto Quinn's leg and attempting to hide behind it. In the end, Hickel went on to explain what had occurred at the school today, the big event and what Minnie had managed to accomplish. He went into quite the detail as to how well she had done, and explanation of her powers. In a way, both Quinn and Layla found it hard to be upset with her, and they were just thankful that Minnie didn't transform into her celestial form, or use her shadow powers. After the tale had ended, Bianca then went on to clear her throat and step forward. As explained, the event was to allow the students an honorary position of becoming our direct disciple. They wouldn't have to join our family, but will be taught everything that we know, and form a disciple and master-like bond. Seeing Bianca being one of the first leaders to express their interest, soon the others had moved in as well, doing the same. "I believe our family's ability will suit her best, and she will become one of the strongest vampires there is. Your home, it's too small now that you have a new child. If you agree to allow Minnie to join us, we will provide you with a manor inside the family quarters and increase your wage by double." All of the leaders were using their positions and powers to try and convince Quinn. They were speaking so fast that Edvard and Grenlit didn't even have a chance to make their offers. At first Quinn was worried that the leaders were here to attack him, and yet here they were begging him and almost groveling at his feet. What did they see in Minnie that had attracted them so much? "Wait," Quinn said. "All of you are talking at once that I can't even understand what's going on. If I am to understand correctly, each one of you wants Minnie to be your disciple, correct? And I guess you are saying that I have to decide." Quinn looked back at Layla, who somewhat shrugged her shoulders. She didn't know what was the best thing to do in this situation. Picking Edvard would perhaps be the simplest way to resolve the matter, but for some reason she felt like Quinn didn't want to do that either. "Minnie has her own life to lead," Quinn said, rubbing her hair. "At the end of the day, the decision is up to her." Minnie looked at all the leaders. The way they were acting was scaring her a little, and then looked up at Quinn before asking her a question. "If I become their disciple, does that mean that I will spend less time with the family and less time with Dad?" Minnie asked. "Most likely," Quinn replied. "Then I don't want to. I don't want to become any of their disciples," Minnie shouted. The leaders almost let out an audible gasp as they heard this. "Little girl," Bianca said, "don't you understand? There are vampires that would do anything to be taught by one of us. This is a great privilege." "For you more so than her, it seems like," Quinn replied. "You heard my daughter, she doesn't wish to, and my decision is the same as hers." The initial shock that the original vampire leaders were experiencing was starting to turn into anger. They were rejected, and not a single one of them was picked. They could understand the child not understanding the situation, but what about the father? "Are you really not going to comply?" Magnus asked, stepping forward, and he wasn't being shy about the anger that was fueling him. "I believe we let things slide a little because of our wish, but you have been treating us with a bit too much disrespect," Magnus stated. A situation that somewhat Edvard was expecting, and he needed to calm things down, but the question was how? Sticking up for Quinn a bit too much in this situation would make things obvious. At the same time, there was a reason why none of the other leaders had said anything, because they agreed as well. Whether it was their greed for wanting the child on their side, or truly them believing they were above every vampire in the settlement, he wasn't quite so sure. At that moment, both Grenlet and Edvard were thinking the same thing. They wondered if they didn't know Quinn's power, his situation, would they be acting the same way? If that was the case, it would have been a quick way for them all to get splattered. "We can still solve this situation peacefully," Edvard said. "We are asking to take a family member away from him for a significant amount of time. No matter who we are, he has a right to be annoyed after refusing." Edvard decided to speak out. Either way, it was the best thing to do. "You're right," Magnus said. "There is another way to solve this situation. As the original vampires and leaders of the settlement, you are to choose one of us to be your disciple or leave the settlement." At the time, Quinn was still holding on to baby Galen, and he soon passed it on to Layla, turning his back. "Is that a threat?" Quinn asked, his back facing away from the others. "Is that a threat?" When Quinn said these words, it sounded like there was almost an underlying growl. The words from Magnus had infuriated him. Everything Quinn had done was for the sake of his family living in the settlement, and now they wanted to remove him? "If they didn't want me here, then what's the point of keeping up this act?" Although Quinn wasn't showing a rise in vampire aura, they could tell that he was angered. Most of the leaders could tell when their words annoyed someone. The difference was in the actions. Either they would hold their tongue, beg for mercy, or see their wrongdoings. In this situation, Quinn would have to bite his tongue, because in this settlement he had no power, and all of it belonged to the leaders. Such a fool of a father, Magnus thought. If we wanted to, we could take her with us by force, and I'm sure she would see our ways. Why is a nobody guard suddenly acting up like this? The leaders were suddenly distracted as they heard a thud to their side, and could see of all people it was Grenlet who had fallen to his knees. "Please no," Grenlet said. His whole body was shaking, and he had come down in a vicious sweat. He looked beyond ill. "Is everything okay?" Binaka said, rushing to his side. "Please no, not again," Grenlet mumbled to himself. The words that were spoken to Quinn, it was a deep scar in his mind. It was reminding him of the time where he had been completely smothered by Quinn's vampire aura alone. It had triggered a traumatic experience for Grenlet. He nor any of his family will be kicked out of the settlement, Edvard stated, walking forward. Quinn's back was still turned and he could tell he was holding it in, perhaps due to the newborn that was in the area. Quinn is a guard of the 9th family. I will talk to him about reconsidering the matter with his daughter. Give me at least a day to talk to him about the advantages of having a member of his family as a disciple, Edvard asked. I think that's a little unfair, Bianca stated. Since he is a guard from your family, you already have an advantage and leaving him with you and with your ability. I feel like all of this is in favor of him picking you. That might be the case, but I have a solution, Edvard said. I will pull out of taking Minnie as one of my disciples, and instead ask that for the child known as Toby. The leaders looked at each other, seeing if any of the others had a complaint, but to them it was quite the fair deal, so they would allow it. With that, the leaders quickly went off, back to their castle duties, but not before there was a final word from Magnus. A decision needs to be made by tomorrow. The last one left was Edvard as he let out a big sigh. None of them know how close they were to losing their lives, just leaving like that. Thank you, Edvard, for looking after us so much, Layla said. Quinn then turned around. His face, rather than angry, looked saddened more than anything. He was saddened by the fact that those around him, in this situation, had the power to force him and his family to do things that they didn't wish. Was this the life he wanted, the freedom he fought and asked for, to comply with the current leader's orders? Everyone had gathered in Quinn's living room. It certainly was a small space and a little cramped now that they were all inside. I'm sorry, Edvard said. I should have given you a bigger place so you could enjoy your life as part of the 9th family more. It's okay, Layla replied. It would have been strange for a guard to have better treatment and living conditions than the other guards. So I understand why you did what you did, but about Minnie, what are we to do now? I'm sure you have a solution when you suggested that. The solution? Quinn said. The solution would be to put the leaders in their place. Then they will stop bothering us. That won't work, Edvard said. You start fighting the leaders, you beat all the leaders, and then what? That would be sending a signal for Jim Eno to come here, along with Jack and his Dalkey army. He's right, and the Dalkey aren't like they were before. Thanks to Jack Truedream, they now have abilities as well. I've been contacting Russ quite frequently, to try to gauge their strength, but it's been difficult for him. Layla replied. There are two things that you need to figure out before taking on Jim Eno. The first is how he is able to alter the memories of everyone in the settlement. As a return for your favor, when I next meet Jim Eno, I will try my hardest to find an answer for you. What about Jack Truedream? Isn't he an option as well? If we get to him, can't we learn about Jim? Quinn asked. Layla was the one that shook her head this time. And what? You plan to take your whole family with you to Earth. How are you going to sneak in, for one, and find him? On top of that, there was one thing Russ mentioned. At all times, by Jack's side, there is a Dalkey with him. Without a doubt, Russ stated that he believes that this Dalkey is their leader, and he has powers beyond his imagination. Russ couldn't give more details, as it was just an impression he had gotten. Unfortunately for you, this is also a problem for Jim, Edvard stated. It seems like the ones that you have to worry about are not Jim and Jack, it's the two around him. When we met Jim Eno for the second time, we had done so off this planet. At the time, there was a person standing by his side. None of the originals felt like they could even look the said person in the eye. Quinn, you are strong, so perhaps you can take on both of these guards without much of a problem. But if you don't learn the secret of that power, will you really be okay with everyone having forgotten about you? The Quinn was honest, he wasn't, but he knew it was a selfish thought. As long as the settlement and Earth were in a safe place, there was no need for him to act out and cause trouble. These were the words he had to keep reminding himself. So the best situation is the current one we are in while waiting for information. No one is getting hurt. But what about Minnie then? How does this resolve that situation? Quinn asked. My suggestion is letting her become one of the leader's disciples, Edvard suggested. A bond between a direct disciple and the teacher can grow into a strong one. It's similar to a family member, especially for us originals. 3 months, 6 months next week, who knows when Jim Eno will return. When he does, like I said before, it's best to have as many people on your side as possible. For now you have 2 of the leaders. Just imagine, do you think Jim Eno would ever suspect that you have 3 leaders on your side rather than his? Your position is getting stronger without him even knowing about it. Quinn understood what he was saying, but based on his words, it meant handing Minnie over to a new leader, rather than Grenlet, who was under his control. I would suggest Hickle, the 4th family leader, Edvard said. He is a strong leader, and on top of that he was also part of the Punisher's convent. Still, it is best to not reveal yourself to too many people. The more people that know, the more likely your secret is to come out, but these are the reasons for my suggestion. The suggestion didn't sound too bad to Quinn, but there was one other thing on his mind. Minnie would be away from him from time to time, so it would be best to use the upgrading crystal to give her a Godslayer weapon. Yes, Quinn had the shadow, but he had learned in the past that there were times when that wouldn't work either. Since it looked like a decision had been made, it was time for Edvard to leave. Enjoy your time with your new family and raising your new son while you can. I hope I can keep your wish for as long as possible. Little did everyone know that the next 6 months would be the last peaceful moments of Quinn's family. Inside the house, Layla was busy doing some cleaning around the place. There was dust that would grow in the strangest of places, and she took pride in her home. Now that they had stayed in a single spot for a long time, she could start putting her own touches to the place. Changing up furniture, hanging up paintings, and choosing her own style of decorations. Before she had been afraid to do any of these things, because in the back of her mind, there was always the chance that this wouldn't last, that they would have to up and leave at any second. After a while, that fear had disappeared, and it was safe to say that Layla was the happiest that she ever had been. Getting up from the floor, she started to look around. Where did I put that other cloth? Layla asked. Suddenly, a yellow cloth that was slightly dirty appeared right in front of her from the side. On the end of the cloth, there was a small little chubby hand. Thank you so much, Galen, Layla said, as she took the cloth and went to kiss Galen's cheek, who was standing on the table. You really are a special boy, always helping out your mother like this. It had been a total of 6 months since Galen was born, and to everyone's surprise, but to Quinn's the most, after 1 month he could already walk. It wasn't your usual off-balance wobbly walk that kids did either, it was full-on walking. In a lot of ways it frightened Quinn seeing something so small, walking like they did, but he also had to clap and smile, telling his son how proud he was. He didn't know if this was usual for vampires, or if Galen was talented, and as usual being a parent, one always thought that their kids were talented. Just in case, it was really strange though, so Quinn never asked anyone what would be a normal age, and whenever they went out in public with him, Quinn would carry Galen anyway. On top of that, Galen seemed to understand a lot. He helped out his mother whenever she needed something and would respond if she asked for something. The only thing that seemed slightly normal about Galen was the fact that he was still unable to speak, but could make simple noises here and there. Other than that, in the 6 months that had passed, nothing strange had really happened, when at the same time it felt like a lot happened. Just like Edvard had suggested to them 6 months ago. Quinn had met with the leaders the next day along with Minnie, stating that they wished to select the 5th family leader, Hickle. The other vampires didn't like this, but there was nothing that they could argue about or complain about now. There was one condition that Quinn had put though, and that was told to Hickle in private. That she was not to learn any ability. With how much fuss had gone on, and with such a talented vampire in front of him, Hickle had agreed to the demand. The vampire leader and Minnie trained every day after school for an hour, and sometimes the sessions would run for 2 hours. What was surprising to Quinn was that Minnie had stated she had learned quite a bit from her teacher. How to control her aura more to focus on healing, fighting techniques, fighting plans and more. At the same time, so it would look like her training was going well, Quinn said that every month Minnie was able to increase her power use in front of Hickle by 1% at a cap of 15%. The interesting thing was, when Hickle saw the progress of how fast and how strong Minnie was growing, he had told her the same thing. To not show her full strength to others willy-nilly. The good news was that there were no incidents at all between the two, and there wasn't really much going on with Minnie at all. The school life was the same for her. She got more attention from others, but that dwindled quite quickly and her small friend group had remained the same, consisting of Toby and Abby. Just like she promised though, Minnie had mistreated Toby for a few days. But when he explained why he had done everything, it was hard for Minnie to stay angry at him for a long time. Things weren't just going well for Minnie though, they were going well for Toby as well. He was learning a lot and could use his aura freely now. Edvard was teaching him diligently and from time to time, the two of them would talk about other things. Things that had nothing to do with fighting, such as winning over one's heart. But Toby and Minnie weren't the only students to be selected. Hebe had been picked up by Binaka in the end, and one of the most talented students of all, Jared, had been selected by Magnus. It was assumed that with the guidance of the family leaders, that their strength would be improving by leaps and bounds. As for Quinn, 6 months later, he was doing the same thing as he had been doing 6 months ago. Walking around the marketplace with Ron Kin. "Man, I'm so annoyed," Ron Kin almost yelled out. "I know, you said this already," Quinn replied. "You don't understand, I was ready." Ron Kin pumped his fist. "After all the training you gave me, and winning our little local fight, I thought it was my chance. My chance to take the assessment and get out of this job." The little tournament that was set up by the guards had continued, and at the time when Ron Kin had won, Quinn had called out the cheating by one of the other members. Rather than disqualify him from the matches, there was a suggestion that was made. For Ron Kin to fight him fairly, if he was to win then, all the money that had been lost would be handed over. The opponent accepted and it was a tough battle, but Ron Kin had come out as the winner. "You know, based on the way you speak, sometimes I think you're trying to get away from me," Quinn joked. "Hey, don't be like that," Ron Kin replied. "If I get on the scouting team or as a permanent guard, we can still all go out for drinks. Heck, we meet up with Nell all the time, and he isn't even in our family." It was true, now that they had been at the settlement for a while, and their child was born, like Layla had suggested. Quinn was beginning to mingle more, and closest things that he could call friends were Nell and Ron Kin. Not much was said about that day, because they knew nothing about it, but Quinn still felt like their attitudes towards him had greatly changed after it. "Look, I just want to know, why would they cancel all the assessments like that and put it on hold so suddenly?" Ron Kin continued to complain. A few hours later and their shift was over with. That was when Ron Kin and Quinn decided to head to what had become the usual spot for them. A little inn called the Fat Pig's Head. It could seat around 50 people inside at most, but it was popular with the guards as well as others. In the place itself, there was a spot that was always reserved for them, because one of Nell's relatives owned the place. In that spot, in the corner, Nell was waiting for them, already having a drink with two ready for the others. Sitting down, Ron Kin took a big swig from it, and slammed it on the table, nearly causing the others to spill. Why is my luck so bad?" Ron Kin asked. "What's up with him?" Nell asked. "He's been complaining about it all day. Do you remember the announcement they made about the assessments being put on hold for a while?" "Well, Ron Kin was planning on taking the next one," Quinn answered. Hearing this, Nell looked to his left and right, wondering if any of the other vampires were paying attention, but they seemed far too busy talking about their own business. So he leaned in and in a soft voice spoke. "About that, I think I know the reason why," Nell stated. "I heard that Jim Eno is returning." It was the first time Quinn had heard the name Jim Eno for a while. In the last 6 months he had continued to live his happy life. He hadn't gotten involved in trying to find out what he was doing nor finding any of his past friends, for the sake of normality and the way everything was. Everything was fine in terms of the vampire settlement and those on Earth, so it left Quinn to try to get on with how things were as well. But now he had heard Jim Eno was coming to the vampire settlement. In the past, he would have made some grand plan to perhaps catch him, and Edvard and Grenlet had always promised the next time he visited they would attempt to get information from him as well. Why is Jim Eno coming back now after all this time? What does he have to do in the settlement? Is he just coming back to rule this place, to be the leader? No, that can't be the only reason. What I'm more worried about is what exactly has he been doing this whole time as well. Perhaps he is finally ready to act out whatever it was he was planning and doing. Really? Ronkin said in excitement. We get to see him after all this time. He's been so busy, I heard, with running a Universal Cruise Line business and visiting Earth frequently. The Marpo Cruise Line was something that was still operational. Quinn had learned. Most of this information was gathered by Russ, since it was heavily advertised on Earth. It was a way to advertise Earth on a universal scope. For them to interact with other species was a good way to also collect income to improve the life of those from Earth as well. As the cruise was also used to transport goods and rich customers from other races, they were paid in plentiful crystals that could practically be crafted to be made into anything for everyone to use. The standard of life was getting better for the people all over. Well, it seems he might be busy with a few other things as well, Nell said, finishing his drink in one go and wiping the liquid away from his mouth. I have kept in touch with the scouting team that survived with us that time. I speak to their leader often, and he has been telling me a few interesting things. There are some things I'm sure you already know, but the green liquid has been spread out to more and more vampires. It's becoming more accessible, and even the public are drinking it to power themselves. Heck, soon they might be offering it to our kids at school. The green liquid, at first the vampires were all reluctant to use it as they wished to use their own power, but as time went on and as supplies of it as well as higher grades of the green liquid were passed around, it became almost a dependency for vampires. Even for the normal worker when building construction, a vampire would use it to increase their workflow by double. The vampires seemed to have no shame in using its power. Quinn could only imagine that his blood replacement he had created a long time ago was finally being used, and he was sure Jim would be happy to hear about it. What you talked about is an important point as well. More and more vampires are being called out for scouting missions as well as for guards for the Marpo cruise. Before the assessments were stopped, I heard they were nearly accepting anybody who wanted a position on the scouting team. These words had hit Ronkin quite hard. After working to improve himself for so long, he wanted a position he could be proud of, but if they were giving them out to anyone that applied, he would feel like he hadn't changed at all. Lastly, they have been encouraging vampires to have children. I'm sure you have heard of the settlement support program. It has only become more generous, and the more children one has, the more they are entitled from the program. What do you think this all means? Ronkin thought about it hard, and how it all linked together, and so did Quinn, but both of them looked at each other as they weren't entirely sure. Nell shook his head. All of these things are a sign of war, Nell claimed. Increasing our numbers, increasing our forces, and increasing our strength. I don't know against who or what, but it's all clearly a sign, and now Jim is coming to see us. It seems like preparations have been completed. Now that Nell had put it out like that, it did seem that way, but a war? Against whom? The Dalki were no longer enemies. The Celestials had kept their word and hadn't interfered with Earth's business, and Immortality, there was no way for him to get to this place. Apparently Quinn was some type of link, but he didn't see that. If a war really is on the way, then we better drink up, Ronkin said. We won't be able to enjoy peaceful days like this. Now, there was quite a bit for Quinn to think about. At home, Minnie had just arrived home from school. Layla and Galen had gone to pick her up. But when entering the room, she was startled for a few seconds as she saw someone sitting at their dining table. Ah! Layla jumped, holding her hat on top of her head. Sorry, Edvard replied. I let myself in as I needed to talk to you both. I hope that's okay. Uncle Edvard, Minnie said, running over and giving him a big hug. At times, the leaders would visit each other, and Minnie would go to visit Toby. Through this she got to meet Edvard quite a lot, but she only started to call him uncle when he began to give her a few juice boxes. According to Hickel, he had learned it was the easiest way to control her. If only they knew then, they could have convinced her relatively easily to become one of their disciples. If you're looking for Quinn, he's out at the moment, but he usually comes back in an hour or so, Layla stated. If you don't mind waiting, I can prepare something to eat. When he comes back, we can all have a meal together. From the air that was surrounding Edvard's head, Layla could see that it was an important matter, which was why she didn't want him to leave it until later and offered him to stay. I can help, Minnie said. In the end, Edvard was left awkwardly in the dining room with Galen, while Minnie and Layla were cooking something in the kitchen. Galen was sitting on a booster seat that allowed him to match the height of the table. "It's been a long time since I interacted with someone so young. Can you speak?" Edvard asked. The expression on Galen's face was blank as he just stared back at him. "I guess not," Edvard replied. "Why don't I show you something a little magical?" Putting his hands together, Edvard started to gather his red aura. Then pulling his hands apart, Edvard had created what looked like a rainbow in the air from his blood aura. It had a lingering effect as it stayed in place. After that, Edvard started to fire off small amounts of aura from his fingertips, trying to imitate small fireworks made of blood aura as the energy disappeared. It looked fascinating and magical at the same time. Even for Galen, he seemed to be paying attention to the movement of his fingers and everything else. "Nearly all vampires have a certain amount of blood control," Edvard started to explain. "But I have lived a very, very long time and have perfected it to the point where I can do something like this. Maybe one day you can too. I'm sure you can since you were born from two talented parents." In the end, Edvard needed to go to the toilet and left Galen on his own for a few seconds. When he did, Galen started to put both of his hands together. A few moments later, and there were sparks of red aura appearing. As he moved his hands, he too had created a rainbow out of his aura. When Quinn later arrived home, he was surprised to see Edvard. Everyone at the table had a nice meal together. When the table was cleared, Edvard was quick to get to business. "I have some news that I wanted to tell you. Jim Eno is returning, and it looks like he's planning to start a war." After dinner was over, Edvard got right to business, and he had recently told Quinn everything that Nell had said, or more so confirmed everything Nell was saying about the green liquid, and the reason for all of the decisions made by the new Vampire Council. They were all implemented on Jim Eno's orders. Jim Eno briefed the leaders on what is coming up in the next week or so, and it's a lot to take in even for us leaders. Edvard continued to explain. "There are shipments, batches of Tier 4 green blood, coming. Along with it, we are to recruit for the war. It will be a joint venture with Dalki, humans, and vampires, but Jim wants the vampires to impress. Anyone can join the war, and in return, the 4 spiked and higher tiers of blood will be passed out." Honestly, when hearing that the Dalki, humans, and vampires would be taking part in the battle, Quinn was feeling worried for the enemy. At one point in time, Quinn had faced all of them, but to face all of them together, why, and with who? Quinn asked. "I'm not too sure myself," Edvard replied. From what was explained, there was a race called the Namriks that attacked the Marpo cruise line. Jim claims that he wants to show the universe the power of Earth so another attack doesn't happen. It might also just be a test for things to come as well. Not just me, but the other leaders have a feeling that this won't be the only attack, and there might be more to come in the future. This is crazy. Does he and Jack want to take over the whole universe or something? Quinn asked. Perhaps. As an original, I have seen this before. When one has power for a long time and lives a long life, they can't just be content with the things around them. They believe they have become the best, risen to the top, and they have to prove that. Maybe there is a crystal problem, or perhaps Jack or Jim are really hellbent on revenge. But either way, this is what's happening. So far Quinn hadn't gotten involved with things because they were peaceful, but now the peace was about to be broken because of Jim. Was it the time to act now? Was it the time to take Jim down? If Earth started to expand as well, to cause trouble outside their own planet, Quinn was sure that the Celestials would act. This war, although I do think lives will be lost, we are a strong race, Quinn, so I doubt many lives will be lost. Edvard explained. But I feel like it will be an opportunity. When the war starts, Jim will call all the leaders by his side. We will be with him during the duration of the war, and that's when me and Grenlet can do our research. We can find out how he changed people's memories. I'm not telling you to act after that, but I would just suggest not doing anything until we have the answer, and I promise you we will try our very best to give you an answer. After explaining everything, Edvard left, and the family were left on their own at the dining table. He looked towards Layla, who was just shaking her head, but eventually she spoke, breaking the silence. Quinn, I told you to wait, at least until our son was born. Galen is here now, and I feel like I can protect him and Minnie. I know what's happening has been hard, I know there were instances where you wished you could act out but didn't because of my words, which is why I'm telling you now. Do what you think is right. I will protect us, and I know you will too, no matter what you do." The next couple of days, everything had soon come to light. Just as Edvard had stated, all of the vampires were informed of the upcoming war. A few more details were given, such as the fact that the Namriks had captured some of those working on the Marpo cruise. This included vampires, humans, as well as Dalki. They had asked for them to be returned, but the other race wasn't complying. Quinn didn't know whether this was just a cover-up story, to make the people believe it was righteous and worthy, or the truth, but either way it didn't change the outcome. When looking around in the square where the meeting was taking place, instead of fear for the loss of lives, or what was going to happen to them, they were looking forward to fighting. As Quinn was told many times, the vampires were born to fight. It was almost in their nature to do so. Maybe it had something to do with stemming from immortality, the wish to bring death on others. Perhaps they were following his will without realizing it. But he knew, if the war was one-sided and went the other way, that the vampires could experience fear as well. Those of you who wish to sign up will be rewarded heavily. If you are to pass on in battle, your families will be looked after greatly for the rest of their lives. A recruiter shouted. In a week, we will head into battle. The message was over and many vampires went to sign up for battle almost immediately, while others were left to think about it for a while. The good thing was, the vampires weren't forced to join the army that would go into battle. It was a choice, which meant even Quinn didn't need to join in, and he decided it was perhaps best for him not to. Later on he found himself at the usual spot with Ronkin and Nell. They were all quite quiet that day, until Ronkin slammed his hand on the table again. I've decided. I'm joining the war, Ronkin said. What? But what about your family? Quinn asked. I know, I have thought about this for a long time, but I decided. The money will go to my family either way. If I survive or not, they will be looked after, and every time I think about the vampires that are captive, what if that was our family? Someone has to fight to free them, and I want to be a part of it. I would want others to act if it was my family as well. If they have done this once, they will do it again. On top of that, it's a chance to prove myself. I see next to no downside to this. Downside? Quinn repeated. What about dying? I think that's a pretty big downside to me. I know you're strong, vampires are strong, but there are other races out there that we know nothing about that could be far stronger than us. When thinking about this, Quinn was thinking about the Amur race. The large beings that were nearly made out of rock and had 4 arms. They were stronger and faster than a normal vampire, and their elites would easily be able to deal with the leaders. It was when Quinn realized how small their world was, and the vast amount of others that were out there. Dying is a downside, but we will all die one day, Nell added. I would rather be in control of my own death. Going to die on my own terms sounds a lot better, and that's if we die in the first place. From the sounds of it, it appeared that Nell had made his decision to go into battle as well, and that's when the two of them looked towards Quinn. Look, just because we are joining doesn't mean you have to join. You have a newborn kid. We understand if you're scared of losing your life, Ronkin stated. Quinn wasn't scared. He was sure that Jim or Jack wouldn't start a fight that they didn't think they could win, although in the past Jack had done that once. But there was no reason for him to fight for another's cause, especially one who he wanted to stop. That was until now, because now he had 2 reasons to join the war. Fine, I'll join. Someone needs to protect you too in the first place. I can't have you both nearly dying again. Again? Ronkin replied, confused. The decision had been made, but honestly, Quinn wasn't too sure what he had signed up for and was just going with the flow for now. It felt strange leaving things in the hands of others, but he just had to trust that Edvard and Grenlet would obtain the information he needed. In the meantime, he would do something that he could do, and that was protecting the lives of the new friends he had found and perhaps trying to help out a few other vampires that would have perhaps lost their lives in a useless war. You did what? Layla said, nearly dropping a dirty dish on the floor, but Galen had caught it quickly before it had crashed, and jumped up on the table, placing it down gently. After he had gotten back in his child's seat that was raised up, he looked at his mother and father intently. For a second, both Quinn and Layla wanted to praise the amazing feat that Galen had just done, but they were more focused on the conversation they had a second ago. I don't think it's too much of a problem. If anything, Jim Eno will be away with us, so there is less likely to be any issue here at all. Quinn replied. Layla sat down for a second while she gathered her thoughts. I know I said that you could do what you wanted, but I thought maybe you would hunt some beasts or something, not go and join the army for war. Have you really thought about this? Quinn had somewhat expected this, although Layla said he could do whatever he wanted. She was still surprised by what he was doing. He didn't know if it was hard for him to understand women, or it was just Layla in this sense. Ronkin and Nell are joining. When I heard that, I felt like I had to go. The vampires, they don't even have a reason to fight. A reason to risk their lives. Quinn explained. Now Layla understood. Quinn was the same as always. As soon as it was a matter involving someone else, he would always volunteer. But, from what we know, this is a completely different race. They're not humans, right? Didn't you tell me that the Celestials came from all sorts of different races? If they are a large race, then isn't there bound to be a Celestial among them? At the moment, they still think you're trapped in that space, right? And since you're no longer a Celestial, they can't sense that you've come out. Layla half-guessed, as she only knew as much as Quinn had told her during their time together. I'm not sure. There is a chance there could be a Celestial, but it seemed like they could sense Godslayers back then as well. Either they are just ignoring Earth completely because of our deal, or honestly they already know about me, but you are right. If a Celestial was to see me, they could report it back to the others, and that Mundus guy could trap me all over again. Although, Quinn was wondering, perhaps he could no longer trap him now that he was a Godslayer, but in some ways that was worse because then they would just try to outright kill him. Then it will be okay if Daddy just covers up his face, right? Minnie said, as she was listening to the conversation between the two, even though she was in the living room playing on her tablet device. Soon, Minnie started to gather her hands together and the shadow power had activated shortly after. She had taken out the red Oni mask and handed it over to her father. This, Quinn said as he touched it and some memories were coming back to him. You gave me the mask to hide myself, but I don't need to do that anymore. And now Dad's the one that needs to hide himself, so it would make sense, right? Minnie stated. Quinn used to wear masks all the time to hide himself, but just like Minnie, everyone had forgotten about him. But he doubted the powers were so far-reaching or the Celestials could forget about him. In fact, if they did, then they would just see him as another Godslayer that they had to get rid of. Thank you, Minnie. Now I have something that I can remember you by. I'll be gone a short while, but don't worry about me. Gone, Layla replied. Didn't they say the fighting wouldn't start till next week or so? Layla asked. It's true, but there is something else I need to do first. Leaving the house, Quinn was making his way to a certain place. After Minnie had given him that mask, he was reminded of something. Something that he had to do, and during his whole time here he had been putting it off. Eventually, he ended up at a place he had come to visit far more often than he should. As he crept out of his shadow, Quinn was on the top floor of the 9th castle. Quinn, there is no need for you to come to me. I can always come to you, Edvard said with a smile, but he was quite happy to see him for a change unlike the times before. I will be joining the war, so during that time, please do your best to find out Jim's secrets. But I also would say don't put your own life in danger. Quinn said with a polite smile. Please, there is no need for you to worry about me, Edvard replied. I'm one of the lucky ones, and do you think I'm scared of death? I went into eternal slumber, expecting it to be eternal. You haven't lived for long, and I understand why you try so hard now because you have a family, but when you live long enough you begin to understand something. The world just moves in cycles. The same things, the same problems, happen over and over again, over the 1,000 years. So, no matter how hard you try and prevent things, something will always come up. What I would suggest is you just do what you believe is your part for the world. I have already done my part for the vampires a long time ago. I feel like I don't owe them anything. I am just wishing to help out a fellow vampire that is a part of someone who helped me out long ago. Quinn did understand what he was saying, but Jim Eno the Dalkey, he felt like this was still partly his mess, and while his friends such as Syl, Logan, and the others were still alive out there, he still felt like he was in the current cycle. Even now, he had only just started a family, and felt like he was having a life. Anyway, I'm sure that you didn't just come here to inform me that you would be joining the war. There must be something else? Edvard asked. Do you have any demon tier crystals in your possession? Or any you can get a hold of? Quinn asked, getting straight to the point. Edvard pulled a face, because he knew his answer was going to upset the other. All demon tier crystals that are found, even by the scouting team, are to be handed to Jim. So I'm afraid it goes past our hands, and a demon tier is often something a large group of people or a leader needs to try and get. It would be hard for me to sneak the crystal out. Quinn had somewhat expected this answer, so he had another suggestion. Could you sneak me a ship to one of the nearby planets that might have a demon tier? I will be back before the war starts. I just need a crystal. It didn't seem too hard of a request, so Edvard nodded. Of course. Hearing this, there was someone who had been traveling with Quinn this entire time that was excited. So you finally going to listen to me. You're going to get a demon tier crystal, and use that upgrade crystal to give Minnie a Godslayer item before you leave, right? Alex guessed. It's only right that I get her something for the gift she gave me back. Quinn replied. Edvard, being a leader of one of the families, was in charge of quite a few of the scouting teams, including those that would hunt outside their current planet. So it was relatively easy for him to get a ship for Quinn, and for him to leave without the others knowing. Especially since most of the ships and scouting teams were in the middle of being called back. Many of them weren't in use, but Edvard was slightly worried whether or not Quinn would be able to make it back in time before the war was to begin. That boy is a bit rash, but I must be crazy to worry about him. This is a person who fought against the last demon tier beast in the forest. I'm sure I'm worrying for no reason. Edvard thought. Traveling via ships was fast, it was faster than before. Quinn hadn't noticed it because he hardly left the settlement. But the ship's design and speed were one of the things that had improved by leaps and bounds. This was due to the high amount of crystals that were now being gathered on their planets as well as the others surrounding them. They were able to consume large amounts of crystals to produce large amounts of power because the crystals were becoming plentiful for everyone. After a short ride, Quinn was already at the destination he wanted to be at. The planet was full of large fields that were practically nothing but grass. It didn't look like the type of planet that would have dangerous beasts on it, but according to the information he had received from Edvard, it was full of dangerous creatures and there was more than one demon tier beast on the planet. At least on here, I don't have to worry so much about not being able to use my powers. With his full speed, Quinn started to search, and on top of that he started to spread his shadow out. Ever since the shadow had upgraded, Quinn was able to use his shadow freely without having to worry about the MC points. Although there was still a maximum output limit, Quinn could still use the shadow as much as he liked without having to worry about it. Which was why he was spreading it far and thin while he searched, and his own shadow searched for the demon tier, and it didn't take him long to come across it. Suddenly changing direction, now Quinn was heading towards it. He continued to run onto the grass fields almost without seeing anything. There were just a few beasts that felt to be around, and those were off to the side. There were some standing there eating the grass, but most of them weren't paying attention at all. My shadow, I'm sure it located it right. He dash. One of the large boulders that was on top of the grass started to move. It was as big as one of the vampire's manors. Then, on the boulder itself, a pair of large eyes started to open up, and lastly, legs had sprouted out from them, long and dangling, like a spider's and as thick as a tree's trunk. Now, the demon tier creature, with a rock body and spider-like legs, was nearly as big as a mountain towering over him. For once, it feels like everything is going my way, and there have been no problems at all. I found the demon tier beast a lot faster than I thought as well. Lifting his hand up, Quinn soon started to summon a shadow over his head, because he wasn't planning to fight himself. That was never his intention. He still needed to see what something could do. Out from the shadow, another demon tier beast fell out. A large, almost gigantic two-headed antler beast with a club in its hand. Its eyes were dark and bloodshot, and parts of its fur on its body looked like it was falling off. But there was a trail of black shadow coming off of it from certain parts. A demon tier against another demon tier. Now let's see how you do, Quinn said, as he started to walk back and would enjoy the fight that would soon unfold. Of course, Quinn knew there were different levels and tiers of demon tiers, but the ones that he found on the vampire planet, he also knew that they were all above your average demon tier. On top of that, the system stated that those infected by the shadow would be stronger, and it looked like Quinn could see that already. During the fight, the other demon tier would shoot strange materials and other things out from its long leg-like limbs towards the antler beast, but by using its powers it would block them all. On top of that, a large whack from the club on its leg nearly took the whole thing out. The demon tier beast that was now infected by the shadow was faster, stronger, and at times it seemed like it had slight protection from the shadow itself, and this was all without Quinn's help. Eventually the other demon tier was beaten, as its legs were crushed and the club was swung down on top of its head, finishing it off. The demon tier beast had been hit a few times, but with its strange powers it was able to heal from all the damage it took. "You did a good job too, Head." Quinn called it and placed it back in his shadow, and as easy as that, he now had another demon tier crystal. "Having a demon tier beast able to do my bidding, this power is a lot stronger than I thought, and I already have 3 under my control. There honestly doesn't seem to be a limit either." If Quinn was ever like Jim or one of his enemies with this power, he felt like it could be misused incredibly easily, and for a second he understood why the Celestials felt like the Godslayer powers were really dangerous. After getting the 1 crystal, Quinn wasted no time getting back on the ship and heading back to the settlement. He still had a lot of time left, and hunting a demon tier beast had only taken him a day at most. What he was concerned about was actually making a weapon and using the upgrade crystal, but he had one of the best forgers in the world to guide him. Upon returning, another favor was asked, and luckily Grenlet owned one of the best forging rooms the vampires had. Of course, Grenlet wasn't going to object to Quinn using it at all, and that's what he did. At first, Quinn thought he might have to follow Alex's instructions with the hammer and other things, but due to the strange blood tentacles that he could use coming out of the weapon, Alex could pretty much do everything himself, and all Quinn needed to do was walk to certain places. Still, a demon tier item took a long time, and an upgrade crystal would too. After spending several days in the forgery working all day and night, the item was finally done, and using the inspect skill Quinn could tell that it was true. "Crap. That took a lot more days than I thought it would. And that was a lot of hard work," Quinn said. "Did you think I was slacking all the time when I made those weapons? I still did nearly all the work, all you were doing was watching," Alex complained. Although Quinn was watching, he was doing so with intent, and tried to remember as much of the process as he could. Realizing it must have been a few days and close to the big day, Quinn grabbed the item and placed it in a special box. It was time for him to head home and give the gift to Minnie, which was exactly what he had done. "What is this? Can I open it?" Minnie asked excitedly. "Not quite," Quinn replied. "You see, this is a special gift that I want you to put away in your shadow. If it's an emergency, I want you to open that box and use whatever is inside, okay?" Quinn explained. Minnie folded her arms, clearly upset. Why is everything in case of an emergency? Can't you give me something I can use now? I can't do anything," Minnie complained. Quinn was wondering of a way of comforting her. But before he could, there was a loud alarm. It was deep and was in one continuous long tone. After that it sounded again. "It's starting," Layla said, looking at Quinn. Opening the door, Quinn went to look outside. He could guess what Layla meant when she said it was starting, and he could see it as well because outside the vampire planet, in space, he could see 2 very, very large crusade ships that had the words Marpo Cruise written on the side. The sound of the alarm was the last call to give the vampires an opportunity to join the war. According to Layla, there had been a lot of word about on the species that they were going against. News of how more vampire scouting teams that were within the area that had been captured. It seemed to line up, as other vampires were talking about how there were many around them that were missing after having gone out on one of the hunting and scouting groups. Perhaps these words were true, but in Quinn's mind, after going to other worlds with other races, he still saw them as the invaders rather than them doing a righteous thing. Still, it didn't get in the way of him signing up and saying his goodbyes to his family, as he knew shortly after they would be leaving. "Minnie, you've grown a lot since coming here," Quinn said. "Look after your little brother, and your mother as well, if there are any problems." Minnie nodded her head, and Quinn wasn't sure if he was imagining it or not. But while Galen was being held in Layla's arms, he seemed to turn his head at the comment. Was he hurt by my words? No, he can't really understand what I said, right? Quinn thought. Signing up, Quinn could see there were a lot of vampires. It seemed like at least half the settlement, that had been growing for a while now, were going on this mission. When signing up though, there was no test. They had accepted everyone and already had the vampire's current position on file. After that, the new recruits would then enter a small traveling ship which was somewhat like a large bus, only a spaceship version, that would shuttle them to the large crusade ships, the ones that had the word Marpo Cruise on them. When inside, Quinn looked at everyone around him. They were vampires that he didn't know. His circle was limited in the first place, but the travel ship was full of around 50 or so people. Once the ship had landed on the crusade ship, there were vampires that were there waiting and giving everyone orders. Please wait until your name is called out. Then follow the vampire with the silver badge to your new location. A vampire at the front with a golden badge ordered. Quinn had seen these before. They were vampires that worked within the castle. It seemed like the leaders and the higher-ranking vampires had already boarded on one of the cruise ships. It makes me wonder, is Jim on this ship? If he was, it would be quite convenient if he disappeared while traveling back from the war or in the middle of the war. Quinn thought, somewhat smiling to himself. Eventually, Quinn's name was called out, and along with 15 other vampires, they followed the silver-badged vampire around the cruise ship. The inside was just as large and extravagant as the Marpo cruise that Quinn had been on before. Only this time a lot of the areas seemed to have been repurposed. There were large equipment holding rooms and training stations. Half of the ship also contained smaller battleships that were made for crash landing into an enemy planet. Eventually, they were led to a metallic room. It was spacious inside, but there was nothing much in it apart from a TV screen at the back and other vampires that were spread out. Quinn, you're here, Ronkin shouted, as he quickly went over to his side and slapped him on the back. I thought you might have changed your mind or something, but it looks like you really did join. Quinn looked around the room, and inside there were a few faces he recognized. A lot of those in the room were guards that belonged to the Ninth Family and that had the same position as him. Other than that, though, the others were unrecognizable. Why have they put all the guards in the same room together? Quinn thought. Is Nell here? Quinn asked. Nah, everyone who is here is from the Ninth Family. It seems that they're splitting groups up into separate families. Ronkin explained. Hey Yip, come over here. Soon a young-looking vampire ran over, and as he did, he saluted Quinn. The vampire had a straight haircut that just about reached his eyebrows, and he had a nervous look about him. If he was a human, Quinn would have guessed he had just turned 18. Hey, there's no need to be so formal, Ronkin said. He's the same rank as us, he's a guard as well. Really? Yip replied, taking a closer look. But he looks so old, so I thought he would have been on the scouting team, and he has this feeling to him. Old? Quinn replied. It was the first time such words had ever been used to describe him, but he guessed based on his looks now he would be in his late 20s, and to a young vampire like this one might think he was old. It's kids, I'm telling you. Once you have kids you start to age really quick. 1 second goes by, and suddenly they can do everything you could do but even better. Ronkin said, seeing the worried look on Quinn's face. Anyway, Yip is a fellow guard like us, but he covers our shifts on the days when we're off. But I got to talk to him a couple of times. Quinn looked Yip up and down, and while doing so, once again Yip felt a little frightened. In his head, he still felt there was no way a person like this was just a simple guard. You have good senses, Quinn said. I have a question. Is everyone in this room currently a guard, or someone who did a different job? Not related to fighting? Yip and Ronkin started to think about it. The two of them did talk to the others and asked what they did before. There were cooks, storage workers, builders, but that was it. In a way, in terms of fighting power, the highest position people in this room were guards. Wait, what does that mean? Ronkin thought. Quinn had an idea, but he didn't want to say anything. For the longest time, the vampires of old, including the originals, didn't really care for the weak. If anything, they felt like the weak vampires were a shame, and they would just continue to pass on their weak genes. In this fight, they will use most of the weak vampires as the bulk of the army. The settlement doesn't care about the number of vampires lost, but rather the strength of those lost. But saying that to these guys who have put their trust in the settlement, how am I meant to? Quinn thought. Entering the room through the same entrance was a vampire with a silver badge. He looked at all those that were in the room, who soon stood up and saluted, as the vampire had entered. My name is Juk and I will be leading this platoon of vampires. The man stated, and Quinn could see it, the look in his eyes. He was afraid and knew the task of these vampires. Juk walked through the vampires with his head down. He almost didn't want to look at them, because he would be the one sending them off to their death. I've always been involved in wars from a different position than this. I knew most of the people fighting by my side personally. I can't imagine how he feels. Quinn thought. Standing now at the front of the 50 or so vampires, Juk lifted his head. For all of you, this is a chance to prove yourself in this fight. Every single one will be supplied with Tier 4 liquid to strengthen you in this battle. And before I go into details about our targets and the plan, there is a special word from our hero to inspire us. Clenching his fist, Quinn was starting to get angry because he knew the person that would be appearing on the screen was no hero. The T.V turned on, and right in front of the screen looking at them all, was without a doubt Jim Eno. Vampires, we will win this fight because, fear not, I, Jim Eno, will be by your side. Looking at the screen, Quinn could see clear as day that it was Jim Eno. He remembered his face well for a number of reasons, one of them being when he was on Blade Island. Right now, through the screen it looked like he hadn't aged a single day. Yip, who was standing next to Ron Kin, peeked around the corner, and could see Quinn's scrunched-up face. Why is he making a face like that toward the hero? Do the two know each other? Yip thought. No, that's impossible. How would a guard know someone like him? If you were to ask me, the vampire settlement is currently going through its greatest period that it has ever been in. Jim Eno continued to speak through the screen. It was unclear if this was a live message that was being broadcasted to them all, or if it was a pre-recorded message. With the green blood, vampires have experienced a rapid growth in strength, and even those that didn't have power before are able to fight. With the green blood, every vampire will be a vicious soldier in this fight. As I said before, life is going well for us vampires, and if we wish to keep it that way, then we need to protect ourselves. As we have grown stronger and gathered more resources, there will be those that will wish to steal what we have. This is only the beginning and we have to put a stop to it before it escalates. We have seen this happen before, and in the past I have put a stop to it, with the Dalki and with the Celestials as well. This time, I am with you again, but I am asking for your help, because as vampires, since our proud blood runs through our veins, we are not the type to rely on a single hope. We will fight for ourselves and our future. The video ended there, and at the same time the entire room erupted into a large roar. The hero is by our side. He will protect us. There is no need for us to worry. We are strong. The strongest there is in the entire universe. Let's show what happens when they mess with us. Nearly everyone was pumped up, and once again Yip went to look at Quinn, who was shaking and looking on the ground. I don't care about you taking claim for what I have done, but you using my accomplishments to convince others to fight, that is really dirty. Quinn thought. The door opened once again, and one of the vampire workers in staff uniform came in with a giant metal crate. As soon as he moved his hand, they could all see that it was full of Tier 4 flasks for them all to use. Everyone one in here is to take 2 flasks with them. You are free to use them how you wish. There will be bases set up on the planet after we land, and there will be a chance to restock up on the green blood. For those of you here, you might have noticed, our platoon is not filled with experienced fighters. So I will say this with caution. This green blood could very well be your lifeline. Don't use it so willy-nilly. Juk explained. The TV screen soon changed once again, and this time the word Namrix could be seen above. It was the name that had been given to the race that they were going up against. I want you all to look at our enemy, and I will discuss what we know so far about them. Juk said. The creatures, as you can see, are white-skinned and are around the same size as humans, although in terms of muscle mass, they are 2 times greater in thickness. The Namriks also seem to have integrated technology into their bodies, at least the soldiers have done so. They have a blaster on their right hand that uses crystal energy and is just as dangerous as our own. In fact, the Namriks seem to have a higher amount of high-grade crystals, so their blasters can be quite deadly. On top of that, their planet is filled with different types of crystals such as exploding crystals and more. If you think the enemy is only good at fighting at far range because of this, then you would be wrong. On their left hand, they can solidify it, and it seems to be able, to some degree, transform into whatever they wish. They can form it into a sword, a shield, or whatever to be used at will. The hand is incredibly hard, and I doubt, unless you are one of our leaders, you could rip through it with your bare hand. Still, the rest of their body is relatively soft, so there is only one area to avoid. Of course, I don't have to warn you all that this is all the information we have. There could be other things they have as weapons, and perhaps there are stronger Namriks out there as well. The race seemed to be quite advanced from the equipment they had, which made Quinn wonder why they would attack the Marpo crews in the first place. If he could do some investigating into what actually happened, it would be nice. There are two more things that you need to know. We will be a part of the front line, the planet is large, and there will be several attack groups spread out all over the place. Which means there is a good chance that if we do run into something dangerous, we won't get support for a while. If you make contact with something that is too tough, something that hasn't been reported before, then run and report back. I know it sounds cowardly for us vampires, but doing so will save a lot of other vampires' lives. Quinn liked the way this Juk spoke. He seemed to care about the vampires at least a lot more than Jim did, and from the way he spoke, he had to have been in a battle before. The second is a message from the leaders. Our group will also be meeting up with those from Earth, as in humans, as well as the Dalki. We will be fighting side by side, and the leaders want us to show that the vampires are far superior. Jim Eno wasn't on board the cruise ship that Quinn was currently on. He was on board another that also had all of the leaders present. Right now, he was sitting with all of them, discussing what the plans were, going through it with them all, and essentially saying the same thing the others were saying. If the Namrik are strong, won't we lose a lot of vampires this way? Edvard asked. Why not just use a strong force that can cover each other's backs? Now this is a surprise. I thought originals didn't care about the vampires? Jim replied. Worry not though, that is what the green liquid is for. The plan is to get this resolved as quickly as possible. They attack, then what do you think the Namriks will do? They will defend, of course, by sending out their army to all the towns and cities they have. Then that leaves their main base open, for us to come in and take them out in one go. The vampires need to be the ones that are successful in this goal. I have to show Jack that we are more capable and stronger than he thinks. Jack? Hickle replied. Aren't you two friends? Aren't we working together? Of course we are. Jim repeated back. But you should know as well as I do that if there is a shift in the power balance, it is very easy for one to stab you in the back. Jack is very confident with the Dalki with abilities by his side, especially since he has H. We just have to show that we too are confident. Edvard was a little annoyed, as it seemed like Jack and Jim were just using this attack as a competition between the two, to flex, to see who had the most power. He was sure that the other leaders were thinking this too, but decided not to speak up. If you have any problems you can talk to me, and if I'm not around, feel free to talk to my dear nephew, Vincent. Jim smiled. Jim Eno hadn't said much to the leaders, in fact he had hardly met with them, and now after all this time he was leaving them just like that, and in his place he was using someone else. It left the originals feeling like they had been chucked to the side. While walking away though, the person who was always by Jim Eno's side had turned around, giving them a glance. They could sense the aura that was coming off from the individual, and it quickly made them shut up. Since Jim had already left, the leaders quickly turned their attention to this Vincent person instead. We have yet to be given the units we are in charge of, but we have relied on orders that were forwarded to us that you have given to our groups. Grenlet said. I understand Jim's plan, but does this mean we won't be mingling with the others? It was an honest question that had been asked by Grenlet, but the others were more wondering who this person was. He was wearing a thick black mask, like many of the vampires that seemed to work for Jim. Whenever they entered one of his ships or Jim would visit them, these vampires with masks would always be with him, that and the guard that was always by his side as well. We need to get a grasp on the entire situation at first, Vincent answered. We will see how the enemy reacts to the first wave of attacks from the vampires, see how strong their forces are, and we can play it from there. If we can end this quickly, we will. If not, then we will have to revise our plans on the go. The leaders understood, and they also understood that it was useless for them to ask any more questions, and they might as well head off and do their own thing while the ship traveled to the right location. However, there were two vampires there that had a strange feeling when hearing Vincent speak. Grenlet in particular could feel goosebumps going up and down his arm. Meanwhile, Edvard couldn't help but say something. Have we met before? Your voice? It's familiar? We might have met a long time ago in the past, but recently, I doubt that would be the case. Vincent explained. I have been working at the main lab researching the green blood. There is a reason why higher tiers of green blood have become available. The more he heard the voice, the more familiar it sounded to him, yet at the same time it didn't sound the same at all. Edvard couldn't put his finger on it. The other leaders, seeing there being no use for them to stay there, started to walk off and split apart, and it looked like Vincent was about to do the same. Wait, Edvard said. You said you worked in the lab, correct? Do you mind if I look at some of the work you have done? I am quite interested in these things myself, and who knows, maybe you could use my knowledge to help. There was a pause, and even Grenlet was wondering what Edvard was doing. But if he thought about it a bit more, it was quite clear. Getting any sort of information from Jim himself would be hard, but there would be those that knew more about him. If he trusted this vampire to take over the matters of the lab and the current fighting situation, then it meant he trusted him enough to give him valuable information, maybe something from the lab department. It's nice to meet someone else that takes interest in this stuff. Vincent sounded more upbeat, but his mask was hiding his expression. There is a lab on this ship where I am still doing some research. I also brought along some items with me that you might be able to use in battle. It certainly seemed like that one was excited, and Edvard had his in, as the two were walking off together. Grenlet, if anything happens or there is a problem, come find me, Edvard said. If the others are looking for Vincent as well, you know where we will be. A short while later, and the two of them were in a huge lab with all sorts of equipment spread out around the place. The thing was, there wasn't another person in the lab. It seemed like it was Vincent's own personal lab where he could tinker with whatever he wished. The most shocking thing that caught Edvard's eye altogether, though, was the large glass container that was filled with green liquid, and inside there was a 4-spiked dalkey. Even though we are on a mission, it's still important to carry on one's research, Vincent said. Right now, the settlement and the vampires rely on the blood, so I need to make it as efficient as possible, to avoid as many deaths as possible. These were unexpected words. Just from seeing the lab alone, Edvard could guess that Vincent was a hard worker. But it didn't seem like it was for his sake. He was someone who cared about the settlement. In the end, the two of them continued to explore the lab, and Edvard was showing genuine interest in the inventions that had been created. Barriers that could be created out of crystal energy. Weapons, automation, recording devices, and more. Edvard was having so much fun that he had almost forgotten the reason why he had even started to speak to Vincent, but he soon forced himself to stay on track. You have all these devices, I was wondering, have you ever created a memory-changing device? Edvard asked. I just imagined, if one was able to create something like that, it would be pretty useful. Vincent didn't say anything for a few seconds, which worried him a bit, and wondered if he was going to make a move. If he did, then he would have to stop him before he reached Jim. That would be difficult, Vincent replied. A memory-moving device perhaps, but to change one's memories, every single part of it that was linked with that person. It would be troublesome. And to even have that be of use, you couldn't just change one person's memories, you would have to change all those around them as well. Exactly, Edvard excitedly said. For something at that level, there is currently no technological advancement that could do such a thing? Not that I know of, Vincent replied. What you would be talking about would be closer to an ability. The problem is an ability of that level would also have a drawback. I haven't studied abilities in a great detail, but I do know a lot about them. Strong abilities, and ones such as that, usually have a condition that need to be met. a touch, a routine, or something else. If it doesn't have a condition, then usually it is a pretty weak ability. The universe works in mysterious ways, and I believe it works this way so one thing can't overpower another. If someone did have the power to change memories, and wished to do so on this ship, I find it hard to believe that they would be able to do so all at once. Edvard was now the one stuck thinking, because from Quinn's story it had hit the whole vampire settlement, which was larger than the cruise ship and all those of Earth. There was no way a single individual had touched every single person. So there's no way to change everyone's memories at once? In the entire ship. Edvard pushed further. Vincent clicked his fingers as he thought of something. There was something that me and Logan from Earth recently created. It's an ability enhancer, although from the name don't be fooled, it doesn't enhance your ability, but more so spreads it around. The invention worked as intended, but even in your scenario it still couldn't be used. You see, when tested, it allowed the person's powers to spread out, but the more of a power spread, the more MC cells were used. Even a level 8 wind user was only able to use its powers in a range as big as a facility, because the power is spread so much in all different directions. Placing his finger on his chin, Edvard was left no better than he was. He wished he could just outright ask Vincent if he knew anyone with such powers, but that would give him away. If his questions hadn't already given him away. Do you wish to change everyone's memories? Vincent joked. I am sorry for ruining your dream. It's okay, you have done your best. It was nice to meet you, Vincent, Edvard said as he put his hand out. It would be rude if you didn't see my face, Vincent said, as he went to remove his mask before shaking Edvard's hand. But as he did, everything hit Edvard. The eyebrows, the nose position, the soft, tender lips, and the voice. Quinn? Edvard asked. The room Quinn and the others in was fairly large, and there was plenty of room for them to roam around in. The trip to the planet in question would take a while for them to reach. In the first place, it wasn't any of the locations that were well known to the humans, as the Greylash planets and the Beast planets were. It was much further. Further than the civilization of the humans would ever live, but it was a place the Marpo crews would pass by once in a while. The rooms were large for a particular reason, and that was because they were to be doubled up as training rooms. Our travel will take around 5 days, Juk explained to the others. I'll be honest, there won't be much improvement from you in 5 days, but I know there are some in this group who have never fought before, or at least fought with the intent to kill. This is important. In war it is killed or be killed. When we land, the enemy won't hesitate at killing you, and you need to do the same. I want you to prepare yourselves and train with your fellow vampires. The room was pretty resilient, so if the vampires used their blood aura and it hit the metal walls, it would leave a faint mark at most, but they were unable to break them. Should we try to improve our blood aura as well? Ronkin wondered as he looked at his hand. That would be useless, Quinn replied. Blood aura is not something so simple that it can be improved in 5 days. Not without any type of external help anyway. If Quinn were to use his blood aura, he was also sure that it would cut through the metal walls unlike the others' attacks. What should we do then? Ronkin asked. Combat skills. We should continue to hone our combat skills. Get used to protecting your vitals at all costs, Quinn answered. Ronkin didn't know if that was the case or not, but through the training the two of them had together, Ronkin had seen a large level of improvement, so he was inclined to trust Quinn's judgment. In the meantime, since Yip seemed to get on with Ronkin the most out of everyone, he decided to watch for the time being. The two went through their normal combat routine as they would do on the roof. Ronkin was striking with his elbows, with his knees, and fists as well, but he wasn't just using the strength of his supernatural body. At each point when he struck, he would bring out a burst of red aura. The attacks were strong and aggressive, and soon the others in the room started to watch since they were the only two that were sparing like so. So far all Quinn was doing was blocking, but once in a while he would strike back and slow down his attack just in time for Ronkin to block it. When you attack, that's when you're at your most vulnerable as well. Remember that, Quinn said. Ronkin continued, and the fighting skills he was using was a bit of Mui Baron, something that Quinn had been teaching him bit by bit. Eventually, the training looked so intense that the others wanted to try it as well. They could see the sweat and the determination coming from Ronkin. They soon partnered up and started to train in a similar style. This strange phenomenon that was spreading had also caught the attention of the silver badge vampire Juk. Those two are pretty skilled. Are they really just guards? Juk said to himself. But the one that is really impressive is the one doing the blocking. The others watching thought the two fighters were on the same level, but it was quite clear to the Juk that there was one that was superior out of the two. To block each attack like that and then strike at a specific time. This isn't a sparring session between the two, one of them is clearly teaching the other. In the end, Ronkin was huffing and panting too much and was unable to continue. He had been using his vampire aura and the full strength of his attacks in the fight. This is good as well. In a war, you don't get to choose when you rest. So stamina is an important part of it as well that you will need to increase. Quinn explained. Quinn, if you're not too tired, can I have a go? Yip asked, raising his hand like he was in school. Sure, Quinn replied. Just try your best to hit me, and don't pull back. If your attacks aren't working then I want you to try something different. Don't just keep trying the same thing over and over again. Now that there was someone else going up against Quinn, those that were fighting had decided to stop and watch. They wanted to watch closely more to what Quinn was doing, and try to imitate him because from the looks of it, he wasn't using any vampire aura at all. The fight started out and Yip started to throw fists one after the other. He did so in quick succession, but they were all being blocked and avoided. As they watched this match, the people around started to notice it wasn't as impressive as before. Yet, Juk's eyes widened. It can't be, is he matching his speed and strength to who he is fighting? The amount of skill that would need, and to top it all off, to still be the superior fighter, but that was exactly what Quinn was doing. If he just outpowered them, moved faster than them, then the vampires would learn nothing. But with Yip, he would be able to sense this person isn't faster than me, this person isn't stronger than me, so then why am I losing? With these thoughts, it would encourage thinking outside of the box, and improving on one's movements to try and defeat the one in front of them. If the enemy felt impossible, then they would just give up. After a while, Yip was also out of breath and done for. He was lying on his back, thinking about the fight. Why couldn't I touch him? Yip asked. I told you, Quinn is a strange person. Even with his skills, all he wants to do is be a guard all day. I bet with his strength he could even be a permanent guard. Ronkin proudly said, as if he was bragging about himself. Just as Quinn was ready to sit down and have a rest, another vampire in the room stood in front of him. It was a large vampire, nearly as big as a Dalki in size. My name is Dazi. Please, could you spar with me as well? The large vampire said, bowing down. Your appearance really doesn't suit your manners, but I like that. Of course I can spar with you, Quinn replied. Just like before, Quinn would match the strength, even that of the large vampire who was stronger than Ronkin, or Yip when it came to just power, but he was seriously lacking in stamina and skills. Yet Juk had noticed once again that he had matched the opponent in front of him, and something else was happening as well. After Quinn was done with one person, another person would volunteer, wishing to fight them. Not a single hit was delivered on Quinn, and everyone fought until they were completely exhausted, yet Quinn continued, one after the other. There was fight after fight, and Ronkin was looking at all the worn-out people around. I think your friend is a lot stronger than a permanent guard. I think he could make it on the scout team, Yip commented. Ronkin didn't say anything, as his mouth was left wide open. Over half the room, 25 vampires, Quinn had trained with and without breaking a single sweat as he went against them. Showing them this much is fine, and besides, if it allows them just a little more chance to survive, then I don't mind doing this little. Quinn inwardly smiled. Do you mind if I have a spar? Juk asked. Turning around, Quinn smiled once again. Sure. The match was on, and just like before, Quinn matched even the silver badge vampire speed and strength and only used his skill to outclass him and outmatch him. Juk had years of training, being part of the Red Vampires, and he felt like he had never come across anyone that was so skilled in terms of hand-to-hand combat before. You are a good soldier, Juk said. I hate to say it, but I might rely on you to help out this platoon. Of course, Quinn answered. He liked this type of person, didn't ask any questions and knew who to be polite to and when, and through fighting, Quinn felt like he had gained a bond with nearly all of them. The special sparring sessions continued each day with them doing the same thing, and Quinn taking them all on, but the sessions were longer as the vampires continued to increase in stamina and had improved greatly. Then it was the final day they had arrived at the Namrik's home planet. The training the group were receiving had done well to calm the vampires' nerves down, but reality was starting to hit in, as they got a notice of what was about to happen next. Juk could see the look on all of their faces, but there was one in the room that didn't look too worried. "I'm glad you are here," Juk thought, looking at Quinn. "If the captain of this platoon is nervous, then it will only make everyone else more so as well. I will now remind you of all of your tasks." Juk shouted to the whole room, and there wasn't a whisper from the others as they listened carefully. "We will be attacking the small living areas of the Namriks the furthest away from their cities. Depending on the size of the living area, there will be a few platoons that have been sent to a certain location, or we might be the only platoon there. Our task is to clear out the area and set up base, as we report the actions taken by the cities nearby. No doubt the enemy is waiting for us, and no doubt they are aware we are coming." Turning on the screen behind him, there was now what looked like a giant missile. When walking through the place, Quinn had seen quite a few of them. The Namriks have an energy barrier that will destroy the cruise ships if we get too close. They are simply too large, and a surge of energy pinpoints the target that it is touching. However, with these pods, we are able to break through the energy shield and land safely on the other side. Each pod can only hold one person. They had to be made this way, this size, to not activate the defensive feature of the shield. Don't worry though, you won't be on your own. All of us will be fired off toward the same location one after the other. Try to find the others, and lastly, good luck to you all. Everyone waited patiently, and it seemed like everything was automatic. The only ones that would receive information about what was going on, or what to do next, were the silver badge holders. It made Quinn wonder, if Juk perished, then what? Did they just want the vampires to stay put and attack the enemy? It wasn't how Quinn would be running things anyway. "Hey Quinn, yip. When we land, let's look for each other straight away. We need to stick together," Ronkin said. "I don't want you two dying straight away. You're going to need your big brother to look after you all." "Big brother?" Yip replied. "Don't you mean more like dad? I'm not that old, and you keep calling me daddy when I kick your AR dash." Ronkin paused for a second. "That all sounded a lot better in my head." Finally it was time, as Juk led the platoon with him, and headed straight for the pods. Here they could see the other vampire groups as well, and Quinn could tell just from a glance that the other groups, the first ones going out, were all like them. Inexperienced and considered weak among the vampire settlement. The vampires got in their respective pods one by one. The door was sealed shut and there was a clicking mechanism. They couldn't hear any noise from the outside now, and the vision through the glass was relatively blurry. "I can't imagine what the others are thinking inside here. Even I'm feeling a bit tense," Quinn thought. Before he knew it, he was shot out, and a heavy weight was felt all over his body. Mainly it could be felt in his stomach. This was a feeling that Quinn had grown used to, because it was similar to when he used Nitro Accelerate. Looking out his pod window, he could see the planet, and then the pod stopped for a few seconds in the air, as it hit an invisible barrier. A wave of energy was going through the whole pod, but soon many of the other pods were hitting the energy as well, and crashed through it as they went further through the air. Now they were all heading to their different locations at the same time, several pods flying in the same direction Quinn was going to. While in the air though, they were defenseless, and it looked like the Namriks knew that as well. Several green energy blasts were being shot out towards the pods. As it hit the outside, the whole thing shook violently, and it changed course slightly. The green energy blasts were hitting the pods one after the other, and from the side, Quinn heard a loud explosion as one had been hit too many times. "A vampire has died before we've even reached the ground?" Quinn was getting nervous because in the situation he was in, he wasn't sure if he could help Ronkin. Never mind that, he didn't even know which pod Ronkin was in. Quinn didn't have time to worry about the others, as he soon found his own ship being hit a couple more times. "If I keep getting hit like this, my own ship is going to blow up, and we're all going to veer of course." Trying to think fast and barely being able to see through the screen, Quinn had an idea. He placed his hand on the edge of the glass, and soon the shadow started to spread from his hands, out of the pod. It grew, blocking the hits near him, but Quinn didn't stop there as he continued to spread the shadow further and further, stopping any of the blasts from hitting the pods outside. What is this? Why has it suddenly gone dark? I can't see anything, Ronkin thought. Am I dead? Please don't say I'm dead. The pod then crashed into the ground and the whole thing shook. The same feeling as before was felt all over Ronkin's body, and as soon as it touched the ground, the pod door had opened. The first thing Ronkin saw was the Namric creature in front of him. Just as they were described, white skin in color with thick muscle mass, and had integrated their body with machinery. Ronkin could see that the Namric had formed its hand into a type of sword and swung it right for his face. Quickly ducking, Ronkin jumped out from his pod, and when turning around he used a blood slash, hitting the creature right in the back. A cut was made, but due to the alien's muscles it was unable to go very deep. When it turned around, it used its bionic legs to catch up to Ronkin's speed. With their mechanical legs, they're just as fast as us. Are they powered by crystals? Ronkin thought. The transformed hand came right down from above at Ronkin, and before it could, he dashed in and hit the elbow with the palm of his hand, using red aura at the same time. The entire Namric's arm was thrown up. I did it! I can do this, Ronkin thought. Although one hand had been knocked up, the other one with the blaster was now pointing right at Ronkin, and it looked like he was unable to react in time. No, I got too ahead of myself, Ronkin thought. Jumping on the back of the Namric's head, a small red dagger was stabbed from the top, and the Namric fell to the floor. I thought. You said you were the one that was going to be protecting me, Yip said, out of breath. Yip, Ronkin said, as he ran over and hugged the young guard. Thank you. I thought I could see my whole life flash before my eyes. Yip was looking around the place. The buildings were square-shaped, and they seemed to be built on top of each other. It made it incredibly hard to see the entire town, as there were only pathways and 3-story square buildings all over. But at least it looked like there weren't any other Namrics around, at least not this area. Loud crashes could be heard, going off in different directions, and explosions through buildings and more. Part of the building next to them started to fall close to them, and soon they saw a vampire lying in rubble on the ground. The war had truly started. We need to find Quinn. We said we would meet up with him. But where is he? Ronkin asked. Similar to Ronkin, when Quinn had landed, the pod lid of his head popped open, and when it did there was a Namric ready to greet him. But before it could even attempt to strike him, a blood bullet went right through its head, causing it to fall to the floor. Placing his hand on the edge of the pod, he pulled himself out and could see around him. I see there are quite a few of you to greet me, Quinn said, as he was surrounded by Namrics on top of buildings, through the streets and more. Unaware, but due to the trick that they saw him pull with the strange shadow power, many had gone to his location. This is fine. It's better this way, Quinn said, as small balls of blood surrounded him, and the next second, they split apart going off in all different directions, killing all of the Namrics in the area on the spot. It had been around 30 minutes since the initial pods had landed all over the village, and already there were a few unexpected things that had occurred for Juk and his group. For one, not only were the Namrics prepared, but they had an attack measure as well. As the pods came down, they did their best to fire them out of the sky. Luckily, for some reason, only 3 pods had been destroyed in total, allowing for most of the vampires to land where they needed to be. However, the difficulties continued from there for multiple reasons. Due to the initial attacks, the vampires were more split up than planned. The vampires were landing further away from each other than originally planned, making it hard for them to group up and fight together. Part of the reason for this problem was the layouts of their living areas. They lived in giant square buildings on top of square buildings, but there seemed to be no order to where the buildings were placed. It made for cramped routes that went on in zigzag patterns. In a lot of cases it was hard to even know if they were in a different place or not since all of the buildings looked the same. Right now, Juk had managed to find 5 vampires, and the initial fighting that started right off the bat had calmed down a little, and Juk could only guess why. We need to be careful, Juk said to his fellow vampires, and one of them had an injury on his arm. It had been cut, and wasn't healing even with their supernatural powers. The green liquid would heal, but most of the vampires had already used one vial of the green liquid after landing, allowing them to beat the Namriks. The Namriks must have never expected us to be able to hold our own, yet that's exactly what we are doing, so now instead of fighting us head-on, they are resorting to tactics. Remember, we are on their turf. The group continued to walk through the string streets with the warning in mind, turning their heads left and right. Some had beast weapons out, while others had their hands steady on their flasks. After fighting the Namriks once, they weren't so sure if they could take them on a second time without the green liquid. "Can you smell that?" one of the vampires asked. Sniffing the air, Juk was getting used to the smell. It was the smell of blood, but not of their own or human blood. This was the smell of the Namriks' blood. As they followed the trail, they soon reached one of the doors to one of the buildings. A vampire took a peek through the window, but Juk quickly pulled him out. "What are you doing? If there was a Namrik behind that wall, your head would have been sliced off," Juk complained. "But sir, they're all dead," the vampire answered. He had only seen for a second, but he could see it as clear as day. Slowly, Juk and the other vampires entered one of the buildings, and it was nothing like he imagined. The Namriks were on the ground, dead from the windows, and there was only one wound on them, a small little mark on their head like it had been made by a bullet. In the whole building there were 6, positioned in a way that it looked like they were ready to ambush anyone who walked through the street, but they had all been killed the same way. "What is this, sir?" one of the vampires asked. "I have no idea, but let's just hope that it's on our side," Juk commented. The group continued to walk, and each time they smelt blood, they went on to investigate, and it was the same scene wherever they went, just in a different location. Sometimes they would be in the middle of the street, in the buildings, or even on the rooftops. There were dead bodies everywhere, but there were hardly any dead vampires. Once in a while there would be a dead vampire and a Namrik that looked to have been killed a different way, but that certainly wasn't the norm. "Is someone taking them all out for us?" a vampire asked. "Maybe it's someone from the human or Dalki group," another guessed. "That might be the case, but we were meant to be the first ones to attack," Juk replied. Eventually, though, the group could hear the sound of fighting and buildings being torn apart. Quickly, the group of vampires ran over to where the sound was coming from, and they could see 2 vampires having a tough time fighting against 3 Namriks. "That's Quinn's friends," Juk said, recognizing them, but only remembering Quinn's name out of all of them. "Crap!" Ronkin screamed, as his body wasn't listening to him. His thighs were shaking because he had used so much energy, and all the adrenaline that had been running through his body was starting to come to an end. "We already used our green blood to get this far. What do we do?" Yip asked. Both of them looked completely worn out. They could hardly manage to conjure any more blood aura. But for the Namriks who used biomechanical body parts, they weren't tired at all. Juk and the others were ready to rush in, unsure if they would make it in time, but they didn't need to. From behind, one of the Namriks had an arm shoved right through its chest, killing it on the spot. When the other turned around to the sound of its groans, its large body was thrown on top of it. The last Narmik tried to fire with its laser gun, but before it could, it was lifted by a hand, and the laser was pointed at the Namrik on the ground. It fired out, hitting its own ally, killing it on the spot. With its other hand, it had transformed into a blade, attempting to cut at the vampire, who soon knocked it away with one hand. With great speed, the vampire then grabbed the head and twisted it until it cracked, killing it on the spot. When the final Namrik dropped down, they could see who had saved them. "Quinn," Ronkin said, "you got here just in time. Man, me and my big mouth saying I would save everyone, and here I am being saved by you too." Juk and the others soon arrived at the scene, and as they all expected, if anyone could take them out like so, it would be Quinn. "Everyone, we can't celebrate. We need to find the others. There are likely still to be Namrik in this place," Juk said. "You don't have to worry about that," Quinn stated. "There weren't any Namrik around. I was checking the entire area. The vampires have formed groups and are trying to meet each other. These were the only ones I could find." Of course, Quinn was only making a report of what he had seen, but he wondered how Quinn was so sure of that. There could certainly be a Namrik hiding, and how did he get around the whole area of the place so quickly? The Namriks we saw before, it couldn't be him. He's a good fighter, but that was the sign of something else. We will search the area and make sure, while gathering the rest of the vampires. After that we will set up camp here and make contact. Juk ordered. The vampires did as they were asked, and while going around, they could see the same sight as before, several Namrik killed in the same fashion. They had also joined up with the other vampires, and after mapping out the whole area on their digital device, they realized they had lost a quarter of their total platoon so far. In the center of the town, there was an open circle that had several pathways that led to the zigzagging roads of square houses. The vampires decided to rest up here for now. What are we doing? Just standing around? Quinn asked. We are waiting for supplies from above. Juk replied. They probably never expected us to complete the task so fast, but to set up a base we need to wait for the others to come down with the supplies. Others? Quinn asked. The Dalki and the humans, I said they would be joining this fight. The vampires had somewhat reconstructed the buildings around them to build some type of shelter. They were creating walls and such and began to relax a little. It became clear that there were no longer any Namriks in the current living area they were in. Still, just in case, vampires were told to head to the top of the buildings and look out across the land to see if there were any reinforcements that would be sent. After all, it seemed like Jim and Jack, the two who were orchestrating this attack, didn't know what the enemy was going to do. However, it was unlikely because the attacks were still going on in other places, and once in a while, in the distance, loud explosions were heard and more. Yet, the group was not to go and support the other groups and were told just to stay put. I'm worried, Ronkin said, sitting on the floor, with his back against the wall of one of the buildings. What are you worried about? Aren't we pretty safe here? Yip asked. Not us, I'm worried about the rest of the vampires. I have a friend that's in this war, another guard. He's strong for a guard, but these Namriks are stronger than I thought they would be. What do you think, Quinn? How do you think Nell is doing? Ronkin asked, but realized that there was no one by his side. He twisted and turned, looking for Quinn among the vampires, but he seemed to be nowhere. Where did that guy go? Yip shrugged his shoulders, because he hadn't seen anything, since the support from the humans and Dalki were set to appear at some point. Quinn had decided to go off and do his own thing. He had walked through the many different buildings and had entered one of them. He was quite away from the other vampires, and made sure that no one would see him as he walked toward the center. Juk said that they won't send backup until they confirm that the enemy isn't planning to send any reinforcements here. We're not in a pivotal spot to attack any of their major cities, so we should be okay. Quinn thought, taking another glance around and making sure no one was there. Quinn eventually opened up his shadow and entered his own shadow space, because there were a few that were waiting for him. Inside the shadow space, there were a couple of Namriks who were startled. They had been locked away in almost complete darkness, and were firing away at the walls, the ground below, and striking at them. Yet, no matter what they did, they could never get out of this place. That won't work, Quinn answered. And don't even think about dash. Mid-sentence, one of the Namriks fired its blaster right at Quinn. A beam of energy went straight towards him, which Quinn had grabbed with his bare hand and crushed on the spot. Let's start again. I am the creator of this space, and if you want to stop this war, then I'm telling you now that I'm your best bet, Quinn stated. The Namriks both looked at each other. They had seen how quickly Quinn had killed their allies. They had seen this one's power, but they were unsure about his words, how much truth they held. Now you are listening, I want to know your side of the story. Why are the vampires attacking your people? Quinn asked. The story that had been told was that the Marpo crews had been attacked first by these people, and they had held vampire, human, and Dalki hostages. The way the media were portraying it, or Jim to the vampires, was that they were jealous of how well their people were doing and wanted to bring them down. Yet for Quinn that seemed far-fetched. If he could avoid it, he wanted to end this war without annihilating a whole race, especially if he didn't know the reason why. However, at the end of the day, the Namriks did see them as enemies and were attempting to eliminate them. If Quinn didn't get rid of them quickly, at least in the town, then it meant many vampires would die, and he didn't want his own people, who had helped him during difficult times, that Quinn had pleaded to when trying to close the celestial hole, to suffer even if they were the attackers. "We don't know," one of the Namriks shouted. "Our prophet was the one that told us that you would come and attack, and that is exactly what happened." Quinn was inclined to believe that they didn't know much, because it was the case with a lot of things. Soldiers were told just to act, and even in the vampires' case they would only know what they were told to believe, at least at the ground level. "This prophet, is he your leader, and where is he based? Is it in one of the cities?" When asking the question this time, Quinn's eyes were glowing red as he used the influence skill. Against a different race, he wasn't too sure how well his skill would work. "The prophet is not our leader. He is someone that is treated as even more valuable than the leader, a special person, who is located in a town called Marbuk," the Namrik answered. Now, Quinn knew he would get his answer, and perhaps the real reason why Jim Eno had started this war against this race. Not getting any more information out from them, Quinn had exited his shadow space, without needing their lives. Their attacks weren't strong enough to break out of the space, so all was well for now. "I should head back to the others," Quinn thought as he left the building and entered the walkway. But he noticed something slightly strange. He could see the large ships, the cruise ships had changed position slightly, and the sound, there was something going on. Rushing back, Quinn started to make his way through, and his nose could smell something clear, two scents that were distinctive that he would never forget. "I wasn't gone for long, so how? The Dalki and the humans, they have already arrived." The strangeness he felt was the fact that some of the buildings had been destroyed by more pods. There was a slight burning smell in the air that was more pungent than before from their landings. When Quinn had finally returned, he would see that not only was it fuller than before due to the humans and Dalki that were around, but a load of supplies had been brought with them as well. Yet his attention wasn't focused on any of this. Instead, he was focused on the crowd that had been made in the center. "What is going on?" Quinn thought as he went closer and started to push through the groups of people. That's when he saw it. He could see Juk lying on the ground. His arm was completely broken. He had marks on his face and body, while hovering over him was a 4-spiked Dalki. "You think because you use our blood to get stronger, that you can really order us around, and are better than us?" the Dalki said. Quinn could only guess what had occurred, and the fact that Juk was on the floor with a broken arm, and the Dalki there, he could guess who had delivered the injuries as well. Passing through the crowd, Quinn started to walk over, and pulled out a flask, one of the green liquid flasks he had been given which he hadn't used. "Quinn!" Juk called out. "What are you doing? Stay back, and let me solve this." Quinn ignored his captain's words, and opened the blood, handing it over to him to drink. "I'm sorry, but I don't even know what's going on. But what I do know is you're injured, and if you drink this you'll get better. You vampires even need each other to help you. You guys are pathetic," the 4-spiked Dalki said. "I guess it's decided then, since I fairly beat the vampire in charge, I will be leading the whole platoon from now on." "Wait!" Ronkin shouted. "You can't just decide that 'cause you beat up our leader out of the blue. If you want to lead us, then you'll have to fight me." Quinn really had no idea what was going on. As he took Juk to the side, he thought he could get some answers. Meanwhile, Ronkin had entered the circle ready to take on the Dalki. The original vampire leaders, Jim as well as others, didn't have much involvement in the war in terms of tactics, at least not yet. There were a few more people that were behind the scenes that were working on that part, and they were analyzing all of the reports and everything that was going on in the field so far. Inside the Marpo cruise there was the tactical team, a group which consisted of humans, Dalki and more, but the one that was leading the group was a human. "Sir, it seems we have received an early report from one of the vampire groups," one of the men shouted, sitting at his desk with a screen in front of him. "This fast? I didn't expect this. I thought the vampires would have been sent over more as bait, but for just a single group to accomplish something so fast." The person talked to himself as it helped him think a little more. "Bring me a list of the names of those that are in the platoon that made a report." In front of the human, a screen appeared out of thin air, and a list of all their names started to appear from top to bottom. That was because he was trying to search for someone that stood out to them in the group. "What should we do, Logan?" one of the men by his side asked. Logan Green was one of the core figures that were in charge of the humans on Earth, and one of the people that worked closely with Jack Truedream on a number of things. Due to his smarts, the systems he created for the people, and his defense measures, he was invited as the head tactician. Send out the Dalkey platoon and one of the human groups to support the vampires. They need to learn how to work together. Keep an eye on all of their reports, and once we know how the Namriks react to all of this, we will update them with what to do next. There is a good chance that they could be at a pivotal point in this war, so we don't lose a lot of people. It was shortly after that the two groups had been given their orders, and had soon arrived in the living area where Juk and the others were present. Unlike them, they didn't have such a hard time landing, as there was no one attempting to shoot them out of the air. A purple crystal signal was made, that would shine a luminous light in the center, so the others knew where to come towards, and soon everyone had met up. From the human side, they looked to be around 50 strong. With the people they had lost now, there were 87 altogether. The humans had relatively low beast gear, with the highest being advanced tier, and had a set of different abilities as well. Just like the guards that had been sent, they weren't the strongest of the group. The leader of the humans was a buzz-cut man named Sid, who looked fairly young to be leading a group, but he had the best beast gear of the lot, and he quickly came over to introduce himself to Juk. "My name is Sid, and we have come to support you, Sir Juk." The man politely saluted. "You did a good job getting rid of the Namriks so fast. We believe you are the first group to send a report back." Juk really didn't want to take credit for it, but how was he meant to explain what had happened here? For now, while he didn't understand it, he decided to leave things as they were. "Thank you. I hope we can work together, so we can end the fighting as soon as possible," Juk stated. The two of them looked at their groups, and the vampires and humans seemed to both be whispering to each other. The relations between humans and vampires didn't exactly improve. As more and more vampires were moving to live in the settlement, it felt separated once more. The few news-related instances that the humans did get, it was always about vampires, feeding on the other's blood as such. Still, both leaders would keep an eye on their teams and knew what was best for them all. Everything was fine, that was until the last group had appeared, and they were the Dalkey. They were the smallest numbers of the group, as there were 10 of them in total. Most of them had 2 spikes on their backs, but the leader of the Dalkey had 4 spikes on his back compared to the others, and one of his spikes were slightly red rather than black toward the end, giving him the nickname Redback. When the Dalkey arrived, they hadn't arrived empty-handed, and instead were carrying large crates. When dropping them, they opened them up, and a lot of the vampires rushed to the crates because they were filled with Tier 4 flasks. "Our boss told us that you might need these." Redback smiled, almost laughing as he saw the scene. The vampires were scrambling for the green blood. For many of them, they had only survived because of it, and had already used the 2 flasks that they had originally been given. "Look at you, I guess you guys really can't do anything without our blood." Juk had heard the comment, but decided to ignore it, as he came over to introduce himself. "I am Juk, captain of the vampire platoon. I look forward to working with you." Juk had his hand held out for a handshake, but Redback didn't take it. "So you're the leader of these vampires, huh? The people back on the ship seem to be quite impressed with your skills. My guess is, since you're the leader of this group, you should be the strongest, right?" Redback asked. Although that was safe to assume in most cases, when Juk heard this, another person came to mind, someone who was far stronger than him. "Well, have you ever heard the human saying, 'Too many cooks in the kitchen'?" Redback said. "If we want to work well, then we need to decide who will be the head of this group." Juk had been informed that this might happen, but the leaders, and according to the orders passed down from Jim, it was important that the vampires attacked first, so they had the right to lead the charge. That way the vampires could also take the most credit from this war, and it was a point that was quite stressed to them. "We were the first ones to attack, we know quite a bit about the Namriks' tactics. We have also managed to do quite well. Most of the orders we will be getting will be from the top, and us leaders can still micromanage, but just in case, urgent orders need to be given on the ground. At the moment I think we will be best for the task, if you don't mind." Sid thought a lot of what the vampire said made sense, and unlike the vampires, the humans had nothing to prove. On top of that, he knew the vampire had better senses, instincts, hearing, and more. "I am not happy with that," Not happy with that at all. Redback smiled. Why would anyone follow someone who's weaker than them? In the end, we had a fight, and as you can see, this is the result. Jook had finished explaining to Quinn what had exactly gone on while he was away, and it was more or less what he had guessed in the first place. Quinn, be honest with me. Do you think your friend has a chance? Jook asked. No, Quinn replied straight away. Against a 4 spike. That's a strong Dalki. It would have caused a lot of problems in the past. Jook felt bad. It was because of him, because he was trying to follow orders from above, that now another vampire was going to get hurt, but he had another question on his mind. What if Quinn fought? Could even Quinn deal with this? However, it was too shameful for him to ask for someone else to take his place. Don't worry, with some help, I'll make sure Ronkin wins. Quinn smiled. Back in the tactics room, Logan was looking at the list of names once again, and he was struggling as he was fixated on one of them. They are similar, but not exactly the same. There was a lot of confidence coming from Ronkin as he declared a fight, and at the same time, there was next to no reaction from Redback. As he looked at the other Dalki and just smiled toward them. You want to fight me? Redback said. You must either be incredibly brave or stupid. I just beat your leader. Did you guys even realize that in your group, all there is right now is a bunch of nobodies? The only person who was worth fighting in your entire group is your silver-badged leader. So I already know the rest of you are nothing, but if you really want me to give you a beating, until all of you in this area comply, then go ahead. It seemed that the Dalki were aware of a lot more than the vampires had been informed. It was only then, after rehearing the Dalki's words, that the others had realized that there was no one of significance in their group. They were starting to become slightly disheartened as it felt like their group was sent out to die, but by some miracle they had managed to survive. After talking the talk, Ronkin of course had to walk the walk, and he did as he entered the center of the ring to face his opponent. He smiled on the outside, while his whole head was screaming to him what a stupid decision this was. Wait, Quinn was there, right? I thought he might have said something. Why didn't anyone stop me? Why didn't someone else volunteer to fight? Ronkin asked as he looked over at Quinn, who gave him a little thumbs up. Bringing his fists out, Ronkin got into a fighting position. They were on the same side, so at least he knew the Dalki wouldn't kill him, at least not on purpose. When the Redback looked ready to fight, Ronkin was the one that went in to attack, or at least he made it look like he was striking first. When he got within range from the large Dalki, he then threw out a blood slash instead. The Dalki moved to the side, stepping and avoiding it, then spun its body as it whipped out its tail, attempting to whack the vampire with it. Leaning back, Ronkin managed to just avoid it. The Dalki was incredibly fast. This is a 4 spike I'm going up against. One hit from this guy and I'm dead, Ronkin thought. Soon, Quinn was getting in position for the fight. He moved from his place and was still in the crowd, but now directly behind Ronkin so he could set up what he needed to do. The Dalki rushed forward once more, and a blood swipe was thrown out from Ronkin in a panic. It stepped to the side, avoiding the strike, and then leapt toward Ronkin with a fist right by its head, ready to deliver a one-punch KO. All I can do is block this attack, Ronkin thought, lifting both hands in a cross-like guard to his side. I'll use my blood aura and try to reinforce my guard. Although Ronkin was thinking this, he was already imagining his bones breaking, regardless of the hit. Hit the arm away, and hit him in the stomach. A soft voice was heard among the crowd. It was a voice that Ronkin heard often, and it was a way Quinn would speak when they were in their training. However, this time the instructions seemed impossible, a vampire like him hitting the hand away of a Dalki. I'll put my trust in you, Ronkin thought, as he used his forearm to hit the Dalki's hand away instead. Redback wasn't afraid. He knew his strength as a 4 spike, but when the two made contact, there was a far larger force than he imagined, that suddenly moved his entire arm away. With the momentum of the Dalki's body still coming toward him, Ronkin moved on to the next instruction. I don't know how I was able to block that hit. His arm felt so light. Am I really so strong? Ronkin thought. Yeah, I'm strong. I must have gotten much stronger from the training. Ronkin threw a punch right in the stomach, activating his aura, and the same feeling happened again. Redback could feel a large force hitting him, but it wasn't from where the punch had made contact, it was a few centimeters to the side. The hit was so strong and deep that the whole air was chucked out of the Dalki and he fell to his knees. Blood came out of his mouth. Lastly, there was one more thing that the crowd could see, and that was the blood swipe that had missed from before. It was still in the fighting area. It remained still and now moved, stopping just shy of the Dalki's neck. Wait, I didn't do that? Just what is going on? Ronkin thought. Wow, he's amazing, he must have a crazy amount of blood control to do that. Why is he a guard? Some of the vampires asked. Who cares about that? It's clear that Ronkin is the winner. Let's cheer him on. The vampires were soon celebrating, and as for Redback, he was slightly worried as to what had happened, and in the end had no choice. I admit my defeat. The vampires can lead the fight. Redback answered, still completely confused by everything that happened, but during the fight, he had this feeling, in the back of his spikes as they were shaking, that those strikes at any point in time could have finished him off. The vampires soon went over to Ronkin and started to lift him up in the air, as they were cheering him on. From the other Dalki's faces, they weren't happy by the result. But if Redback was unable to beat him, then how could the others? As for Juk, he didn't go on and cheer with the others, instead he was looking at Quinn. He stared at him and had done so nearly the whole time. Due to the words he said, stating he was going to make sure Ronkin won, he kept an eye on him during that fight, and could see very small hand movements from Quinn. It seemed impossible, but somehow Quinn was making Ronkin's strike stronger, and the blood trick at the end with the blood swipe he guessed was him as well. Just, who are you? Juk thought and was guessing more and more that the one that had dealt with the Namriks was him as well. During the fight, Quinn was using the third stage of Chi, something that not many could do, and it was completely invisible to the naked eye. Throwing it out at the right time, the Dalki would just think he was getting hit by a strange force that he had to think was coming from Ronkin. The blood trick at the end was to end the fight because the one trait of the Dalki was they got stronger the more injured they were, and Quinn didn't want to directly get involved. With the little match over, Juk was taking charge of the entire team. Redback seemed to be more compliant now compared to before, but not a lot changed, as they were still to wait for orders. Would they go to attack another city, or would they be free to do as they wish? While waiting, eventually a report came into the group. Party D. The voice came in. Due to your recent achievements, the tacticians have decided that you have free rein to do as you wish, and have given you a few options. The leaders were all getting the same message, and thought this was certainly a strange thing to be said to them all. You are to stay where you are, and be on the lookout to see if any more reinforcements are sent from the cities. You may attempt to attack the cities, if it's troublesome, retreat and give a report of the reinforcements. Or you can support Party E. A couple of the parties that had been sent out have been completely eliminated. Others were successful like yourself, but there is one group that is still fighting in the living settlement. It's not too far from where you are from, east from where you are. You are to decide what you wish to do. Quinn had overheard the messages, and he remembered some more information he had gotten out of the Namriks. East of them there was a small town like this, and that was where the apparent prophet that had predicted the attack currently was at. Group E, the original vampires that had landed, had been split up quite far apart due to the blasts they had received, but their group was slightly larger compared to the others, due to the town they were attacking was slightly larger. However, they soon realized that their forces were next to nothing compared to the Namriks. They were losing their men fast, and in the end, the vampires knew they were unable to win the battle. Inside one of the buildings, a group of 4 or so vampires were taking shelter. Did you see that Namrik? One of the vampires asked. Yeah, the one with the single eye, he was twice as big as the others as well. That didn't look like a normal Namrik. Another added. I think they were calling him their god or prophet or something. It seemed he was able to see where we were going to land, and where we were hiding. That means we should move from this place as soon as possible. Right now the best thing we can do is just survive until we get help. Nell said. I don't want to die, so let's keep moving. The silence that was felt in one of the labs on the Marpo cruise felt like an eternity, at least it did to one person. Edvard had just witnessed the man that was known as Vincent, who was also apparently Jim Eno's right-hand man, take off his mask. In sheer shock, as he saw this, he couldn't help but blurt out the words Quinn. Now that he took a closer look though, he could see there were some differences. Yet, the face was almost 95% the same. The way one wore the face felt different. It was hard to explain, but the way one looked, their resting face, the smiling face, and even when they talked, although it was similar, it was different. The person in front of me right now. It might seem like they're Quinn at first, but now that I've analyzed everything, they're not the same person, but it's almost as if they're in the same body, so what is going on? Edvard thought. What was an even more worrying thought was the silence in the room, because he was now worried that he had just outed or given away vital information to someone he maybe shouldn't have. Quinn. Eventually Vincent replied. Is that some type of ancient greeting that the originals used to do? It's not in any of my research. No, that can't be it. From the way you're looking at me and waiting for a response, it's almost as if you have mistaken me for someone. Vincent was a smart man, and Edvard should have realized that just when entering the lab. At times, when dealing with Quinn, Edvard could get away with a few things here and there, but just as another reminder that he wasn't talking to Quinn, was how this person could see right through him. Which made him second-guess himself in the situation right now. If he lied, would this Vincent know? If that was the case, then would it be better if he told him the truth? You're correct, Edvard eventually said. You look oddly similar to someone I know. No, that is not quite right. You look exactly the same. Have you ever heard the name Quinn Balin before? Now it was Edvard's time to put the pressure on. Since coming back, he had been pushed around by others, but he wasn't a normal vampire, he was an original, and if something was to go wrong, Edvard would be able to stop Vincent. He was sure about that. It was more so what he would do after that. I'm sorry, but I can't say I have, Vincent replied. But someone looks exactly like me. Is that really the case? That would make sense though. Make sense, Edvard replied. Well, yes, my body is running off the energy of a type of crystal. A nest crystal of sorts. I did a bit of research into my own body, and it seems that without it, my cells will naturally start to deteriorate, which is similar to clones. So are you saying this Quinn person is the original person whose my body is based on? If what you're saying is true, then why wouldn't Jim mention anything about it? It looked like Edvard was in luck, as he usually was. As the curious vampire was even curious about his own body, he was sure Jim was also no fool, and there would be measures put up. At the same time, who knew whose side Vincent would really be on, as it seemed his memories had still been altered, as he had no idea who Quinn was. I'm not sure, Edvard said. But maybe I can bring him to you. Maybe the two of you can meet. If that happens, then he can explain what happened to you. What did Jim tell you? Why did Jim tell you you didn't have a real body? Vincent was trying to remember his memories. He was fighting against the leader of the Red Vampires, Laxmus. He was incredibly injured as he was trying to protect the Red Heart, and that's when Jim had saved him, giving him a nest crystal and a new body, but that made no sense. Why was he in this body then? Before, Vincent didn't question it too much. As Jim stated, the vampire he was based on was dead. But now someone was telling him differently. You're confused, aren't you? Edvard asked. It's expected. When a mass memory manipulation ability is used, sometimes not all of the spots can be filled. The only way is if they knew everything about you. Even if they tried doing something simple, such as replacing your memories of one person with another, it would cause problems in your mind. Who knows, maybe you have already gone to Jim and questioned him. He stated he would give you answers only to fix the holes in your memories, and that's maybe he has you by his side. Vincent was following along with what Edvard was asking, and now realized as well why he was asking those questions at the beginning, about a memory-altering device. But was it possible? Even by his own knowledge, it didn't seem like something that was possible. How am I meant to know what's true? Vincent asked. You've just come in here and said these things. I remember very well the things that Jim has done for me. Even if you are an original, to trust a vampire I know nearly nothing about, you're just trying to trick me. Edvard was getting slightly worried. He was trying to help Quinn, and he might have just blown the whole operation, but it was worth the gamble. If they could convince Vincent that everything was a lie, someone who was closer to Jim than he was, then they would be able to open up many doors. The mystery of the memories, and a way to trap Jim when the time comes. Perhaps they could even get to Jack through this as well. At first, Edvard thought getting the information out of Jim would be relatively easy, because Jim was confident that everyone was under his mind control or whatever it was. So why would he have to hide anything? But he was keeping a lot of secrets, even to those that were close to him. This Vincent couldn't have been too close to Jim in the past. Edvard just had a feeling that this must have been one of Quinn's friends or allies. Even when they spoke, everything was for the sake of the settlement. It was a completely different tone compared to the originals or Jim himself. The reason for keeping Vincent close was to keep an eye on him. As I said, I know the person you are based on, Edvard said. Just believe me for now. I won't do anything, just you and this other person have to meet. I know then you will understand the situation better, and you might even be more inclined to believe him. Me and you are the same, we are both victims of this mind mess. He managed to open my eyes, and I think he can do the same to you. Vincent looked off in the distance for a while, but eventually gave an answer. Okay, I will meet this person, but we need to try to figure out a way to reach him then. Away from Jim and away from danger. I still don't trust you either. Those were hard conditions to come by, but at least there was a chance. Thank you, Edvard said, as he went to leave the room and head back to make a plan and await further orders. When Edvard finally left the room, Vincent placed the mask back on his face. What he said was true. It all happened like he predicted. Vincent said out loud. He picked up a few items, and with a quick pace started to leave the lab as he had somewhere important to head to. Quinn, the name Quinn. I have to report this, Vincent said. The options had been laid out for the entire group, and now all of them were deliberating over what the best thing to do would be, and of course it was proving difficult for them to agree on something together. I think the best option would be for us to stay put for now, Sid suggested. We don't know what is going to happen. If the Namriks send out more people to attack us, then we will receive a report. Even if they decide to do nothing, I think that more people will be sent. The original task was to finish off support the vampires in taking care of the Namriks. It was quite clear that the humans didn't want to risk their lives, even though they hadn't fought against the enemy yet, and the small hiccup he had made, there was a need to cover it up. Juk had guessed that their support from the humans and Dalki would only come when they had already weakened the Namriks to a certain degree, or if their whole group were eliminated. Sit here and do nothing? Redback complained. That makes no sense. We joined this war because we are to take part in it. The Dalki have a lot to prove. I say we should go to the city. If it proves too difficult, we can retreat, but we will have done a lot to help the others. With the decision being split among the Dalki and humans, they were now looking for the vampires to decide. On top of that, due to a certain duel, they had also just been made the leader of the entire group. Let me discuss this with some of my people, Juk replied. Right now, only the three leaders were talking about the options among themselves. In war, it wasn't so much a democracy when making decisions, but the one with the most experience or the one simply put in charge. It had proven to be the better option in most cases that following one person's way, rather than trying to please everyone, yielded better results in tense situations. However, Juk had good reason to talk to his fellow vampires. We know the Namric strength best, and many of the vampires had just fought. It would be best to ask them if they are up for doing any such task in the first place. While walking back to the vampires, Juk had called out one name and one name only. Quinn, can I speak with you? Redback and Sid, who was watching everything, found it a little confusing. They thought, if anyone, they would ask the strong vampire warrior who had bested Redback in battle, but they did remember Quinn coming to the captain's side when he was badly hurt, so perhaps the two just had a close relationship. I'm sorry to put you in this situation, but I don't know what to do, Juk explained. I want to ask, if you were in my situation, what would you do? Quinn thought about what to say for a moment, and he decided to be honest in the end. If you are asking what I would do and what I'm going to do, they are perhaps two different answers. I will be going to the nearby living settlement. I was about to inform you myself. I think there could be something important there. Then, if you are asking what I would do, then of course I would also go to the nearby living settlement. One option, there is a chance of us losing more vampire lives. Another option is the chance of us saving more vampire lives. I think the answer is obvious. Of course we can just sit and wait, but when we go back to the settlement, and we see the crying faces, the anger, the pain on our fellow vampires' faces, we will feel hurt ourselves. Because we would have known that we could have done something. It's a feeling I hate, when you start thinking about the ifs and buts. Juk was happy with the answer, and it allowed him to clear his head a little as he walked back to the others. I think we should go to the nearby living area. There are those in trouble that we need to help. We are the closest to them as well. From there, we can decide if we can head to the city, or what to do next if we still haven't been given any more orders. The answer looked displeasing for both, but it was also down the middle. But as the decision was made, they could hear the sound of a couple of disgruntled Dalki. "What are you doing? You can't just leave the area?" One of the Dalki said, as he looked at a vampire, and the others soon noticed that it was Quinn. "I'm sorry, but I'm in a bit of a rush, so move." Quinn said. "Move? You are some cocky brat." One of the Dalki lifted his hand, planning to give Quinn a little tap. When swinging it out, it had hit nothing but the air, and it almost looked like Quinn had phased through the two of them. When the two Dalki turned around, they couldn't even see a vampire there anymore. "What is Quinn doing?" Ronkin thought. "Yep," Yip said. "I definitely think that guy is way stronger than we think he is. Heck, he might have even been the reason you won your fight." Ronkin had almost forgotten, due to the amount of praise he was getting from others, that the whole fight from before certainly did feel strange. "I feel like something like this has happened before." Ronkin scratched his head. Ahead of the others, Quinn was running as fast as he could. In between the living areas, there seemed to be a lot of sand. The good thing was it made it easy to spot the living areas, and the cities that were off in the distance. Hearing the word profit had given Quinn a bad feeling, which was why he wasn't going to be waiting around, and was running across the desert as fast as he could. The others would catch up, and even if it wasn't a big deal, then he would help fewer people get hurt in the end. Eventually, the living area was in sight, and a large amount of energy could be felt. It was around twice the size of the one that Quinn had just come from. Jumping up, Quinn used his shadow power to phase through the wall, and soon he was in his zigzag process like before, and there were things he could see straight away. There were far more dead vampires that were on the ground, and it wasn't just vampires. There were humans as well. Quinn tried to follow the trail of dead, Namriks and others around, so he could see where the fighting was progressing, and eventually he saw a Dalki that was dead as well. It looks like support really was sent to this place after all. Yet it still wasn't enough. The Namriks I'm seeing, though, appear to be the same as the ones we faced. Quinn continued to run around, and the sound of explosions were in his ear. There was an intense fight going on, but the explosions had soon come to a stop. One of the buildings, there was a big chunk missing out of it, almost like a large bite mark had been taken out. When walking up to the building, lying in the middle of the ground was a Dalki. Not just any Dalki, but it was a 4-spiked one. It was strong enough to take out a 4-spike? Quinn was now on guard, and he could sense it coming from his right. He quickly jumped back, and bursting through the wall of the other buildings, nearly as large as one of the full-size houses, was a golden figure. It burst through the walls, throwing large chunks in all different directions. The golden figure looked like a Namrik, apart from its skin being different. This energy, if I'm not wrong, I felt it many times before. This is what I was worried about. The prophet they were talking about is a celestial, Quinn thought. As the golden figure entered the scene, it had a large smile on its face as it looked at its own sharp finger. It had pierced right through the entire body of what looked like a vampire. Quinn could see the face of the vampire clear as day. "Nell!" Quinn shouted out. The Namriks had a government-like system that consisted of a group of people that ran the planet. There was not an absolute leader of the Namriks, but instead 30 high-profile individuals. These individuals also weren't selected due to strength, but a number of things. In a way, they were the people that had achieved the most in a certain field that allowed them to become one of the top 30. whether that be in technology, combat, food, economics, and more. Just like most habitable planets, there was water that surrounded large pieces of land, and on a piece of land where only the high-profile officials were able to gather, they had done so. All of them were in a rectangle-shaped room sitting across from each other, and all of them had white skin. I don't see the point in this meeting. There is nothing for us to worry about. The towns have been attacked, and the enemy is proving far greater than we imagined. They seem to have an army that consists of more than just one intelligent race. I believe that we should put measures up if they are able to reach the city. There was laughter from quite a few of those in the room. You really think that will occur? Our prophet himself has gone out to the front line. He will stop them from reaching this place. No one has ever been able to get past the prophet. Doesn't that make you think, though? One of them asked. Why, after all of this time, has the prophet decided to make such a large move himself? This has to mean that the enemy is dangerous. There was silence among the 30 for a moment, as that comment had allowed for a slight amount of fear to creep in. The second Marpo cruise ship had yet to act. The first one had been very active, sending vampires, humans, and more, while the second ship, although the others weren't aware of it, was where all the elite forces were based. All of the vampire leaders, the Dalki with a higher number of spikes, as well as Jim, Logan, and more. It was also where all the reports were going to and where the ground orders themselves were being generated from. Walking through the cruise ship with a heavy step, Vincent was hurrying, as he had learnt some serious news that was heavy on his mind, and he needed to report it as soon as possible. Soon he stood in front of a large single metal door, and he took a deep breath as he let himself into the room. Oh, Vincent, what a lovely surprise to see you here. I will be with you in a second, Logan replied, as he told the others around him to carry on evaluating the situation, and if there was anything urgent, they were to call him. When walking over to Vincent, there was a certain look the two gave each other, and Vincent soon responded with a nod. Seeing this was the case, dropping out from Logan's hand were a few spiders that were spread out around the area. The two of them quickly went away, and eventually they returned to Vincent's lab, which was devoid and empty of people. This still wasn't enough, as the two of them both activated a silencing orb, which allowed the two of them to talk to each other without any of the sound getting out. It seems you have something important to speak about, Logan asked. But of all places and all times, I didn't think it would happen now. It didn't quite happen like you predicted, Vincent replied. The person who approached me didn't look like me. One of the vampire originals came forward claiming they knew someone who looked like me. Logan was interested in the tale, as Vincent went into the details of everything that had been asked of him. That is very interesting, so it seems the name that appeared on the list is perhaps him after all. It made me wonder why he would pick Quinn Balin. If it was me, Bin Talon would have been a better alias, Logan stated. Vincent didn't want to comment on that one, because he thought both of the names were ridiculous. What do you think the next step should be? If he is out on the field, it will be hard for us to reach him, Vincent suggested. I also don't have free rein to go where I wish and please. It have a solution. Logan pulled out a small device. It was a nano stick the size of a thumbnail. The problem isn't just how to get this to him, but what he will do once he gets this information. Based on what I know, he will act, and it could very well ruin our peaceful times. The peaceful times are coming to an end, Vincent claimed. This first war is only a start. There has been trouble between the two. I see, Logan sighed. Then, let's invite Edvard to come see me. I will hand the stick over to him to give to Quinn. We will just have to leave everything up to him, like we have done in the past. At that moment, Logan got an alert, a device that was practically embedded in his arm. Sir, we need you here as soon as possible. Jim is here and he wants to act. Rushing back, Logan had returned to the tactical room on his own, and he could see that Jim was present with a person by his side. Ah, Logan. I wonder where you went off to at such an important time? Jim asked. I was just testing a few devices. I believe we can eliminate the energy shield with them, allowing us to send more of our forces through. Logan explained. Ah, that's great. I did get your report about that, Jim said, smiling. Then, I plan to send the originals down to the ground. After evaluating the Namrik's strength and their numbers, I believe we can send a team, a core team, and we can move on from this planet. An unexpected chance had appeared. Very well, Logan replied. The Marpo cruise was incredibly large, and in another location there was another influential figure that was in the place. Sitting at a desk, Jack was getting information about the situation and exactly what Jim was planning to do. Is there a reason behind him trying to finish this whole thing quickly? The large figure that was by his side asked. I have known Jim for a while, and he is a strange one. There has always been this underlying deal with him. He is always afraid that what he has now can be taken away at any moment. So he wishes to grow his strength, to become a force where no one is able to take anything away from him. I have no idea what happened to him in his past. Sounds a bit like you, the figure replied by his side. The two of you are awfully similar, and both of you are afraid of being stabbed by each other in the back. So you go ahead, attack a planet for what? To show who has the stronger forces by their side. To tell the other one not to betray you. Jack started to laugh. Then why did you choose to stay by my side, and not his? Haha, your side or his? I am on my own side. I just owe you a little, that is all. Jack started to laugh out loud at this. You are my strongest ally, and I have no doubt that you are stronger than the one that stays by Jim's side all of the time. Don't worry, I will keep my promise to you. But I should let you know, I'm not as weak as you think. I was once known as one of the Big Four. The Big Four? That was nothing to me? Replied. There was silence from Jim after that. These were memories from long ago, and it was time to clear the slate. During his questioning with the Namriks, his worries that he had before didn't have a lot of meaning to the entirely new race. Quinn had always presumed that there very well could be a celestial that was looking over the current planet. Just like the celestial that was looking over the Memorial race, and Athos who was looking over the Amra. In some ways, Earth had Sarah and Bliss looking over them. Depending on how big of a population there was, it seemed that there could be many celestials looking over it. This was why, just in case, when Quinn was traveling he had put on the mask that Minnie had given him, hiding his face. If a celestial saw who he was, they could enter the celestial space, and inform Mundus that Quinn had escaped. The more Quinn saw as he traveled through the living area, the more he was worried that it was indeed true. The Namriks didn't seem to have a special power, other than the transformation of a single arm and the technology and use of beast crystals they had. Quinn couldn't imagine them being much stronger than the ones he faced, perhaps only by a small margin in the city. So when seeing a dead Forspike Dalki, he had an idea of the cause, and unfortunately he was right. Oh, what's this? There was one more? That's strange. The golden-skinned Namrik said. Nell, who was on the end of his sharp finger, was attempting to grab onto it and push himself off, but he was moving incredibly slow, weak, and a lot of his blood was dripping down, almost evaporating as it touched the golden skin. Why, didn't I notice you? Even when you're in front of me I can't really feel you, yet at the same time your power right now it's nearly overlapping in this whole area. Could it be? Before the golden Namrik could even figure it out, Quinn had already moved, and leapt up in the air toward Nell. A section of the golden Namrik's skin started to shine bright, and soon, a beam of energy shot out from the pores of his skin, going directly toward Quinn. The bright light of attack, though, was soon met with a shadow, as it grew large and almost encased it all, stopping the attack completely and blocking the golden Namrik's field of view. He was unable to see anything, and when the strange shadow had disappeared, he could see that the vampire with a mask on was holding the one that was on his finger just moments ago. He stopped my attack, but that had celestial energy as well. No normal person could stop that type of attack. All of the others didn't even put up a fight. Who is this person, and what is that power? Is he the leader of the attackers? The celestial thought. Looking into his eyes, Nell was clinging on to all the energy he could. Quinn, holding on to him, could feel he was weakening by the second. In his shadow space, Quinn attempted to give some of the green blood to Nell, but even when inside him it was doing nothing, so he attempted to pass on some of his chi energy as well, yet that was doing nothing as well. It's a lost cause, right? Nell asked to the vampire. I can feel that you're desperately trying to save me, but I also can feel that it isn't going to work. While Nell was talking to Quinn, the giant Namrik lifted his hand, transforming it into a type of sword, and then began to swing it down, immediately trying to slice the two of them in half. A shadow started to appear from Quinn's back, and it soon formed a large hand grabbing onto the bladed part of the weapon. It held it there in place, and the Namrik was unable to even budge it an inch. "You are the cause of this, so don't interfere," Quinn shouted, and red blood aura swirled around him fiercely, trailing around from the bottom of his legs, and was chucked out, right towards the Namrik. The aura slammed into the Namrik's stomach, and his feet were lifted in the air, as his body moved back and he stumbled into the building behind him. Part of the building started to fall to the floor, not able to take the weight of the Namrik. I was pushed back. That didn't even look like an attack? What even was that? Was that just his energy? But Celestials aren't meant to easily be hurt by normal attacks. Was my guess right? Is this a Godslayer? Those eyes, those fierce eyes. I've seen them before, Nell said, his voice quieter and weaker than before. "It's you, right, Quinn? I don't know why, but I feel like I've seen those eyes before. They give me hope, for the vampires, for my friends, for my family. I don't know why your strong eyes give me hope. Knowing this, I know you will do well to protect the vampires. You will do well. And look after Ronkin. He's an idiot, but that guy has a heart of go gold." Nell finished his last words there. No longer was there any life in his eyes. Quinn had already attempted everything he could, and in the past he might have tried inputting his celestial energy into Nell as well. That wasn't an option for him now, though. It was the first time in a long time that Quinn felt like he had experienced a loss, especially one where he was directly there to see the last words of someone. Placing him on the ground, he looked up and could see the Namrik recovering. "I could have done more," Quinn said, as the shadow covered his hands, and soon guns started to appear. "So what if you are a god slayer?" the golden Namrik said, as his arms started to split, turning into what looked like 100 small tentacles, and they were now all going towards Quinn. "I am not a weak celestial. I have taken down the troubles of the Namrik, and those that have attempted to make trouble for us. I have always been able to freeze any large disasters that come my way. If I didn't foresee you, then it simply means you are not a problem." Out from Quinn's back, the shadow that would move as if it was going with the wind started to split at the ends. It was splitting itself just as many times as the transformed arm of the Namrik. As Quinn moved forward, the shadow did as well, stopping each one of the individual tentacles. While walking forward, Quinn would use his gun to blast at the transformed limbs. In the brief they had been given, it was stated their transformed arms were nearly indestructible, but it seemed like Quinn's blood bullets could do the trick, setting it so his aura, and the size of the bullet would just be large enough to cover the whole of the strange tentacles. Each time a bullet was let off, it was ripping apart the whole tentacle, dropping the other half of them to the ground. By the time the golden Namrik was able to realize something was going on, he could no longer see where Quinn was, but could feel a sensation directly above his head, as Quinn was in the air, hovering, using his shadow to create a pair of wings. "I could have done more. I could have stopped this war from happening. I could have made it so no one had to die, but because I wanted a peaceful life, he had to die. This is not what I wanted." Quinn no longer had the gun in his hand, and instead was condensing his blood aura while twirling it around, and threw it down. The blood aura started to extend into that of a small tornado. It covered the whole of the celestial like a vortex. It was pure blood aura, and dangerous at that. As the vortex was getting smaller and smaller, the blood aura was constantly hitting the Namrik's body. With the guns back in his hand, Quinn started to fire into the vortex, large blasts after blasts. "I should have stopped him. I should have stopped Jim." The vortex of blood started to disappear, and Quinn fell to the floor. When the vortex completely vanished, it looked like there was nothing else either. The golden Namrik's body had completely disappeared. Lifting his hand, Quinn took off the mask and placed it in his shadow. "I won't let this continue anymore and just stand by. Jim, I'm coming after you now." Juk and the entire group were making their way toward the living area that was close by, and it was also the area where they assumed Quinn had gone. It didn't take them long to make a decision, and they should have been right behind him, but no matter how much they traveled through the desert, they were unable to see him in sight. Ron Kin, Juk called, and both him, as well as Yip who was staying by his side, had come over. "Who is your friend? He's a bit too strong. Is he secretly a vampire knight for one of the families? Or something else?" "That's what I want to know as well," Ron Kin replied. "Because, as far as I know, he's just a simple guard with great fighting skills. A good family man, and a father to 2 kids." For some reason, hearing Ron Kin talk that way about the strange vampire, he wanted to drop all questions. He had his new life that he was living whatever way he lived it, for whatever reason that was up to him. Just then the group could see the area in sight. They were getting ready to face off against anything that came their way. But before reaching the area, there was an order that was coming in from above. "All those on the ground are to hold their positions for now," the order stated. "Once the energy field has been dismantled, there will be a full force attack on all cities on the planet. Those on the ground are to travel to the closest city and make sure that no Namriks escape." The leaders looked at each other, as each of them wondered just what was going on, and before they knew it, they could see the Marpo cruise ship was approaching the planet, but not the one they had come from. Soon, 4 large devices were stuck out from the Marpo cruise ship. They were the same size as the pods the others had arrived in, but were different. There was no clear glass on the outside, and these looked a lot more like an actual missile. As they moved through space powered by the energy of crystals, they split off into different directions. The next step was them reaching the energy barrier. Although split off in different directions, all of the missiles had hit the barrier at the same time, and a pulse of crystal energy once again exploded on the barrier. Ripples and sparks could be seen on the outside of the force field, and that small burst of power, whatever it was, allowed for the missiles to continue going forward. They weren't heading to the cities or living areas, but instead they were headed towards large facilities that had large structures that were pointed toward the top. The missiles had reached their location, and Logan, who was overseeing his special missiles and invention, activated the 3rd phase. Before they even reached the ground, one of the special crystals that was embedded into it started to react in a particular way that would cause a huge explosion. Each of them blew up at the same time, destroying all of the structures in the area, and the land beneath it. It was one of the largest explosions seen that had been created by, not an ability or a beast weapon, but a crystal in its raw form. As time goes on, the universe will continue to find new ways to use these crystals. And seeing the Namriks, I knew that I couldn't fall behind them. "We are not so far behind you when it comes to beast technology," Logan thought. The energy barrier was down, and what this meant was normal ships could finally land on the planet, and coming out of the Marpo cruise ship at a fast rate, as if they didn't for a second believe Logan's plan would fail, was a fleet of ships, a fleet with the strongest vampires there were. The original vampires had split up, each of them heading off to a different city. When landing, they didn't waste time getting to business. Hickel had landed, and the Narmiks surrounded him. The first thing he did was avoid all the laser shots coming towards him as he moved at a fast speed, and held one of them up, chucking their body towards them. What the Namriks hadn't quite experienced so far was a strong set of abilities, because Hickel wasn't just strong, fast, and had good blood control, but had a devastating ability. As the fallen Namrik came towards them, they soon noticed that he was covered in blood, but it wasn't his own. The next second, and a large explosion went off, breaking the very building they were standing on. The order was to take care of the city as quickly as possible, and I guess they meant for us to use this, Hickel thought, as he looked at the flask that had a 8 carved out on one side. Before landing he had drunk the drink, but not just him, all of the original leaders in the other areas, as well as their strong men that would usually guard the towers and their knights that would stand by their side. The Namriks were lost and confused, asking for support from the other cities. Each city believed that the full force of the attack, or the strongest vampires that they were facing, were in their city, unaware what every single one of them were going through. The 30 governors who would usually meet up on a separate island had returned to the main capital. It had yet to be touched, unlike the other cities, but they were getting countless reports. "What do we do? We can't fight them off like this. Do we surrender? Maybe then at least the lives of our people will be spared." "We don't even know what they want," another shouted. "These are monsters that are attacking our home planet. Not just with a little bit of force, but they have sent an almighty force. I think even the Namriks in each of the cities are starting to give up. No, another declared. We can't give up, we still have the prophet. We can ask him for help, and he can guide us on what to do. He has never failed us before. That was when one of the men pulled out a glass jar from underneath. It was quite large, and inside there looked to be a piece of skin, or fur. It was grayed out and fell in the tube. This is the golden skin the prophet has given us. Now that you see it has this color, I'm sure you all know what this means. A lot of the governors still had the will to fight back, but after finding out about such a thing, it was hard for them to think anymore, and in that moment the doors to the room blew wide open. Hello, everyone. Thank you for keeping my seats warm for me, Jim said with his hands raised. Now it's time to say goodbye to you all. Throwing out his hands, 2 blood swipes curved like a moon crescent had come out, and they were growing large. Before the Namriks in the room could even act, they had gone through their necks, slicing each one of their heads off, until it left just a single governor left alive. It looks like you hit the jackpot. You are going to tell me everything I need, and with this, I think it's become pretty clear that this war, if you can even call it that since it was more of a one-sided massacre, has come to an end. Jim continued to walk forward as someone followed him from behind. You, the Namrik said, shaking as it looked at its fellow governors no longer with their heads on their bodies, are the most vile being I have ever met. I'll take that as a compliment. In one of the cities, Edvard had been sent as well, and just like everyone else with his strength and powers, the people and power of the green blood, there was next to no resistance after taking care of the bulk of the army, and right now he was ordering the vampires to hold the people captive rather than outright kill them. The cities, unlike the first living areas that had been attacked, had normal Namriks living among them, not soldiers. It was easy to tell who was who apart, because only the soldiers had infused their bodies partly with technology and became cyborgs. While Edvard was standing on top of one of the buildings, the skyscrapers looking at the city, he noticed something on the ground coming toward him, and it looked like a spider. Soon, from its back, a projector started to play, and on the screen was Logan. I am sorry I am unable to see you in person, but due to this matter involving Quinn Talon, I believe it is important that we make sure Jim Eno doesn't find out about anything that I'm about to tell you, and ask of you. Edvard had been awake for a while, and he had learned about Logan Green as he at times had to send reports back to Earth, or discuss troubling matters when it came to vampires wishing to move or vampires causing problems on Earth, but never did he expect this person to contact him about Quinn. What is he going to ask me to do? Edvard more worryingly thought. Perhaps the big moment when Quinn needed all of their help wasn't going to happen at the vampire settlement, but instead was going to happen here. The original vampire leaders had dealt with the cities in quick fashion. The attacking forces were quickly being annihilated, and at the same time, with no word of what to do, or backup from the main capital, the Namriks were losing the will to fight. After seeing that it was mostly a losing battle, many of them had decided to give up. By the time support came from the ship to help out the original vampires, the whole city, with populations of tens of thousands of Namriks, were dealt with. The word had spread, and even the Namriks who had yet to see any invaders, or were still putting up a fight against the original wave that had been sent out, had given up because they knew it was the end of it all. More ships were being sent from one of the Marpo cruise ships, but it was mainly small black ships, with pointed wings at the end, and a streak of red down the center. This was the trademark of the ships belonging to the vampires. This was because Jim was giving out orders. As the one who took the biggest part and the main person who took over the planet, he was taking the helm, and he had made an order that the Dalki, as well as the humans, were to return back to one of the Marpo cruise ships and head back. Ships were flying in between the 2 Marpo cruise ships as well as back and forth from the planet. The humans and Dalki were leaving, having shown next to none of their powers and abilities, but the vampires did demonstrate one thing: it was their force and powers. When all of the humans and Dalki had returned to one of the Marpo cruise ships, Logan looked down at the planet. I thought this might happen, Logan thought. But I thought that Jack might have put up more of a fight for the planet, but it seems like he wishes to avoid confrontation with Jim as much as possible. I guess the 2 of them are still quite close partners. Still, I hope that the vampire is able to pass on my message to him. For now, the new vampires that had arrived on the planet were told to look over the Namrics, to gather them in one place, and use projecting crystals to show them the state of the situation. Right now, what was being shown were scenes of the inside of the government office. The Namrics could see that nearly all of their governors had been killed, and the main place taken over. The people were worried about what was going to happen to them. In war, it was unlikely that they would all be slaughtered. After all, lives had many uses, but with what they had seen so far, and with how cruel the scene looked in the governor's office, they were afraid it would come to it. If that was the case, perhaps they should try fighting back with everything they had. In the end, though, the scenes had stopped and an order from Jim was made for the vampire leaders to come and gather in the governor's office, to head to the main capital. The vampires did as they asked, and the scene that was being projected all over the Namrics planet started to change. It looked like they were now in a new room, one that had been untouched. From far away, the city looked to hardly be damaged at all. That was because Jim had gone straight to the governor's office. Rather than eliminating the place, after all, this planet was going to be his. Destroying it would just make things worse. On the screen, though, they could see the vampire known as Jim standing there, and next to him an older white-skinned Namric, which had a soft, fluffy beard that went down to the bottom of his neck. The screen soon panned around and all of the vampire originals could be seen. For the Namrics, many now knew their faces well, as these were the ones that had blasted through their forces with ease. "I am Jim Eno," Jim declared to them all, "and I was in charge of the attack on your city. You see, your governors here were once supporters of the Marpo cruise line. They helped fund the technology and the crystals needed to build these devices. And yet, when we got bigger than they thought we ever would be, they thought it was unfair and demanded more. Demanded more than what was originally agreed upon." The broadcast wasn't just being seen by the Namrics, but the vampires that were stationed in all of the different places as well, including Juk's team, that had just entered the living area where they were heading to. Things had happened so fast, in such a short time, even the Dalki and humans that were traveling with them had already returned. "I see," Ron Kin said. "It must mean they attacked the Marpo cruise line that is owned by Jim and Jack, as a type of revenge. Then they kidnapped our people as well and refused to give them back." On the screen, it looked like the governor wanted to say something, but was too afraid to. "An agreement has been made," Jim stated with a big smile on his face. "So fear not, the Namrics will live. It is not fair to punish an entire race due to the foolish actions of the one at the top, but it was you who chose the foolish one at the top in the first place. 90% of the crystals that are gathered by the Namrics shall be handed to us. Your governor here will set up a system and we will be here to oversee it. Your technology advancements and information will be shared with us, and of course future productions such as weapons and equipment and so on and on. Bases will be set up for vampires to come and go from in each city. In simple words, from now on, if the Namrics work for us, your lives will be spared." It was safe to say that the people were quite shocked along with the vampires as well, but they wondered what to do. In the first place, there was always a good chance of the Namrics seeking revenge, so they needed to keep an eye on them and put them in their place, but the Namrics now sounded like slaves. "Who am I to question what the hero Jim is thinking? He has saved us from multiple disasters before, and he is just stopping another one again. We need to stop these other races from looking down on us," a vampire said, as he shouted at the Namric people who were on their knees. Many of the vampires were agreeing with this statement, but not all, but let it slide because it was coming from the hero Jim. The video feed had ended there, and the soldiers were told to continue keeping the Namrics in check for now. The citizens were allowed to go home, but the soldiers that were still alive were being watched at all times. For Juk and his group, he was in the strange maze-like housing area, and in one of the open circles once again, they had gathered the 50 or so Namric soldiers that were still alive and placed them in the center. There was now a force of around 200 vampires to look over them, and vampires that were far stronger than their first group were currently there. They had been there for a while now, and hadn't really had the time to look for where Quinn was or where he was going. That was until one of the vampires spotted something. "Over there," a vampire called out. Walking through one of the many entrances to the circle they were in, there was a vampire. They were alert at first, but soon let their guard down when they could see it was a vampire, and quite a few people recognized who it was straight away. "Quinn!" Ronkin called out, and the other vampires that were part of his group were happy to see that he was here. But Ronkin's happiness soon faded, as he could tell there was a certain look to Quinn, one he hadn't seen before. In his hands, Quinn was holding something. It was a body, and he continued to walk past the other vampires, who seemingly ignored him as he went over to his group, and soon Ronkin could see who it was that was being held in his hands. And oh no, this can't be. Ronkin started to tear up, and ran over to where Quinn was. How the hell could you die, you bastard? How could you die in this war, when an idiot like me is still alive? Ronkin held onto Nell's hand. It was cold, very cold. Seemed like he had been dead for a while. He looked at Quinn, wanting to point his anger at someone, even point his anger at Quinn not being there. But his face said it all, that Quinn was just as upset as he was at all of this. "Why?" Ronkin said, as he fell to his knees, still holding onto his hand, and soon Quinn knelt down, giving the body over to Ronkin. "Nell was a good man. He didn't just look out for you, but was someone who looked out for me as well, and you need to look after his body to give him a proper send-off," Quinn said as he stood up. "Quinn, why are you speaking like that?" Ronkin paid attention to his words, because he had used the word you, instead of we. "There was no need for this war, and I'm going to put a stop to it, so nothing like this happens again," Quinn said as he walked forward. "Quinn, wait!" Juk called out, wanting to stop him. "Juk!" Quinn turned around to look at him and all of the group. "No, all of you, listen to my words well. Don't volunteer for any more fights. Don't risk your lives to fight for another vampire that doesn't even care for you. That man has done nothing to deserve the loyalty you have given him. Go home to your families, look after them. So I'm telling you now, it's best if you don't get involved with what's about to happen. Whatever you see, stay out of it." Quinn left there, leaving all of the vampires he had met on his journey, leaving Ronkin with no more words, as he headed to the main capital city. Quinn could travel in many ways, move at a fast speed so all the vampires could see was a blur, or use his shadow travel to go through buildings and obstacles so he could take a more direct path to the city. But right now he wasn't so much as taking his time, but as he headed to the main capital that was quite a distance away from where they were, he was thinking about his course of action. Before heading out, just after joining the war, Quinn had one last conversation with Edvard back at the vampire settlement, and he was remembering it now off all times. Quinn had been asked to come directly to the 9th castle. It was before Edvard was to leave and join the Marpo cruise with the rest of the leaders. The two of them were in his grand room once again. "Now that Jim is close to being here, there is something we need to talk about," Edvard stated. "I've told you before about the man that is by his side all the time, the one that even the originals seem to fear, and there is a good reason for it. I know you are strong, and I have probably not even witnessed you using half of your full power, but I promise you that even that might not be enough." Edvard sighed as he struggled to say the rest, but in Quinn's head it didn't make any sense. If there really was someone so strong, then wouldn't Quinn know about him? Even more so, wouldn't the Celestials know about him? There was a chance, though, that somehow maybe Jim had happened upon a god-slayer of some sort while on his travels on the Marpo cruise. If he could control minds, maybe now this dangerous figure worked for him. The Marpo cruise, after all, was a large ship that hopped multiple planets, and the universe was vast. To think there was no one stronger out there than him, it would be quite vain of a thought, so Quinn decided to take the other's words quite seriously. "There might be a time where you decide to get rid of Jim Eno, before finding out how he changes our memories. If that is the case, either way we need to get rid of the person by his side. On top of that, there are the leaders as well, so I have a suggestion for you. When you attack, become a threat so large that all of those by Jim's side need to be summoned. Become such a large threat that even the one by his side needs to be called. If I'm right about this person, a sneak attack or entering in your shadow won't work. That's how powerful this person is. But draw him away, and I will finish Jim off. He won't know I'm not on his side. This element of surprise will be a guarantee for success," Edvard explained. Quinn still wasn't so sure. Either way, there was a chance that he could end up fighting the person by Jim's side anyway, especially if he wanted to restore all of their memories, but he went on to hear the rest of Edvard's plan. I never thought that I would be thinking about that conversation so much right now, Quinn said to himself as he could see that the city was in sight. It was only a little bit away. He soon got out from his shadow travel and began to slowly walk over. Although I have made my decision on what to do, I should still choose the best option, and for now I will play it safe as the most important thing is getting rid of Jim Eno, and one way or another today I will get rid of him. Vampires were already being stationed outside of the main capital. It was just in case they saw any loose Namriks trying to attack the capital, or if perhaps those from inside tried to run away. From the dead bodies that were outside and just left there to rot, it looked like there were quite a few. The Namrik cities were surrounded by walls, but did have a single entrance and exit that worked like a road, with a barrier. Here the vampires stood and could see a single vampire walking down it toward them. "Halt!" the vampire shouted. "State your name, unit and reason for coming here." They were a group of guards. Their numbers seemed to total around 10 or so, but they were quite strong, in vampire terms at least. "Why am I here?" Quinn said. "I'm here to see Jim Eno. So either call him here or get out of my way." The guards started to laugh as they looked at this mad vampire. "What is his big deal? He came all the way to meet the hero. Is he some type of superfan or something?" "No, I don't think that's it. Look at his face. He must have lost someone close to him in this war, and wants to blame someone. No vampire was forced to come on this expedition. This is not Jim Eno's fault. Go back to your unit." However, the vampire didn't listen to their words and continued to walk forward. When he got close enough, one of the vampires went to put his hand on his shoulder, but Quinn quickly grabbed it there and then, and lifted the vampire in the air, slamming him on the floor. "I said move," Quinn stated once again. The other vampires quickly went to take him out, but moving his hands, faster than they could react, they all seemed to fall onto the floor as they got close to him. At that point, Quinn continued to move forward down the road and was starting to enter the city. The first vampire that had been slammed and hurt wasn't killed, and the other vampires were the same. They were just injured. Their threat struck at them with an unbelievable strength. "I have a report to make. A vampire who hasn't declared himself has just entered the city. Stop him," the vampire said through his receiver. When Quinn entered, the city was like a city that would be on Earth. There were streets and large buildings as such, but in the center there was a large block-like building with a blob on top. It was most likely the governor's place, the area where he needed to go. Walking down the street, Quinn did so heading to that location, and as he did, there was a large park off to the side. It had a large open square where a group of vampires were holding a group of the Namriks hostage. "Hold it!" the vampire shouted. "Are you the intruder? What unit are you from?" News had spread fast, and even above, there were spaceships that were hovering about, having a look at the situation. "Hey, isn't that guard? The parent that made a fuss about his daughter." One of the police recognized the vampire, but continued to do as he was told, as he started to record what was going on, and projected it to the other vampire units. At the same time, it was also projected to the units over the planet, as an order was given out. "All vampire groups, captains, and leaders, please identify the current vampire in question." Where Juk and the others were based, through the projection they could see Quinn on the screen. Ronkin almost started to choke on the air, and many of the others in the platoon recognized him as well. "What the hell is Quinn doing there? Why is he in the main city, and why is he on the screen?" Ronkin asked. "Wait, how did he even get there so fast?" Yip asked. On the screen, the vampires soon started to approach Quinn as he said nothing. They could see one of the vampires moving closer and closer to Quinn, asking him to identify himself. "Answer, what unit are you from, and why are you here?" the vampire asked again, and this time he had red aura emitting from his hand, ready to strike Quinn. Then he got in range. That's when Quinn was the first one to act, as he threw out a punch, landing straight in the vampire's face. It lifted the vampire's whole body, and the way Quinn moved his hand, the fist landed right on top of the vampire's face as his body hit the ground, knocking him out in a single hit. "I'm here to see Jim Eno. Bring him the fuck out here." It was at that moment that Juk remembered Quinn's words, to not get involved in what he was about to do. The first attack had been produced by Quinn, and the vampires that were in the capital were all at least at the permanent guard level. To see one of their fellow vampires get taken out in a single hit, by a vampire at that, was quite confusing for them all. However, it was clear that this vampire, for some reason, wasn't following orders. 3 of the other vampires that were keeping the Namrics in place rushed over to where Quinn was, and they quickly got information surrounding him. The ship from above was still displaying everything as it repeated the message, to state if anyone knew who this vampire was, and what squad he was in. Yet, all of those with Juk who were watching, not a single one of them had made a report. The first vampire rushed forward with a blade, and quickly Quinn moved his head to the side, as he hit the vampire on the neck. Another appeared behind him, and Quinn dodged another blow, grabbing the back of his head, and throwing him into the third attacker, knocking him over. The 3 vampires had quickly been dealt with, and all without the use of blood powers, but just skills and strength. Seeing this, the other vampires rushed forward in anger, almost forgetting about the Namrics that they were guarding. The first one that arrived, Quinn delivered a large kick into the stomach, and the vampire skidded across the floor until he realized that he was no longer able to fight. An elbow from Quinn was delivered to another right in the face, before raising his arm as he blocked a punch from the side, and delivered one right in the stomach, sending the vampire up in the air a few meters, before he fell on his face. A large slash of red aura was now coming right at Quinn, but with a swing of his arm, he had smashed it apart. It looked like he hadn't used any aura of his own and had just used his physical hand. That was because that was the case. With the second stage of Chi, a strike from vampires as weak as this would never harm Quinn's skin. There's the vampire, over there. We have to put a stop to him. Vampires, who were stationed in different areas of the city, were soon coming over to where Quinn was in order to deal with him. One of them, using the power of string, had wrapped it around Quinn's hand. It was coated in red blood. He pulled, planning to slice his hand off, but it didn't work, and instead, Quinn lifted his hand and swung the vampire into the others. Jumping from his position, Quinn had landed right in front of the other vampires. When landing, a pulse of red aura had rushed out and hit all of the vampires in the nearby area. The vampire aura was so overwhelming for them, overwhelming for their bodies and minds, that they collapsed, knocked out on the floor. It was strange for the vampires, and honestly Quinn wasn't too sure what had happened himself. But he carried on walking forward because he wasn't thinking of that at all. "What is happening?" one of the Namrics said. They were all held up in the park square, but now all of the vampires that were keeping them in place, they were no longer able to fight. "That person, they look like them. Is there infighting going on?" another one asked. "It looks like it, but why would they be fighting against each other? I want to know more. What did they do to upset such a powerful vampire?" The Namrics, seeing this, weren't the only ones wanting to know exactly what Quinn's plan was, as Ronkin and Juk continued to stare at the screen. "What an idiot," one of the vampires said. "What is he trying to do? Is he just trying to show off? He's in the capital, all of the original leaders are there, knights and more." "Shut up," Ronkin said. "What? Are you sticking up for the attacker? Do you know him?" Then, one of the vampires asked, with wandering hands, getting ready to report at any second. "We don't," Juk interrupted. "It's just a bit inspiring. We have had losses on our side. Maybe you won't understand that because you arrived after, but people in our squad have died. So please pay him no attention." As the 2 of them continued to watch, they were filled with worry because it was only a matter of time. Quinn was now back walking down the street, and there was a direct path to the large building in front of him, but multiple vampires were starting to appear with the Namrics following them as their prisoners, while a few ships were now floating above and in his way as well. Despite seeing all of this in front of him, Quinn continued to walk. "I understood the Dalki fighting because they just wished to live longer. I understood the Celestials fighting for balance, but the fight today, and the reason why Nell lost his life, I don't understand at all, and it's why I need to act," Quinn said to himself. Multiple red aura strikes came towards him. Some of them were sending a flurry of blood swipes, others were using weapons powering up their aura, and it looked like a wave of vampire aura was coming right towards Quinn. Seeing this, Quinn waved his hand, unleashing the chi that he had in his body. Using the third stage, he had created a wall, crashing with the attacks and stopping every single one of them in their tracks. There was no need for Quinn to use his blood aura, or combine it with the chi, just his high level of chi he had obtained was enough to stop this. One of the spaceships started to fly toward Quinn and was firing blasts of beast energy at him. Quinn moved slightly, avoiding each of the strikes, before jumping in the air and landing on top of the ship. Throwing his hand out, he broke through the thick glass and grabbed onto the vampire pilot. Jumping off, Quinn kicked the ship with his strength, causing it to crash into one of the buildings at the side, and threw the vampire to the floor before he landed. The other vampires that had gathered were below him, and with each one, he delivered a single blow, knocking them all out. Another he hooked with his foot and lifted the vampire's body in the air, flinging him into the others. A few punches here and there, as he weaved and moved through all of them one by one. All of the vampires were dropping down. How is he able to do such a thing? Yip said out loud in amazement. He had seen Quinn fight and not tire, but that was against a bunch of guards and nobody vampires, and yet again they were somewhat witnessing the same thing. Quinn going through the vampires one by one, without using any blood aura and only using fighting techniques. Only these weren't just simple guards, they were some of the best vampires he was going against. I don't know. I'm starting to think he's some master fighter, or a spirit possessed him. Juk commented, as there was no explanation as to who this person was, no memory of someone so great. A few moments later, all of the vampires that had come towards Quinn in the city had been dealt with. They were lying on the floor, passed out or with broken bones. A little bit of chi was shocked into their heads, giving them pain, and included in the attacks so their wounds wouldn't heal so easily. The camera was now showing something that no one would believe if they hadn't seen it, as a vampire stood there in the street with several others on the ground around him. The Namriks that were prisoners hadn't come out, and were waiting between their homes, and around the edges looking out. Was this some type of miracle? For whatever reason this vampire was getting rid of his allies, their enemy, and they weren't going to stop him. Quinn took another step forward, continuing down the path, but soon stopped. It looks like you finally decided to turn up, Quinn said, clenching his fist. In front of him, now standing there in a row, were all 9 of the remaining original vampire leaders. The spaceship above was roaming around slowly. It was hovering in the air, almost silent. Being powered by beast crystals was even more efficient and quieter than electric, so it would mostly go unnoticed, but what it did do was give everyone a clear view of what was going on, and they could see that not just one leader had come out because of this person, but all of the leaders of the vampire families. Crap, Ronkin said, as he saw this on the screen. His whole fist was shaking, and as he opened his mouth to say more, Yip and Juk quickly covered his mouth, pulling him away from the screen. You need to stop giving it away that we know Quinn, Yip whispered into Ronkin's ear, and removed his hand after Ronkin had calmed down a little. Do you think this matters? The leaders have come out. Maybe we can do something. Maybe if we just go to them and explain that he's a little annoyed because one of our friends died, they would understand, Ronkin explained. I don't think that will help, Juk stated. I think this might be what Quinn wanted. The leaders had gathered. Unlike the rest of the city, they weren't really watching the report that was going on, but instead every vampire from nearly every family had asked for assistance, and due to the situation they had decided to go inspect it themselves. Some thought it might be the Namrik's trump card acting up, something that they hadn't told anyone about yet. After all, taking over the city had been far easier than any of them had expected, but now they could see that wasn't the case at all. It's you, Hickle said as he stood in the center. Your name, it was Quinn, correct? The leaders were looking at the mess he had created, all of the vampires that were on the ground. Did he do all of this on his own? He is not an ordinary vampire, that's for sure, Hickle thought. Of course you were no ordinary vampire, Magnus said with a sinister look. If stairs could kill, this was surely one of them. He must have been hiding his abilities the entire time. No wonder his daughter was so skilled. We should have looked into it more. The other leaders thought the same. Each one of them had seen him that day that they stood outside of his house, and yet the vampire was unfazed by them, free to speak his mouth, as if he had nothing to fear. Why are you here? Why don't you listen to the other vampires' orders and return back? Hickel asked. If you give a reasonable explanation for why you have done all of this, then we can lighten your punishment. At the end of the day, we are both vampires and we shouldn't be fighting against each other. Hickel was always calm-minded. He had the qualities of a leader but never took the position, giving it to the other originals or voting for others. His calm-minded approach often worked, but Edvard knew it wouldn't work in this situation. I'm here to get rid of Jim Eno. You can either bring him out or move out of the way, Quinn stated. There was anger in his voice. His eyes were glowing red, and it was clear as day what he wanted to do to Jim Eno. He just threatened the hero, Magnus shouted. Why are you giving him a chance? He should be killed on the spot, and it will be my pleasure. When Magnus went to move forward, Hickel moved his arm up, blocking Magnus from making a move. I said explain yourself. Why would you want to get rid of Jim Eno? Hickel asked once more. The last time he had seen this man he seemed happy. Before Hickel had left, he could see the large smile on his face as he was left alone with his wife and daughter. So why now of all times during the war would one act this way? His name was Nell Holland, a vampire guard that worked for the Ninth Family, and I'm sure there were many more that died in this war for a pointless reason. Quinn explained, gritting his teeth. People who died, believing they were doing a good thing, heeding a good man, but Jim Eno is not a good man. He is nothing but a fraud. Quinn swung his arm out with such power and speed. The wind in the air had even reached the leaders on the other side who were at least 50 meters away. They were quite shocked by this, because it was an insight into the vampire's strength. Who are you? Edvard asked, stepping up. Tell us who you are really. Looking at all of them, the screen still on all of them, Quinn opened his mouth. My name is Quinn Talon. I am the 7th vampire king of the vampire settlement and the last, Quinn declared. None of you will know or remember my name because Jim Eno has removed it from all of your memories. But I am here to do my duty. As king, I will make sure the vampire settlement is a safe place for all and get rid of Jim Eno. The original leaders were stunned at what they were hearing. A king, everyone forgetting their memories that seemed impossible, and the reaction was pretty much the same everywhere else. Those watching on their screens bursted into laughter. A crazy, delusional vampire. Give one a bit of power and it all goes towards their heads. If he is king, then I'm a dog. Quinn. Ronkin let out a last breath, because he felt like all of it was an act of desperation from Quinn at that moment. Now you see, we have to get rid of him, Magnus said. This time, Hickel had no argument. This vampire was dangerous for the settlement. They had to get rid of him. I will take him out, Edvard said as he walked forward. There is no need for all of us to take on just one vampire. It would be an embarrassment if the other vampires were to see us all ganging up on him. Although they knew the vampire in front of them was strong, none of them had seen Quinn use a large amount of blood aura, or felt his energy firsthand. Correction, there were 2 there that had felt a fraction of Quinn's power. He is part of the Ninth Family, so it is only right that his leader should deal with him, Edvard said, as he stood in front of the others. Since the leaders couldn't really disagree with this, they allowed him to continue. Edvard's eyes started to glow red, and the aura was covering his body. It soon wrapped around his 2 fists, glowing bright red, and the next second, he leapt from his position, crushing the ground beneath him. He went towards Quinn at a fast speed, and red aura was gathering on his entire arm. There were streams of it flowing through the air. It was always amazing to see the originals use blood powers, to use it in a certain way, and with them having better blood control than anyone else, they were able to do some amazing things. At that moment, though, Quinn lifted his hand, and in a speed that was incomparable to them, blood aura had gathered around his hand. It was a large amount constantly wrapping around in one place, soon taking the shape of a drill. The blood aura then started to spin at such a speed, all of it through Quinn's blood control. When Edvard approached Quinn, he threw out the blood drill, and when it touched Edvard's fist, it had broken all of his blood aura, ripping it to shreds. This is going to hurt. But I need to do this. Edvard reached with his hand forward, and the attack hit him, sending his entire body back flying through the air, and he went right past the leaders, tumbling on the ground and was nowhere to be seen. All of the leaders' eyes widened in that moment, as one of their own had been dealt with, in a single hit. That bastard, so you say you're a king? Well, you're not the only one that was once a king, Magnus shouted. But his voice soon trailed off as he looked at what was in front of him, because they couldn't explain what they were seeing. Not a single one of you will be able to get close to me. The red aura was seeping out of Quinn's body in waves. As it hit the leaders where they were, they could feel it, an intense blood aura, that was heavy. It felt different compared to any other blood aura they had felt before. As Quinn had unleashed all of his energy, no longer suppressing it, no longer holding it back, for every single life form on the planet to feel. Ice blood aura was erupting, spiraling all over the place, and those closest to him, just like Quinn said, were unable to move. Far in the distance from the other leaders, the bottom half of a building had been crushed. The rubble started to move, and coughing sounds were heard as Edvard had emerged. Damn it! That really hurt a lot more than I thought it would, Edvard said, still kneeling over, but there were no serious wounds on his body. In fact, for the large attack that had hit, he looked nearly completely fine. I guess Quinn didn't forget too much about the plan then, Edvard smiled to himself. During their meeting as to how they would deal with Jim Eno, there was a plan that had been put in place, and that was for Edvard to be struck and knocked out of the fight towards the beginning. This was why he had decided to attack first. The only thing was, when Edvard saw the large blood drill, its power and how fast it was spinning, he wasn't too sure if Quinn had remembered or not, because he could imagine his entire body being ripped to shreds with no hope of healing after taking on something like that. In the end, Quinn had something even Edvard couldn't comprehend. It was like an invisible force. An incredibly strong force had pushed him. Meanwhile, the blood aura was controlled so well that it covered Edvard's entire body, blocking him. Yet not a single part of it had touched him. The reason why Edvard was hurt was due to the invisible force attack. Standing, Edvard needed to recover fast, because there was still a big part of his job that needed to be completed. Taking a step or two, Edvard was ready to head to the large building, until a wave of energy had hit him. He turned his head, and outside, it had changed. What is going on? Am I imagining things? Edvard wasn't so sure as he rubbed his eyes, but the air, it looked like it had a tint of red. But not only that. There was energy running rampant, it was heavy, and it almost felt like it was pressing him down. The energy almost had a will, and Edvard was finding it hard to move. It's Quinn. He's unleashed his energy, Edvard thought. I never knew he had such power. I knew I perhaps underestimated him, but even when I consider my underestimations, this is far more powerful than I imagined. It's stronger than any original, and that's just the energy I feel from this far away. Still, will it be enough? At least, this should be enough to get his attention, Edvard thought as he looked at the government building. The thing was, Edvard wasn't the only one that could feel the energy. While watching what was going on through the screen, no one could believe it, because it occurred at the same time the red aura was unleashed from Quinn's body. A heavy feeling was felt in the air, and many of the vampires had fallen to their knees, due to the pressure of the energy. What is this? Yip asked as he was one of the ones that fell to his knees. Ronkin was doing his best as the muscles in his neck tensed up, to stand up, pushing through. Can't you tell, even though you're watching it for yourself? That energy is from Quinn. He was never the type to lie, but was always the type to hide things about himself. You're right, Juk commented, sweat running down the side of his face. If this is the type of power he has, then it's unlikely he was lying about being the king. But then why? Why can't we remember? It was a question in many heads. Some were coming up with their own conclusions, that maybe this vampire was another original that was unheard of that the others kept in secret. Maybe one that had been kicked out of the settlement and had been building up power for an incredibly long time. The problem was with their memories, people were inclined to trust their own heads. They could remember the feeling, the moment, and the time something happened. It was hard to go against them, which was why most of the vampires were still unconvinced as to who Quinn was. At the scene itself, the red waves of aura going through the air were incredibly thick, and they were all pointed towards the original leaders. The red waves were furious as they came out of Quinn's body, and was something the leaders had never experienced. Why, Can't we move? It's not the influence skill, Magnus said, as he went to take a step forward, but then the aura just pushed him back. Just with his strength alone, he was unable to do anything. So he tried to cover his body in blood aura, and sharpen it to cut through the aura. He rushed forward, but the same thing happened again. It was a similar feeling to one trying to fight against a waterfall, and they were unable to get to the source of that waterfall of blood aura energy. Out of all the original leaders, though, there was one that was being affected the most. I didn't do anything. Please forgive me. Grenlet was on the ground, his head was on the floor, and it almost looked like he was begging. It was a strange reaction to say the least, and when the other leaders saw this, it was clear he was out of the fight and unreliable. The vampires could move, but they were unable to get close to Quinn. And seeing this, Hickel was the first to act, as he went ahead and pulled out the green flask with 8 on the side. He drank it immediately, and soon his whole body was energized with a great power. He was 3 times as strong as he usually would be, and it gave him the will to push through. You shouldn't underestimate us originals, Hickel stated, as he cut his hands slightly, and was ready to attack. The other leaders, seeing what Hickel had done, soon did the same, as each one of them pulled the high-tier flasks and started to drink the blood. They too were now ready to move, but Hickel was still at the front as he swung out his arm, and the blood droplets went through the air, heading straight toward Quinn. I told you before, I was the king of the vampires, but not only that, I was the last king, and there is a reason for that. Absolute blood control. Although I might not be a celestial anymore, my body evolved beyond that of the vampire lord, and that is still the case now. Quinn stated as he swung his hand, and the blood that was in the air, it moved right back at Hickel and lit up as a large explosion went off, hitting him back to where he was. From the side, Magnus had appeared, and with a bloody claw, he was about to take a swipe at Quinn, until a red blood sword struck down, hitting Magnus' hand away. The sword was floating through the air, and continued to hit Magnus again and again. This blood aura, how is it so strong? I can feel it. It isn't the same as ours, and just with blood aura alone he is able to suppress us, even after taking the green liquid. None of this makes sense, even if he was king, Magnus thought. Soon, one sword had become many, as Quinn had them all over behind his back, and several swords were fighting against the original leaders. They were doing their best to just survive against blood swords. After taking the blood from those demons from the other world, my blood aura improved, more so than I thought. I have been fighting strong enemies after strong enemies. That I guess I just didn't realize how much stronger I had become. Right now, Quinn didn't have to lift a finger. There was no need to use his guns, his soul weapon, or his shadow, and he could still suppress every one of the original leaders in front of him. That person still hasn't come out. Well, I know exactly what to do then, Quinn said. The blood swords on their own weren't enough to kill the leaders, but it allowed Quinn to do something else he wanted. Gathering aura. Gathering the blood that had been spilt in the city, including that of the Namriks, Quinn was forming it into a weapon. A long-range weapon he gradually came to enjoy the use of. The blood formed into that of a spear. The blood was condensed down, and the spear was pulsating with energy. It wasn't a complete red as the Namrik's blood was mixed in, but just like Quinn, aura was emitting from the weapon, flowing everywhere. This should get your attention, Quinn shouted as he hurled the spear, throwing it with all his strength through the air. Several sound barriers were broken as bang after bang was heard from the weapon. Sparks of red lighting were coming out of the weapon, and it was dead on target. Before it reached it, though, it looked like the weapon had stopped midair somehow. A small little black dot could be seen. Is that a person? Quinn thought as he tried to focus, but before he knew it, the spear was coming right towards him. Moving to the side, Quinn had caught it, but the strength and speed of the weapon caused him to skid across the ground. He needed to dig his feet into the concrete to slow himself down when the spear had eventually stopped. They threw my blood spear back? Who would have the strength to do that? Quinn thought. When Quinn had finally unleashed his power, allowing it to flow out of him, every being on the planet could feel it, no matter where they were. Whether they were on top of a mountain or deep in the sea. Although the red aura didn't spread that far, Quinn's energy levels had grown to the point where it would affect the universe itself. After all, it was part of the reason why the Celestials, who saw themselves as warriors of the universe, wished to eliminate these threats known as God Slayers. It was safe to say that the energy had also reached the government tower. There was no special material that would block certain types of energy, and Jim had felt it at that moment while in his office. "What on earth is going on?" Jim shouted. Whether it was in anger or fear, it was hard to know. This feeling, it was something he had never felt before. A power that was unmatched, no, not quite unmatched, but a power he never felt so powerful, coming from a vampire at least. "I need to see what's happening. I need to see who is causing this mess," Jim said as he started to head to the door. "If you do that, you will die," a voice from behind said to him. "I know you are strong, and you have grown quite a bit stronger as well, but trust me. This is not an opponent for you unless you want to be killed." Jim hadn't turned around, as there was a vein popping out on his forehead. After already having experienced real death once, and now living in a cloned body, his mind was the closest to what it once was. He had focused on using everything he had. His knowledge, the powers around him, and the powers of others in order to make him stronger. It was safe to say that Jim believed that even if he was to go against the original vampires, he wouldn't lose. However, there was a fact that he had to accept, something that he had witnessed. There were simply those that were destined for power. Those that were so strong that Jim felt like even in 100 vampire lifetimes he would never be able to achieve that level. And if this person said he wasn't strong enough, then it would certainly be the case. "I see," Jim said, replying. "If he has gone this far, then I guess he is after my life. We have to stop him." The man jumped from where he was, breaking a hole right through the roof as he stayed on the ceiling. As soon as he was gone, the expression on Jim's face had changed. From one looking dreadfully worried, to annoyance. "Who would dare do such a thing?" Jim said, going back to his seat and kicking the Namric governor on his side, causing him to fall to the ground. "Bring me a report now of what is going on out there." It didn't take long, as a projection was being shown of exactly what was going on. The broadcast had ended. It looked like the energy that was being produced had disrupted the ship's flying and the cameras, causing them to break, but Jim was able to watch the footage that appeared before that moment. When the camera clearly showed who was on the screen, all of the muscles in Jim's body started to tense up. "Him! Quinn Talon!" Jim shouted while gritting his teeth, but his anger, the tension in his body soon left it, as he started to laugh. "Ha ha! No, this is perfect. I knew that this day would come. The day that you would come and try stop me. Look at that face. Look at it. How does it feel? Tell me, how does it feel that everyone you loved, everyone you cared about, and everyone you fought for doesn't even know you? You ruined my plans, working with Richard, and working side by side with Vincent. What were you doing all this time? Why did it take you so long?" After speaking non-stop, Jim had to take a breath. He was so riled up, and was breathing quite heavily in and out. He soon wiped the strand of black hair that was over one of his eyes away from his face and tucked it behind his ear. "It doesn't matter, you will be dealt with now." Jim smiled. "Because there is no chance that you can beat him." Outside, Edvard was walking towards the building, but he had yet to see a certain individual act. But that's when a large blood spear shot over his head. At just the right angle, Edvard could see that the figure was holding the condensed blood in his hand. If a normal person, not even a normal vampire, was to hold such a thing, it would have disintegrated their skin. But it didn't for this man, who lifted the spear up and hurled it back right toward Quinn. Moments later, the man was seen jumping from the building and was now in the air, heading right towards the direction of where the fight was taking place. He finally left that man's side. Edvard thought, "This is it, this is the only chance that we will have to get rid of Jim. Quinn, you don't have to win the fight against that monster. I'm not counting on it, but I just need you to buy enough time for me to get rid of Jim." As Edvard rushed forward, running toward the building, he had a horrible thought, because there was something he had kept from Quinn, and he was wondering if he should have told him about it. It wouldn't have changed anything, but he wished he had informed the other. "I'm sorry, Quinn, I never knew it would come to this. If I did, I would have never offered it to him. I would have never offered him my armor." Edvard thought. Thinking back to the day Edvard had woken up, he had done so wearing a dark red armor. It looked similar to the blood armor that vampires wore, but it was anything but blood armor. The thing was, when Edvard woke up, the man who always stood by Jim's side had recognized it. Not only that, but Edvard could feel it. He could feel the armor that was with him reacting to the man by his side. The armor that Edvard used was something that did him well during a past war and was something that allowed him to excel above the other originals. But he thought that it deserved to be with its rightful owner, which is why he had handed it to the man by Jim's side. From a glance, Edvard could tell that this person was already incredibly strong, but it seemed like the armor was the missing piece he needed before he was complete, and right there and then, he felt like he was possibly staring at the strongest being in the entire universe. That is the type of person you are going up against. But I know you are strong as well. Based on what you told me, you have an ability inside you, Quinn, an ability to overcome, to learn and adapt to any situation you are put in. Edvard clenched his teeth. Through the sky, the small dot soon landed right in front of the original leaders, breaking the ground beneath him. He soon stood up, and unlike the originals, he wasn't affected by the aura that was floating around all over the place. The man started to walk to the person in front of him, as he played with the gauntlets of the Amur around his arms. Small dragon scale-like designs could be seen on the armor as one looked at the gauntlets closely. "There is something about you that reminds me of someone," the man said. "Something that I really don't like, but I'm a bit happy to see you at the same time. I don't know why. Either way, I'm hoping you are someone who won't disappoint me. I haven't had a decent fight in a long time," the man said, as he brushed his hand through his red hair. "Why?" Quinn was left with his mouth open, as he was shocked to see who the person was, the one who was always by Jim's side, an opponent he wished he never would have to face. For the first time in a long time, Quinn had heard a ding. New quest has been received. Quest: Survive. The appearance wasn't quite what Quinn had seen before, and it was the same with the armor the person was wearing. He recognized none of it, but the fluctuations in one's voice and the voice itself was something that Quinn could never forget. A long time ago on Blade Island, Quinn had heard the tablet speak out to him, and the voice that was heard then was the same voice he had heard now. Even then, for a small while, this person had traveled a bit inside his head. Yet here he was, in a human-like form, and was as strong as ever. "Ray? Talon, my long-lost ancestor." Quinn took a step back for a second, not too sure if he was ready for a fight or not. For one, the quest screen that hadn't appeared in a long time had appeared, and the quest itself was for him to simply survive. Which meant even with how strong Quinn had gotten, it was evaluating the one that was in front of him as several levels above Quinn himself. If I remember correctly, Ray said he was once a red dragon, a beast that roamed Earth that even Bliss had to deal with. He had so much power that the abilities that the humans use today had derived from him. Quinn thought, if you were so strong, then how did your memory get changed as well? Right now, although there was no way to confirm it, Quinn had assumed that Ray had managed to get back most of his strength. Whether or not that included the abilities he once had, it was hard to say. Still, Quinn would have assumed someone so powerful would have had a way to stop such a thing from happening. The only thing I can think of is if the memory wiping ability is really a Godslayer ability, but just what memories did they change to have him working under Jim? It was then that Quinn thought of something. You are not the type of person to work under someone else. Aren't you a free spirit? Why are you doing someone else's dirty work? Quinn asked. Ray smiled when he heard this question. Do you know me? Based on your question, it seems you do. But I can't remember you, so why do I have to answer your questions? Lifting his hand in the air, Quinn was expecting an attack any second. But instead, the armor lit up slightly red, and with a swing of his fist, it looked like he had hit a wall. There were almost cracks that appeared in the air, and the whole area was shaking. The blood blades that were keeping all of the original leaders busy had shattered, breaking into red particles that fell to the ground. What was that? He just got rid of all my blood baldies like it was nothing. There was no chi infused in that, but the blood is an evolved version of what the other vampires could use. What powers does he have? You should have more than that up your sleeve, otherwise I will be very, very disappointed, Ray said, walking forward. Quinn lifted his hand in the air and started to form the large blood drill, this time infusing his chi into it and spinning it with his blood control. It was the same attack that was used on Edvard, only this time it was an attack that was meant to hit. I guess if I told you that you were an ancestor of mine, you wouldn't believe me, right? Quinn stated. Nope, Ray replied, getting into a fighting stance as he saw the large blood drill being made. That's fine. The two of us didn't really have much of a connection with each other in the first place, Quinn shouted, as he ran forward and shoved the giant blood drill right towards Ray. The vampire originals were planning to get involved in the fight, but unlike with the attack with Edvard, when the drill was thrusted forward, the evolved vampire aura was oozing out towards them. Even with their green liquid, they were finding it hard to move and decided it was best if they stay out of this fight and stay by the side. When the drill was close to hitting Ray right in the heart with both of his hands, he clapped hard, hitting it a little up from its tip and stopping the tip from hitting his armor. The drill was still spinning, designed to rip apart anything that it touched but Ray's hands. They weren't burning up or disappearing. It was nothing of the sort. A few moments later, using the power of his shoulders as well, he crushed the drill, shattering it into particles once more. He did it again, the blood aura. It seems to be useless against him, but I somewhat expected that, Quinn stated as he mixed in with the blood drill a large amount of the third stage of chi. So far, chi had been one of the most versatile skills he had, allowing him to increase the strength of his shadow, his blood, and attacks in hidden ways as well as slow down the healing. In some ways, when nothing else worked, chi was the answer to Quinn's problems. Right after shattering the blood drill, Ray took the palm of both of his hands and started to move them as if he was taking in some invisible force, and soon that force was becoming very visible as yellow strands of energy could be seen combining into a ball. You have a lot of chi, you are quite powerful. You say you're my ancestor and you try to use chi against me. That was not a good idea. Ray, with the ball in his hand, hurled it towards Quinn. He had no choice but to use more chi and blood aura to stop the ball, and as the two forces collided, the whole area shook. The buildings nearby and the ground beneath. Large gusts of wind blew out from the attack from both of them. This is not what I expected at all. This is boring, Ray stated, as he rushed forward. There was power charging up in his fist. Quinn could feel it. It felt like if that fist was to hit the ground, the whole planet would be destroyed. It didn't look like a power or a skill, but simply just raw energy, which left Quinn no choice, as the shadow came out from his back and came from under his arm, forming a shield. Ray threw out his fist and it was stopped. There were no vibrations of any sort, yet even though the attack was stopped, Quinn could still feel the energy slightly, almost seeping through the skin. This shadow. Now I know why you felt so familiar. I took out this power once, and I can take it out again, Ray stated as the armor on his body started to light up, and Ray had unleashed even more power. Although the shadow was meant to stop all attacks and Quinn could use his shadow without worry, there was something about this attack, so more shadow was added. One fist hit the wall doing nothing. Another fist pounded the shadow wall and it still hadn't gotten through, and then the third was thrown. When it had hit the shadow and an opening had been made. The first thing Quinn could see was Ray's fist and a smile on his face, as he rushed through the gap of the shadow. I got you now, Ray shouted. The shadow was covering Quinn's body and the armor had changed on his body, and when Ray threw out his fist, a burst of energy came out the other end. The entire ground was destroyed as the attack continued and went into the sky, continuing further, breaking apart the clouds, and eventually it looked like it was warping space. I missed, Ray said. Behind him, Quinn now had both his dual guns out. Nitro Accelerate activated. This fight is not going to be as easy as you think it'll be. Around the planet, the pressure of the original energy that was released was starting to let up a lit. People were finding it easier to move as all of the energy seemed to be gathering back in one place, the heart of where the battle was. Still, once in a while shockwaves of energy would still be sent out. The best way to deal with them was for Edvard to use his own blood aura to stop the attack. Quinn, it looks like you're holding out. I said I would do this for you, and that I will. Edvard was standing in front of the large government building that was built by the Namriks, and he wasted no time as he burst through the doors and started to run in. They were on the top floor before, and running up the stairs would be quicker than taking the elevator. Edvard ran as fast as he could, going up one after the other, but not without worry and thoughts running through his head. As an original, I've lived a long life. I've done a lot of things. Some I'm not so proud of, and others that I was proud of, but it has all been for the sake of the vampire settlement. Now I'm doing the same again. If I fail to take down Jim here, then it's over. My whole life as an original is over, but at least I can go out in a proud way. Edvard thought as he burst through the final set of doors and into the office that was being used for the planet-wide broadcast. Jim was inside. Seemingly he was speaking to a group of people. There are others in here as well. I wasn't expecting this. Jim wasn't alone, and instead had several others that smelled like vampires in the room. They had masks on their faces, covering them up. When sniffing the air again, Edvard noticed there were a few other smells mixed in there, but decided to disregard it as he needed to focus on the goal. No, this doesn't change anything. I can't believe it. After all this time I'm nervous. Me, a vampire original, the coolest of the vampire originals. Edvard told himself as he was still wearing a bright Hawaiian shirt and a pair of sunglasses, although his shirt was slightly ruined from the attack from Quinn earlier. What are you doing here, Edvard? Jim asked as he turned around. Two of the masked figures were standing in front of Jim, both of them of different sizes, as one was quite a bit larger than the other. The others told me it was best if I made a report, sir, Edvard said as he continued to walk forward towards Jim. The footage is no longer showing. The spaceships are unable to fly close to the situation due to the shockwaves of power. The leaders are unable to face the mysterious vampire. Who is he? Edvard was putting on his best acting skills, as he showed a desperate face and was walking a little funny due to the marking that was made on his stomach. He needed to get close enough to make an attack right on Jim's neck, killing him on the spot. The truth was, Edvard didn't know how skillful Jim was. No one did, which was why he was cautious. Another original vampire would be able to tell the second one tried to use blood aura, clearly going for an attack. The man keeps telling us to bring out Jim Eno, Edvard continued. Who is this person? Why do they want you? Jim placed his hand on his chin as he came up with an answer. There are those that have a similar power to ours but are not quite the same. My guess is he is a being not from this world. A while ago, I tried to stop the beings known as Celestials from unleashing these demons into our world. But there is a chance that one of them escaped and now is after me for revenge. It was the story that all of the others knew, and one of the stories that classified Jim as a hero to the others. Now, Edvard was about 5 meters away from where Jim was. With enough speed, it was a chance to take out even an original leader from this distance. One attack might not be enough and he would have to follow up with another, but this was the original 9th leader and the luck of the Fortuna family was on his side. I see, is that the case? Edvard stated. Then can you answer me this: why does he have the Punisher's power, the ability of the shadow? The question had stumped Jim quite clearly, as he didn't have an answer for it and he was a little startled. Now, this is my chance. Edvard rushed forward, taking a strong step off the ground. His nails were hardened and sharpened, and it was a single Sid's strike aiming right for the neck. It's perfect. My luck has served me once again. I don't care what happens after this. Let my attack go through. With his careful eyesight, Edvard could tell Jim was too slow to react, even though he was pulling back. Jim never expected one of the originals to attack him, not without showing displeasure first. In this case he was double stunned by the question and actions. But suddenly Edvard's hand had missed the throat, as Jim moved back. At the same time Edvard's hand continued, but it was grabbed right by the wrist. I can't move my hand, Edvard thought. I'm not using any blood aura, but I still have the strength of a vampire lord, an original and the 8 green liquid. How has my hand been stopped so easily, and how did Jim avoid that attack? When looking at who had grabbed his wrist, he could see it was one of the masked men in the room. One of the larger muscular ones, and on top of that it was another masked person that had pulled Jim by the back of his shirt out of the way. You tried to betray me, an original. Why would you dare betray me? Jim shouted, but he soon had figured it out. I see now, you and that person are in cahoots. He must have brainwashed you, or fed you with lies. But it doesn't matter, we can get rid of them. Edvard knew what these words meant. When the originals were awoken, their memories weren't altered so much, but they were told what the truth was, but now they would alter his memories so he would fight for Jim. If that was the case, then Edvard would rather die than be used as a tool. He attempted to pull his arm away, but the masked man still held onto it firmly in place. What was your plan? To get rid of my precious guard so you could get me on my own? Jim asked. Did you really think I would only rely on a single person? Did you think that I would allow the same thing to happen to me again? Chris, you can let him go, Peter. Thanks for helping me out there. Jim said. These names meant nothing to Edvard. However, he soon realized that the two of them didn't smell like humans, and they were both scents he had smelled before. For one, it was the smell of an undead. Then the other. How can that be? I thought they were all gone. No wonder he has such strength. What is a werewolf doing here? Edvard thought. I made a mistake. I thought that the other one was the only one that we had to worry about. But to take down Jim, with these people by his side, we will need a lot more power. The man named Chris had let go of Edvard, but the other one named Peter was already behind the door, not allowing him to escape. Don't worry, I will deal with you myself, Jim said as he brought a flask out from his side. You have to save the best for yourself, after all. On the side of the flask there was an X marking. Ray's fist had been thrown out. He was still in one position like a statue, and in front of him, a large part of the city had been destroyed. It looked like a train had gone through, ripping everything apart that was in the way. There were some Namriks that had been in that particular direction, and it was clear that they were no longer, not even a part of their body was left to bury. This was the power of Ray Talon, the ancient red dragon that had unmatched power on Earth and right now had armor that had been made from his own dragon body. Although he didn't have the same amount of power as he had once before, the strength was on the same level. His power was unmatched and strong enough to break through the shadow. Haha, you were quite fast. Ray smiled as he turned around and could see Quinn right there with two guns in his hands. At the same time, the shadow was hovering over his back and had formed into wings, allowing him to use the shadow easily. Weapons? I thought we would be able to fight hand to hand, Ray declared, but in the middle of his speech, Quinn had already pulled the trigger. Several blood bullets came out right towards Ray, and holding up his arms, the bullets had dinged off the armor. The blood bullets didn't go through, nor did it seem to damage the armor at all. What is that armor? Quinn thought. The guns allow me to condense my blood into a single point. My blood aura has also evolved, and yet it can't do anything against that armor he's wearing. Is it armor that is on the level of a godslayer? Quinn thought. Ray rushed forward from where he was planning to throw another punch. The original leaders that were behind him decided to move after what they had seen last time, but the power was more condensed into Ray's fist as he got the air again. My shadow can't block his attacks, but while I have the nitro accelerate active, he can't keep up with my speed. Quinn thought. Now behind Ray, Quinn used the guns again, firing out a chi bullet this time. The attacks hit the armor once more, with Ray blocking the bullets from hitting his head. But when the bullets hit, it didn't even push Ray back. The armor protected him, and his own strength was stronger than the power in the bullets. Oh, those felt a little different. That was chi, right? Maybe I should try the same thing. Ray lifted his hand, and energy started to gather in his fingers. As he pointed it at Quinn, he started to do the same, as he imitated a gun with his hand. Condensed chi was coming out, and Quinn's shadow was unable to act quick enough. So he moved out of the way of the bullets instead. Something has to work. I have to try everything I can. Although Quinn wasn't so sure they would work so well, he still used all of the bullets that he had in his arsenal. Avoiding the strikes from Ray, Quinn was firing away, shooting out the blood forest bullet, a blood fairy bullet, even the damper bullet, but none of it worked. When the blood forest bullet hit the armor and tried to spread, it started to evaporate on the spot. Quinn couldn't figure out why this was happening, and at the same time he was running out of time. That's when the shadow bullet was fired out, and when this hit the armor, it started to spread in spots over the armor. Ray looked down at his armor as he could see the spot where he had been hit by the shadow bullet start to spread and join up, covering more of the armor. Crad. It seems that you are giving me trouble even after you have passed, Ray stated as he spread out his arms and stomped on the ground. The rush of energy covered himself and the armor, and even the shadow bullets had disappeared. For the first time since he had received the new guns, none of the bullets had worked. If he couldn't hurt the enemy in front of him, then how could he beat him? I have to get close, Quinn thought as he started to run forward. Firing a shadow bullet, one had missed Ray completely, while another was fired in front of him, opening up a portal. Leaping through the portal, Quinn had appeared directly by the side of Ray, and he threw out a full hardened blood aura fist that hit him in the side of the head. His body was flung to the side, and before his body was pulled away, the shadow wing had formed into a hand, grabbing Ray and slamming his entire body into the ground. Quinn charged in again. Since he had made a successful hit on the head, he felt like he could beat him. The shadow hand had soon been cut by Ray's sharp claw hands though, making it completely disappear. Scales started to grow on his human-like face, and opening his mouth it had stretched as energy was starting to build up. It was glowing in the mouth, and the next second, a large blast of energy came out. It was an attack that was similar to Laxmus' blood breath, but the attack seemed to be a lot more powerful. The air was distorting everywhere, it looked warped, and from the side when one looked, they couldn't see the colors around the attack but only the attack itself. The attack came out lightning fast, and Quinn didn't even have time to enter his shadow space. So instead his whole body was made into the shadow body, while his wings moved in front of him, trying his best to block the attack. As the blast hit the shadow wings, Quinn could see that holes were appearing through the shadow. I have to move out of the way, Quinn shouted as he ran, but the range of the attack was incredibly large, and as Quinn moved, Ray was moving his head as well. The shadow moved away more and more. The shadow wings had practically been destroyed, and now the attack was hitting his shadow-like body. 99/100 HP, 98/100 HP, 97/100 HP. Every moment that passed the attack was hurting Quinn, and it felt like he was unable to do anything to stop the attack. His HP was going down each time he was in the energy. The armor, I can surpass the time limit with my HP, but if I get hit by one of those punches from Ray, I think I'll be done for. I can't keep losing my HP like this. Quinn sprinted as fast as he could and pulled out the gun. In the energy the weapon wasn't getting destroyed, and he shot a shadow bullet away and one in the ground, disappearing and appearing in the air above the attack. Now in the air, Quinn could see that nearly all of the buildings in one half of the city had been completely destroyed due to the energy blast from Ray. 67/100 HP. I have to do something. I don't have celestial energy, and I have to beat him. Maybe there is something I can do. Out from his shadow, Quinn pulled out the Tier 8 Dalki blood. It would restore his health and would give him a power boost as well. Honestly, he didn't want to use the blood that was made by Jim, but in this situation what choice did he have? Gulping the drink down, Quinn saw his HP restore back to what it was, but he needed to do more. When I was a Celestial, my soul weapon had changed. I'm no longer a Celestial, so I don't know if my soul weapon will be the same as it was before, but there might even be a chance that it's completely different, but I have to see. Quinn started to bring out his soul weapon, the twin tail chain. The two masked figures were incredibly strong. Edvard already knew that, and he had a feeling that even if he was to face one of them on his own, he would most likely lose. But the question was, how were such strong people by Jim's side? It was just confirming more and more what Jim had most likely done, and how much he had changed. Because the vampires would have never worked with the werewolves, not unless one was just obsessed with strength. Jim had finished drinking the X-tier liquid, and dropped the flask on the floor. He looked toward Edvard, and there was a slight smile before he rushed over and grabbed the back of Edvard's head. It was too fast for Edvard to do anything. You originals are so arrogant you think you are on top of the world. Edvard went to claw at Jim's hands, but in a similar fashion to a person before, the red aura around Jim slammed down both of the hands. It was being controlled well, and the power was strong enough to hold back an original. You know, the reason why I kept you all alive was so you could all know your place. Just because we came from you doesn't mean we are under you. With his hand holding onto Edvard's head, Jim dragged him over to the table that was in the room, and slammed it right down, breaking the table and his sunglasses as well. He then lifted his head, looking at his face with the broken sunglasses, looking at the glare in his eyes. "You want to do something, but you can't, right?" Jim said, as he pulled his head and shoved his knee right into his stomach. "Screw it," Edvard said, as he pushed off the ground and tackled right into Jim's stomach. The hair strands from his head had been ripped out, but Edvard didn't care. However, Jim wasn't pushed far as he lifted both hands and slammed them into his back. It felt like he could feel his bones snap for a second, and when Edvard fell on the floor and looked up, he saw Jim looking down at him. "This makes no sense," Edvard said. "Even if you took a higher-tier green liquid, why are you so much stronger? You shouldn't have this much power." It was strange from the beginning, but when Edvard was getting attacked, it didn't just feel like strength from something like blood aura or natural strength. It was almost like beast crystal energy, the natural power when fighting a beast, but that didn't make sense. Which made Edvard question something. "What did you do to your body?" Edvard asked, as he pushed off the ground with both of his hands jumping back, and quickly got back into a fighting stance. I now know you are someone that needs to be stopped. I know I might not be able to beat you, or the two guards behind you, but with my luck I might be able to do something." Quinn was in the air, floating down as his shadow-made wings were allowing him to float in the air. While in this position, he was getting ready to use his soul weapon. He wasn't so sure how it would work, as he had only used it on beasts and such during his times out once in a while, but against a strong opponent like this. Nitro Accelerate has come to an end. Just as Quinn was about to use his soul weapon, his Nitro Accelerate had come to an end. He could use its effect to power the armor again from using his blood. However, at that moment Ray was right in front of him. "I was waiting for this," Ray shouted as he threw his fist down, from above aiming for the top of his head. The shadow wing moved, blocking the attack. But the large amount of energy forced Quinn right into the ground. His whole body slammed onto the ground, and a dust wave went out, shaking the buildings that were nearby. The bottom floor of the buildings started to break and the buildings started to fall. -42 HP. I blocked it with my shadow and chi, and it still hurt so much. Quinn spit out blood from his mouth. I didn't have time to use my soul weapon either. Another large crash happened on the floor, as Ray landed and crashed his feet onto the ground. A shockwave had traveled under, hitting Quinn from underneath and lifting him in the air. Before Quinn could react, Ray had grabbed him and was now holding him by his throat. "Has this ever happened to you before?" Ray asked. "Someone who has more power and energy over you. Someone who is physically stronger, faster and better than you in every way, and now your life is in my hands?" When asking this question, there was a memory that had appeared in Quinn's head. A time when he did feel so helpless. It was when Arthur had betrayed him. The fight back then was overwhelming, and it felt the same way here. "I never thought I would feel so weak again. I never thought this would happen after all this. And from all people," Quinn thought, as he looked toward Ray and looked into his eyes. His energy felt unlimited, his power was far stronger. He wasn't even sure if he was still using the dragon body. Maybe most of the green liquid was coming from the body that Ray was using now. "No," Quinn said. "I will kill Jim for what he has done." Moving his fingers, Quinn was wondering if there was anything he could do, and that's when he could feel the shadow that was directly underneath his foot. From there, he started to extend it out and move it, and purple ripples could be seen. It continued to move and was heading towards Ray's shadow, towards his arm shadows that were holding onto Quinn's neck. "Quinn!" a voice shouted. It didn't sound too far, and it was a voice that caused all of Quinn's blood to boil. His worry was turning into anger. "Will you look at the situation the two of you are in?" the voice continued to say. Ray glanced behind him. The original leaders that had avoided getting so hurt were taking a look, and they could see it. The person that Quinn had been looking for, the one he had been searching for, was right here. Jim Eno had arrived, and he wasn't alone. "I wanted to tell you in person that your little plan has failed." Jim lifted up a bloody Edvard by the scruff of his shirt. There were wounds covering his body from head to toe, deep cuts that weren't quite healing, large numbers of holes in his clothes from blasts of energy or whatnot. At the same time, a faint weak heartbeat could be heard. Edvard. He got in that state. Because of me? His anger at Jim was turning into regret. Regret for getting other people involved in this mess of a situation. In the end, this fight had accomplished nothing. Nell was dead, Edvard had been defeated, and they were still none the wiser as to how memories were being changed. The leaders on the side seeing Edvard like so were confused as well. Why was Jim holding him? Had Edvard betrayed them? If that was the case, why would he? Things weren't making complete sense to the original leaders, but in this situation where there wasn't much they could do, they decided to keep their mouths shut. I don't know how you managed to convince him to work for you, but you can see the result. The best thing for you to have done was disappear, because trust me, no one is on your side. Two masked figures had come out from the building and landed by Jim. One was large while the other was regular human-sized. Jim said a few words, and they soon started to remove their masks, revealing who they were. Peter, Chris,